Some say that champion duelists are to Fontaine as the safety is to a musket. Which is to say, a chance to defend one's honor and avoid the scrutiny of the prosecution. A way to unload the pent-up emotion in the courtroom without a violent eruption. But there's another way of looking at it, namely, when the accused denigrate the law and question its authority, we must safeguard the dignity of the court. And as a last resort, we will do so by force.
In that case, Mr. Mescal, please confirm whether I understand the defense's position correctly. You vehemently oppose the law, refuse to stand trial, and request an alternative recourse to defend the honor of your guild.
That's right! I demand a duel!
Too often, it is only when the safety is disengaged, and the champion duelist takes aim, that they finally realize whose hand controls the gun.
The request for a duel is approved. This decision is irreversible.
You got questions? You've come to the right person. On the off chance I don't have the answers, I can ask around and help you find out.
Sethos. Pretty interesting guy. He's like a distant cousin of Cynos.
The first time we met, he came up and asked me if I was Hat Guy.
He nods his head when he talks. It's like, oh, I don't know, like a little puppy, yes?
Doesn't play enough TCG.
Some of my elders say I'm difficult to control, like a wild animal. But don't you think it's kind of an issue that they want to control how other people think in the first place? Sometimes an over-reliance on ancient wisdom can make you forget the strength that you and your companions already have. Move or be moved! Behind you! Don't mention it. I'll protect you. Or you can protect me. Whatever works.
Hey, playing cards again? You know, the Prince Cup is about to kick off again this year. Want to sign up?
Oh, I know that event. I was a contestant last year.
This year's Prince Cup has its competition format upgraded comprehensively, with a considerable increase in prize money.
Prize money? How much?
In this Prince Cup, there's a total prize pool of $60,000 for each region. The champion will be awarded $16,000, and the runner-up will receive $8,000. The rest of the top 32 players will also get a corresponding amount of prize money.
Hold on, did you just say each region?
Exactly. This year, the Prince Cup has been fully upgraded with competitions unfolding in the Pacific and Atlantic regions respectively.
That's 2 regions. So which region should I sign up for?
That depends on your location. The Pacific region is for players from the Asia server and the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan server. The Atlantic region is for players from the Europe server and the America server. You can sign up for only one region based on your location.
I see. Let me check which region I should choose.
Wait, I haven't finished. Each region has 3 competition stages, which include the Regional Wildcard Tournament, the regular season, and the knockout stage.
Oh, sounds pretty complicated. Why so many stages?
To ensure it's available to every player. After successfully registering for it, you're supposed to start with the Regional Wildcard.
How does the Regional Wildcard work?
The Regional Wildcard Tournament consists of 2 stages, with players following the rules of single elimination and the Swiss system respectively. First of all, based on the total number of registrations in your region, you need to win 3 to 4 single elimination matches to advance to the SS stage. And the top 9 at the SS stage can qualify as the regional top 32 and make it to the regular season.
Do I only have one chance? This competition format sounds so cruel.
No. It's true that one failure in the first few rounds of single elimination matches will deprive you of the qualification to advance, but so long as you make it to the SS stage, all the games that follow will give you a chance to start over again.
You just said the top 8 would qualify as the regional top 32, but what about the rest of them?
8 players are selected from the Regional Wildcard Tournament, and the other 24 players are from the Community Tournament, Cat's Tail Gathering. Together, these players make up the regional top 32.
Whoa, it's not going to be easy to make it to the top 32, huh? I gotta gear up for this challenge.
Then you don't have much time left now. The registration period for the Regional Wildcard Tournament in the 2 regions is from April 3rd to April 15th, with a slight difference in the tournament dates. That's April 26th to April 28th for the Atlantic Wildcard, and May 17th to May 19th for the Pacific one.
Come on! Don't worry, it's gonna be easy as pie for me to advance to the top 32.
It'll be great if you make it to the top 32. Starting from the regular season of the top 32, the matches will be live streamed on Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter from start to finish. By then, the whole world will see your amazing card tactics.
Wow, live stream from start to finish? So what are the exact dates for that? I'm gonna ask my friends to watch it.
Both regions will have their regular seasons last for 5 weeks. The Atlantic region will get the dice rolling from May 3rd to June 2nd. Then it'll be followed by the matches in the Pacific region, starting from June 15th to July 14th. Oh yes, you'll have a week's hiatus after the first week of competition. Make sure to keep this time in mind.
Alright, I'll surely remember it. I'm just wondering about the format of the online regular season.
The 32 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups, with each group having double elimination matches respectively. Those who win the winner's bracket finals and the loser's bracket finals in each team will all advance to the knockout stage.
Be it in the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket, it doesn't make a difference as long as you advance, right?
Nah, the knockout stage will continue to use the double elimination rule. So if you've lost one match in the regular season and fall into the loser's bracket, then you'll only have one chance to lose at the knockout stage.
I see. So we gotta do our best at every stage.
That's right, and at the knockout stage. Then these 2 regions are also held at different times. It's from July 26th to July 28th for the Atlantic knockout stage, and from August 2nd to August 4th for the Pacific offline finals.
My goal is to advance to the knockout stage. I gotta prepare my decks for the registration right away.
Speaking of decks, do you know the rules adopted by the Prince Cup this time?
Sure, just the best 2 out of 3, right?
Nuh-uh. Except for the initial single elimination matches, the following ones will all follow the Conquest format. And remember, no duplicate characters in a contestant's decks.
Got it. I'll make sure to prepare well. I can't wait.
Hey, it's not even registration time yet. I'll repeat it for you, just in case you didn't catch it. You can register through the official website from April 3rd to April 15th. Mark the dates.
In the Prince Cup Atlantic matches, the event card Underwater Treasure Hunt brought us so many exciting moments. So how can we make the best use of this event card? Let's learn from the pro players. The key to using Underwater Treasure Hunt effectively is to have a stable card draw mechanism. Different decks will choose different tools. For example, Jibu's Chongyun Razor Burst deck uses support cards like Liban and Treasure Seeking Sealy as its main card draw methods. On the other hand, Binzu's mid-slow pace deck, which are centered around characters like Kuki Shinobu or Nuvelet, tend to use artifacts like Veteran's Visage and Gilded Dreams, which provide continuous card draw. Of course, when preparing card draw mechanisms, most players will choose the Lumenstone Adjuvant as the facilitator for their decks. It not only provides continuous extra card draws, but also offers Omni Dice. Lastly, it's crucial to pay attention to the timing of using Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's best to use it when you have enough card draw methods, or when most of your deck has already been drawn. Using Underwater Treasure Hunt too early might prevent you from drawing other key cards in time. So keep that in mind. Please follow us for more Genius Invocation TCG tips, and see you next time.
Hello travelers, and welcome to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Pacific Tournament regular season stream. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and joined with me here is Sumi.
Hello everybody, it is Sumi once again here for the Atlantic Prince Cup. I'm so excited to be casting with you once again, Leah, and I'm even more excited to see what new deck and innovative decks our players will bring for us today.
I'm really excited, honestly. I mean, we just had a huge patch update coming in from the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament. If you were following along with that, we are now here for Pacific, and we're on a brand new patch. So I'm really curious to see what our players have been cooking for us to witness today.
No, absolutely. I mean, last patch was absolutely dominated by the Underwater Treasure Hunt, but now coming into this new patch, we have new cards that counter this this type of deck, and a lot of new cards that also complement it as well. So I am super stoked to see what type of decks our players will bring for us. Ooh, English is hard.
First, before we get into the decks, we have our players. So this is Group A. We are starting over once again. This is the top 32 players of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament. And once again, we're going to determine the top 2 of each group to promote to the live event. First up, we're going to have Glass versus Flash, then Darian versus Minty, Amaru versus Sufan, and Koji versus Z-Kremlin. And of course, each of these players do currently have 2 lives, so if they get knocked out, they're not knocked out entirely. They get knocked down to the lower bracket there, and they have 1 life left, 1 chance left to get through the end.
No. Absolutely. If you do lose in the first round, it is not the end of the world. You still have that second chance to promote over into our live event. But of course, you would rather stay in that upper bracket for as long as you possibly can, because if you do manage to promote through the upper half, you will also get a second life in our live event as well. So that'll be a huge, huge advantage, especially when you're facing off against the best players in the world.
Indeed. I mean, those lives do carry over to the live event. That is very true. So, I mean, we have an upper bracket finalist and then a lower bracket finalist, and yeah, that 1 life could come in clutch. Of course, you know, the grand prize of this entire tournament is 16,000 USD, which is honestly really huge. If you weren't following along with the Atlantic top 32 before, we just concluded that basically the price structure should be the same. So top 32 is 600 USD, top 16 is 1200 USD, and then the top 8 is a ticket to the live event and 1600 USD, and the grand champion would be 16,000.
So a lot of stakes in here as well, a lot of money, and also a lot of bragging rights. So these players will do their absolute best to take one over their opponent, to be able to take home that prize money and take home these bragging rights. And at least for me, more importantly, take home that shiny gold card back.
Oh yeah, the gold card back you get if you participate in the live tournament. So exciting. Not even us casters get to see it, so yeah, that's definitely big bragging rights when you're playing game later. But here we have our most played character cards from the Wild Card Tournament. So if you're not familiar with the tournament hierarchy here, with the Astro Carnival Prince Cup tournaments, basically 24 players get seeded in through the Serious Showdown, and then 8 get seeded in through that wild card, which is free signups. So this is the wild card specifically, and also this was played on last patch, I believe. So Mona there coming in first at 75% win rate, or not, sorry, usage rate.
I mean, I'm not surprised that Mona is... maybe. I'm not surprised that Mona is so high up there, though. Like, Mona is such a versatile character because of that free fast swap, because she has a Hydro Summon as well. Lets her be played in freeze decks, like aggro decks, like just all sorts of different decks. She is by far the most, like, versatile character in the entirety of the game, and also the only character from 3.4 that still sees consistent use today.
Looks like there was a lot of aggro going on just in general. Mona is very versatile. You can play her in a ton of different combinations, so it makes sense why she is the most used. But, I mean, you have the entirety of Fatuizon, that Fatui Residence, Linny, Farazon deck there in the center, so, and also Eula.
Eula is just mainly being played in Mew. I think that really is the only deck she is in. But Mew is a very powerful deck and has quite a few good matchups, especially against that Xingqiu deck that dominated Prince Cup Atlantic. So not too surprising that she is there. Here are the ban rates, though. Mona once again taking the lead at a 9.1% ban rate.
Wow, that is a lot. It's pretty high. Also, noticeably, there's more, I guess... So Herald indicates stall or mid-range treasure decks to me. Also Layla. The Layla can be used in combo as well, yeah. So, also noticeably Sayu has a 5.0% ban rate.
And Eula in there, 5.6, so Mew was getting banned quite a lot.
Mew and MES, so if you're not familiar with what those terms mean, Mew is Mona, Eula, Wanderer, and MES is Mona, Eula, Sayu, which are, they function pretty similarly, but yeah, looks like Sayu's banned out more than Wanderer, maybe?
Yeah, by the looks of it here, though, because Eula is played effectively only in Mew, it appears that Sayu is by far the more popular version of that deck. Here we are, though, game 1.
Yes, game 1. So these are our first players. Glass, the round 15 enthusiast, up against Flash, aka Captain Slow. So it seems like both these players like to play stall, maybe, but do you see stall here?
I do a little bit on the side of Flash's side. There's that Rise the Abyss Herald deck. I mean, Risley is most likely to be one of the more prominent characters that were just introduced because he has reduced dice normal attacks thanks to his elemental skill, which allows him to freeze lock opponents just so consistently.
Wait, this is nearly a mirror matchup. Also, both these players banned out the other player's Con Whale deck, as many players are calling it. Consecrated Beast and Whale.
Yeah, that is like the most popular deck in the Pacific region so far, at least from what I've heard from the players and from the statistics I managed to find online. So we're gonna probably see a lot of it. I think Con Whale is going to be this patch's version of Xingqiu DK.
Probably. I mean, so it has a discard mechanic, which we'll definitely get into as we start our games, if we ever get to see it. Because it was banned on both sides, but we might see it in a later set. There's also Yunjin. There's a lot of new cards here, actually. Risley.
Oh, actually, one difference between Glass and Flash's deck is that Flash is running Shenhe instead of Eula in the Su deck.
It is Shenhe instead of Eula. I wonder, I'm really interested to see that list, but first it's gonna be Glass's MES list, Mona, Eula, Sayu. Honestly, this looks pretty standard to me.
Yeah, I think this is basically the exact same list that you would see back in last patch. I think 4.3. I think it's 4.4 right now. I'm not really keeping track of what patches it is exactly, but there is a new card mixed in there as well. The Vicious Ancient Battle. For those of you who are unfamiliar, this is the new arcane card that was just released. It costs 0 dice to play and will remove 1 energy from your opponent's active character. I am fairly certain that is teched in there in order to counteract Yunjin, as she is probably going to be one of our more popular early game decks.
You can't see it very well, like the art, but it's so beautiful. Like if you have a chance, go look up that card. It is one of the most gorgeous arcane arts. They're all gorgeous, but I really love this one. But yeah, it like saps your opponent's energy, which can be really detrimental for especially combo decks that are trying to build up to their bursts, right?
But once again, though, it is rather matchup dependent, and against a MES matchup, I don't think it will matter, because Sayu doesn't care too much about her burst, neither does Eula, and you're never building towards Mona burst in the first place.
Of course, Glass having a very strong tournament history, coming 3rd in Asia Quetzal's Gathering Season 5 and 4th in Season 1, also qualified through the Serious Showdown, played in WCG Busan, came top 8 there. But here we have Flash's deck. This is nearly a mirror matchup, but as you said, instead of Eula, we do have Shenhe, which is kind of a peculiar choice, especially because that Wolf's Gravestone equip can also go on Eula, but not on Shenhe.
No, absolutely. Like the double equip on Wolf's Gravestone is one of the strong suits of this deck. You're able to early equip onto Sayu and then like pivot over onto Eula to make that big damage, and so you have some carry over with that weapon flexibility. Another change as well is that Flash is choosing to run a second Lotus as opposed to a second Rhythm of the Great Dream. So they have a little bit more survivability mixed in there, but they do lose out on some of that free equipment.
Yeah, but did have Ancient Courtyard instead of the other arcane, the newer arcane that Glass brought. But here we go. We are getting into Game 1. Glass versus Flash. Both apparently stall players, judging by their player tags, but playing aggro decks.
Not choosing to bring any of that today. And honestly, I think we're going to see a theme of this in Group A, where people do choose to bring these more aggressive decks, because aggro decks are easier to learn than stall decks, right? Because when you think of stall decks, or even combo decks to some extent, they do typically want to go round 5 into and finish the game around round 9, 10, or so on and so forth. Because you play the game for that much longer, there's a lot more variation to the lines you need to learn, whereas aggro decks finish the game by round 3, so there's a lot less variation, and there's a lot less things you need to concern yourself with, so they're much easier to learn in that regard. And because we're coming into a new patch, because it's more unfamiliar, I think players will choose to pick these simpler decks just so they have something in their repertoire.
What do you think about this specific matchup? Like, who do you think is going to be favored? Oh wait, before we get into that, look at this screen here.
That is so such a cool graphic.
It's amazing. But who do you think is favored? Like, just honestly, Shenhe not having that Wolf's Gravestone, I'm not sure.
I mean, I think in this matchup, though, that won't come to pass. I think what's more important, though, because this is a Mew mirror, effectively, whoever goes first basically wins the game. Because if you go second, you need to spend that second extra action on Mona in order to apply Hydro to Swirl, right? Whereas if you do go first, which appears Flash did get did win the coin flip for that, you can just instantly swirl as soon as you get your turn on round 2, which will be a huge advantage because 3 less dice you need to spend in order to apply Aura.
I wonder if there's anything to be said about going for Shenhe Burst at some point rather than going Sayu, especially because if you're playing this mirror matchup, maybe what's gonna give you the upper edge is freezing out your opponent's carries.
That is something to consider, especially when you are playing against Sayu with that Prepare skill. You are able to negate a lot of her damage if you do freeze her in the middle of that. Although...
Lumenstone. Wait, I didn't catch which artifact that was. It looks like Wolf's Gravestone. Oh, look at that animation. Wolf's Gravestone already on Sayu and Flash's side. Let's go for the Mona skill.
Shadows of Fate.
I didn't catch what artifact that was, though.
Glass will also Mona skill, as is quite typical with these types of decks. You want to apply the Hydro early, and you want to leverage that fast swap to get an instant hit onto your opponent's characters. Flash will just continue to equip onto Sayu. Oh, draws into Maze as well. That is quite big.
Draws into Maze. Shadow Sanking, putting it down. Draws into Heart of Kavrina. Not exactly what you want.
No, I mean, but you have no more dice remaining, so I don't think Flash will be particularly upset about that. But now, this is, the problem for Glass. If you end turn and try to match Flash's ramp, you're going to give up damage because you're going to be forced to skill again on Mona next turn. But if you go in and punch onto Sayu...
Sayu, skill with talent.
Oh, draws 2 more cards.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, right, even if you do this, Flash has so much more equipment than you. They have so much more advantage going down, because Tomias will give them a free Gilded eventually. They already have the World's Greystone equipped. Glass has none of that.
Yeah, I don't disagree. There's not even any artifacts equipped to make use of that Liar Song to put Gilded on for Glass, so I do think that Flash kind of has the upper hand in some ways, even though Glass was able to get off those swirls. But with these decks, I feel like that can change so quickly.
I mean, when you are playing aggressive deck, and when you are playing something with a lot of explosive potential, like a World's Greystone equipped Sayu, there is huge potential just for a momentum shift at any moment. But for now, though, I will put the lead firmly in Flash's hands.
I mean, Lumenstone, Timaeus, doesn't have Gilded, though. Doesn't have Gilded.
Not quite
You
yet.
could draw into Gilded. I do think the Wolf's Gravestone equipped already on Flash's side is going to be a significant advantage going into round 2.
Oh, Gilded!
And the question is... Oh, wait, already doing Gilded and Boar? Okay, no, this is
okay. That is the top deck of the century. I am... But, okay, looking at this game, I'm getting flashbacks to Ting versus Binzu. Like,
You're getting
just all 3
flashbacks?
games.
You're getting
I resign.
flashbacks.
This is my second resignation.
Not again! Oh my gosh.
But yeah, look, in that matchup, like, Ting just always top deck exactly what he needed at the perfect moment, and I'm kind of getting that sense from Flash. Unfortunately, the dice are a bit cringe. They need a lot of ammo this turn, not the Hydro dice, but with Gilded, that could very easily be fixed.
With Gilded, indeed. Flash hasn't... I don't think Flash rolled his dice yet. Ooh, wait. Keeping some Hydro there.
I wonder what
Very
that was for. We don't need a skill again on Mona. That's very curious.
I am also curious about that because, I mean, that... Flash has turn prio, so you could just quick swap and swirl the Hydro Aura.
No reason not to either, right? Because Glass already has Hydro Aura on everyone, so it's not like you can avoid it either. Oh, you know what? Flash might be considering, like, just a Mona normal attack, because if they go over to Sayu right now, Glass can just freeze her.
Same with Shenhe.
Shenhe as well, yeah.
Here's the Gilded. Ooh, it's gonna be on Shenhe, so it looks like... Are we gonna see... Are we gonna see
Shenhe's
quick swap to
skill?
Shenhe? Or... Is that just... I mean, it could just be a play it, because Flash does have that Liar Song as well
What
as
exactly
Boar and
is
Heart.
teamwork?
Oh, no,
we
it's
are going
Shenhe.
Shenhe.
Manifest!
Okay.
We do have the dice to build Burst on Shenhe if we so desire. It might not be a terrible play, because right now we can't really swap to Sayu, because Glass could just instantly freeze her with the power of Eula. So we go for this alternate win con that we built into our deck. We get that Shenhe Burst, we get like our 3 damage swirls going, and then next time we can still swap into Sayu in order to just get those swirls down.
Yeah, I guess this is assuming that Glass goes for Eula and freezes. I think you're right, because you don't really want to start Sayu's prepared skill and then get her frozen. But it's like Glass is just going to go to Sayu.
Yeah.
Heart of Karina, lots of card draw.
I think Glass going over to Sayu here is just because there's no point in freezing Shenhe, right? Your main goal is to prevent that Sayu from going on field, which you've already done. So at this point, you're trying to further that advantage. You're trying to even out the gap. Flash has more equipment than you, but you now have this opportunity to try to even out the damage early.
So, there's no elemental application on Glass's side whatsoever, and that's kind of the concern I had. I mean, I guess you could keep building up towards Shenhe Burst at this point, but...
I think as soon as you get that Shenhe Burst down, a lot of that lack of aura will be solved more or less, because it will hit end phase as well once you get the burst up. The only concern to that, though, is if Glass ends first, you can just swap off of Sayu or swap off whatever character you ended on, let them tank the aura, and then Flash is back to square one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I like Flash's current position. Despite all the equips, I feel like freezing Mona there instead of swirl. Like I know we talked about not wanting Sayu to get frozen, but now you have no elemental applications.
That is very much true, but I think this really comes down to Glass's decision turn 1, right? Instead of matching Glass's ramp, because if you do that, you first spend your dice again, right? And then Flash is just going to get further and further ahead. You instead go for this alternate line, apply those 4 elements, and force Flash off the Sayu so they can't leverage that equipment advantage. I think that was a really heads-up play from Glass, and I think that really shows why they deserve to be here.
Draws another Gilded. Hasn't played board noticeably, so, I mean, Flash does have 4 heart in hands for some extra dice to get that third action.
No large song just yet, though. That was used up earlier.
Yeah, that was just used up to re-equip the Gilded, and it's going to be another skill from Shenhe. There's the application, at least.
You know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we just saw Shenhe solo. Because, like, I mean, Shenhe did get nerfed. Her icicles now are 2 instead of 3. But she still hurts, like, a lot.
Yeah, she does.
If you get her burst down.
And a lot of players are not bringing Send-Off. I feel like Send-Off was what really did Shenhe SC in back then. Because everyone was taking Send-Off to combat the Shenhe's burst summon. And then it just kind of fell out of favor and then Magic came in.
I mean, the thing is, like, summon meta kind of fell out of favor, right? Because, yeah, summons are more damage efficient than your classic skill because they apply 2 instances of aura. They also, like, do damage off field, which means you can't avoid it. But the thing is, why would I wait for my summon's end phase when I can just skill 2 or 3 more times with magic?
True, yeah. I mean, so I think aggro decks in general fell out of favor once magic was implemented. But I think specifically, like, Send-Off really, really hurt Shenhe SC and Shenhe decks.
No, like, for sure, because that, like, it's minus, like, 3 or 4 extra cryo damage, because you're expecting to get like, at least 2 cryo skills in each turn for the duration of that burst. Not even including the end phase damage it does as well. So, like, it was a lot of value that denied that deck, but the thing is, there's no reason to bring Send-Off right now anymore. Because Shenhe SC isn't popular anymore, and neither are summon decks, so bringing Send-Off is effectively a dead card in most of these decks.
Ooh, I don't know if I like this for Glass. So, Glass put Heart of Kavarina onto Mona and swapped back, and now Flash is just gonna be able to Mona skill, I think.
I think Mona's skill is okay, but I think what might be better is just a live and pass, and yeah, here we go.
Really? Because
okay, so
what I was thinking, you could free Sayu next turn if you apply Hydro right now.
No, the thing is, though, Glass just swaps over to Sayu, and then it cleanses the cryo damage, right? Yes, Glass won't be able to get their Liven down, but I don't think it matters.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. So, because Glass has 3 dice left and plenty of dice generation, double Liar Song. So, I mean, Glass could definitely just end on Sayu, cleanse the cryo. That is true.
Another thing as well, though.
Square one.
You're back at square once again, yeah. So Flash is going to take, preserve that cryo aura on her. We do still have the option to swap over to Mona if we so desire. But another thing now is that we can swap over to Shenhe, we can burst, and that's 2 characters on Glass's side with cryo on them. It's going to let Flash's Sayu have so much of an easier time swirling, and then it allows that Shenhe solo game plan to come in. Because if you swap over to Eula and freeze the Shenhe, that's fine. We already got our burst now. We can swap over onto the Sayu now, or we can like swap stall between Mona and our Shenhe, and then allow our Sayu to come in with that Wolf's Graceland fully equipped to do big damage onto Glass's side of the field. Or if Glass keeps swapping over to on the Sayu instead, that's fine. We have our Shenhe burst now. We can just Shenhe solo. She'll do 4 damage skills, and that is still a lot of damage.
You know what's interesting? Not only does Shenhe's burst buff cryo damage, but it also buffs physical damage. So it kind of helps if you are in a situation where your dice are just not working out for you. So you will have that Wolf's Gravestone equipped and the Shenhe burst summon to buff the physical damage.
Yeah, that's true actually. Gravestone enhanced normal attack with the Shenhe summon. That is what? It's like 6 damage? Well, that hurts.
It is a lot of damage. So yeah, if enemy opposing character is under 6 health, it's an additional +2 on top of the +1 Wolf's Gravestone already gives. So normal attack is 2 +1 +2, and then Shenhe burst summon is +1. So
basically, if at any point Glass's characters is within if Glass's characters are within Gravestone range and Shenhe's summon is up and Flash is sitting on Sayu, that character's dead. Assuming no Lotus.
So Glass hasn't drawn into Wolf's Gravestone, right?
Not yet, I don't think so. Oh, that's the Vicious.
No,
Oh, wait, that's the Vicious. Ah, no, Flash goes
that's
first.
The Vicious.
Oh, I think that's Gravestone though.
I mean, yeah, the Vicious doesn't matter here, I think, because you always have a quick swap for Mona. You're always gonna get Shenna burst off.
If Glass had that last turn though, it could have been pretty big.
That would have been evil.
Unfortunately though, drew it just one turn too late. Probably won't get much use out of it anymore. Assuming Flash does go for the Shenhe burst line, I think that is the best option they do currently have access to. But, I mean, there's a reason Flash is there instead of me. They may have calced something better.
Here's the boar. What is Flash gonna do? 2 more cards will also proc the rest of that Lumen Stone. Getting put to good use here. It's gonna be... There's Rhythm and Golden House in hand for Flash.
Yeah, I mean, that is a free Gilded equipped straight away if we play both of them. Because Rhythm
one
plus Golden
Defiance
House
stack.
discount the Gilded by 1 each, so it'll be 1, and then Defiance is 1 stack, so it will be a free Gilded.
Literally free Gilded plus boar. Lots
Free
of
real
dice
estate.
generation. Wait, ooh.
Oh,
Sayu
Sayu
Talent on
Talent.
Flash's side. Also draws into a quick swap.
The thing about
Not sure if I
Sayu Talent, though, is that the way it works is that you need to do a reaction first before it can draw you those 2 cards. And because Mona doesn't have Hydro Aura on her, you're not drawing anything just yet. So Flash can't capitalize off of the 2 draw from Sayu Talent just yet.
You definitely think that the elemental application is pretty awkward for Flash, just having that cryo on Sayu. Meanwhile, there's Hydro applied across all of his characters, and if Glass can go to Eula without getting her frozen, like, there's a good chance that he could sweep if Flash isn't careful.
I think Flash is kind of debating whether or not, like, just skill on Mona and then go Sayu, or maybe we just go into Shenhe again. Because the play is never Sayu at this point. You can't even swirl anything. It appears it will be the Shenhe.
Wait, it's a Lotus on Shenhe. Looks like Lumenstone drew Liar Song there for even more dice generation.
Oh, this is a really smart Lotus from Flash. Because at this point in the game, Glass has 10 cards in hand. They drew through, like, at least half their deck. There's a very high chance there's Gravestone in there, right? Eula's skill, we know, without Grimheart does 2 damage base, right? Because Shen is under, it's 6 HP, Gravestone adds another 3, that's 5. And then the Freeze is a +1, so that's 6 damage.
Ordnance Divine.
So Shenna would have died if we didn't play that Lotus, especially as we see now, Glass did indeed have the Gravestone in hand, and then like Glass can immediately capitalize off that by generating Grimheart, playing Gamblers on top of that as well. It would have been a snowball that Flash could not come back from. But now with this Lotus, we prevent that possibility. We keep Shenhe alive, and we prevent Glass from snowballing with Gravestone and with Gamblers.
Yeah, and Flash was able to get Shenhe's burst out there, also using Liar Song to draw back the Gilded that was already on Shenhe, and now she's sitting there, 0 cost, ready to go on whenever Boar Princess enabled. Still has Golden House Rhythm in hand. So this is gonna be a lot of dice generation for Flash, but it looks like Glass is going over to Eula here. This should be Wolf's Gravestone equipped.
I think at this point, Flash has forced out the Eula play. Glass cannot afford to let the Shenhe just punch them over and over and over again with Summon Up, with the Ice Equals up.
Shut
Right?
up.
We need to put a stop to this.
Ooh, look at this animation. It's so cool.
I love that. Oh, yeah, Shenhe's fully frozen now. And now
No
problems.
Wolf's Gravestone equip on Glass's side. This is probably better actually, but
And then now it's problems for Flash. We can't go to Sayu, right? Even if we did, we can't swirl. We can't go to Mona. She'll just get instantly frozen. We can't skill on Shenhe to apply that summon. Fastwell's being forced out now. This allows us to get at least one more action down, but the thing is, we Mona skill or do we not?
I think you have to go back to Mona. But the thing is, so Glass hasn't equipped Wolf's Gravestone. I think, honestly, this is where Ancient Courtyard would be really, really useful, because you have no way to
It
discount
is
that.
as the
It's gonna be very
stars
expensive
foretold.
to equip it, but Wolf's Gravestone would seal the deal for... Well, actually, Mona will just fall to skill anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's the
Shadows of
Grimheart from
Fate.
Mona. Skill coming out, but that's not enough. Grimheart with the reaction here should still be 6 damage. If Glass does choose to go for the Gambler's Equip, replace whatever artifact is currently on Eula. They can get a refresh here.
I think Flash wants to go to Sayu and get off a really big scroll.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean,
there's the free
Gilded, so...
There is the free Gilded. There's also...
The Boar Princess as well.
Boar Princess and also Rhythm and Golden House sitting in Flash's hand for more discounts.
What Glass can do to really mess with Flash here is to just swap off Eula or just feel a normal attack. Either one would really mess with Flash's flow. Because Flash is reliant on the fact that Glass kills the Mona here with the Grimheart skill. They go Sayu, and then they play Golden House plus Rhythm for free, Gilded get +2 dice, and then get Sayu skill after that. The thing is though, with only 1 dice remaining, they don't have the dice to swap off and also do that combo because Gilded Dreams only generates you 2 aligned dice, not 3. And they can only do that combo once.
Yeah, and so that Grimheart, I think with Mona's shield there, I don't know if it would be enough, especially without Gravestone.
It should be because the freeze is +1, so Grimheart's 5 base and the 1 from freeze.
1 for freeze.
So it would be enough,
that's right.
but
it would be enough. It would be enough.
Glass is doing the smarter play though, just swapping off, making sure that Flash absolutely cannot get a skill off on Sayu.
But I think this is exactly what Flash wants. There's the Golden House, and this should certainly be a swap over to Sayu at this point, right?
It could be, yeah.
Oh wait! You have Boar.
No, you can still swap Sayu and Equip because you have Boar Princess, so that will give you 1 extra Omni dice to work with. So you can still swap skill, even if Glass didn't kill the Mona there. Okay, I didn't catch that. I forgot we played Boar earlier. Yeah, 3 dice remaining.
I don't think it's a quick swap from Flash. I think Flash.
It is not.
Can I go catch up on my sleep?
Yeah, it's not a fast swap. And Glasses leave it to me in hand.
Yes, Glasses leave it to me in hand, so even though Glasses Mona's passive fast swap is already taken up, still has a fast swap, and there it is, leave it to me coming down. This is gonna be huge for Glass. Also, Glass is still sitting on 7 dice here, has at least 2 actions to work with.
1 Liar in hand as well, that could potentially be 3 depending on how they play this out.
Ooh, Eula.
Yeah, we'll be Eula swap because, I mean, our goal here is to prevent the Sayu from getting any actions, right? And what better way than prevent her from acting than just freezing her outright?
With Grimheart.
With Grimheart as well.
Crush.
Not only is it freeze, it's a very chonky freeze.
Very chonky freeze, bringing Sayu down to 3 HP. Draws a Rhythm. Honestly... Oh. I wonder... Glass has Gamblers. No Boar, though.
No...
Liar.
No Gravestone equipped either. That Liar will be able to let Glass do, I think, 1 more action. No Boar. Okay, no. This will be the last action Glass is able to do.
Unfortunately, Flash was not able to get off that swirl.
Oh.
It was not a quick swap for Mona.
Okay, Rhythm of the Great Dream.
I wonder if this is going to be a Gravestone equip with those 2 Pyro.
It might be. I don't think Glass has enough dice though. Seed box, okay.
Seed dispensary. Oh, probably not to overdraw. Probably not to overdraw.
Ah, that's true.
Sitting at 8 cards at the moment. Oh wait, Liar Song?
Gilded is 0.
Gilded. It is 0 with Rhythm. Rhythm plus Liar Song discount. Reapplying the Gilded.
5 dice is still not enough. We need 1 more dice in order to do an action.
Is this gonna... No, it can't be.
I don't think it's possible to get 6, because we didn't play Boar Princess.
There's no Boar Princess. I don't even think you can... Okay, so Strat...
Golden House came late.
Golden House! That is too late. That is too late.
Second Strategize, though.
There is a second Strategize, but I wonder if you honestly...
I think the play is Liben and first. Right? Because we have Gravestone in hand. Every single one of Flash's characters is 6 HP or below, which means at the start of next turn we can instantly annihilate one of them. snap him out of existence. Flash left on 2 characters remaining, right? Like, Flash will be forced to sacrifice one of their 3 characters, and they need all 3 of them for something or another.
I actually don't know if Glass wants to end first. Because then you just snipe off Mona, it's a free swap. To Sayu, and then you just swirl and freeze both Sayu and Mona, and then...
I think that's fine, though. Right? Because Mona, like, you Mona's skill with no gravestone. Mona, oh no, but it's still fast off either way. No, I think you do go for it.
SSK, there's the boar that was needed before.
Yeah, once again, just a little bit too late.
Still no gravestone.
We can do an action if we do... Okay, we'll swap the Mona.
Very interesting decision. This will cleanse... It doesn't take out Mona, right?
It does, actually. Shenna Summon does 2 damage.
Okay.
Right? Shenna Burst does 2 damage, and then Mona Summon with the freeze reaction will do 1. So Mona actually does die here.
So Mona falls here. Who does Glass go to? Flash will have turn pro going into next round.
No, Mona doesn't die because there's Lotus in hand. Mona lives.
The Lotus. Mona does live. 1 dice, all you need.
Okay.
Yeah, so Mona will be left on 2. And I think this is pretty ideal for Glass. I'm just looking at those the cryo and hydro application on Glass's side. Because someone's gonna get frozen.
That is true, and now Flash finally does have that turn priority. Can swap over to the Sayu. No aura on her either, but unfortunately 3 HP. That is well within lethal range of just like... If Glass has Gravestone, that's well within lethal range, and they have no Lotus to bail them out of this either. If they go Sayu, she can get 1 hit off, and then she will fall shortly afterwards. You can't really Mona skill here either. I think at this point, your best chance is to go onto that Shenhe once again.
I think
Shenhe's skill with the free gamblers let you kill Mona, get your dice refund.
So you could gamblers on Shenhe, take out Mona, get the dice refund, and then at this point there's no way for Glass to freeze Shenhe or take her out in 1 hit with either character, right?
As you command.
So you have
no, there isn't.
On Shenhe.
Because there's no Grimheart, skill right now, even with Wall's Gravestone on Eula, will only do 5 damage. So Shenhe is guaranteed to get 2 actions down, especially with no aura on her, so no chance to freeze either. You can just skill. It'll take out Mona first. You should probably play the Gilded, and then for the 2 dice, followed by Rhythm and then the Gamblers.
And then play Rhythm for the free Gamblers, yeah.
Yeah. That'll give an additional 4 dice for Flash to work with. And then Flash, I think after that, will be forced to swap onto the Sayu, because Mona will instantly get frozen by Shenhe's skill.
But both really aren't great. I mean, you don't have a quick swap onto Sayu, but I think you just do another action on Shenhe at that point and wait for Shenhe to go down. Then you go Sayu and swirl, and then Eula's frozen, and Glass's Sayu would be taken out at that point, right? So this is actually looking really dicey for Glass, but here we go. The Gamblers equipped coming down, those Omni dice getting refreshed, and Mona is out for the count.
Mona is out for the count indeed. Can't swap over onto her to absorb damage. Can't swap over onto her to absorb the auras and force Flash to waste more dice. So it will be Sayu that is forced onto the field right now because you cannot go Mona. She will get frozen. And even with Gravestone, because we played Lotus earlier on Flash, really great heads-up play, she is not low enough to be one-shot by Eula skill, which means she will instantly respond by freezing Glass's Eula.
This is a really hard decision for Glass because, I mean, going Sayu is just also not good. Like, it's what you have to do, but it's going to bring Sayu down below that 6 health threshold.
No,
Don't want that to happen.
This is terrible for Flash indeed, right? Because Sayu, there's nothing to swirl, so it's not like you're getting some extra draw from her talent as well. No Gravestone equipped, and even if you did, it wouldn't do that much damage. And Shenhe just skills twice, and, I mean, your Sayu dies. Left on solo Mona, and that's gotta hurt.
Liben, Boar, I think we're trying to proc that Lumen Stone. I wonder what Glass is searching for right now.
I think the best play you have if you are Glass is somehow equip Gravestone to Sayu and then skill. If you equip Wolf's Gravestone and skill, it makes it so Flash cannot swap onto their own Sayu and respond, because the extra follow-up damage from the Wolf's Gravestone will be enough to take out Sayu, so this forces Flash to stay onto the Shenhe, or also sacrifice their Mona.
I think the unfortunate thing for Glass, so that Arcane Legend Vicious Ancient battle is kind of just hanging out there, not really doing anything. And meanwhile, Flash immediately used Ancient Courtyard to get Wolf's Gravestone to go onto Sayu round 1. I think that was actually so crucial for winning this matchup, because it took so long to get that Wolf's Gravestone on either character, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Arcane does not come into play at all.
Yeah, no, we do see the Arcane difference right away. That 2 extra die is paying dividends for Flash. Of course, Sayu hasn't actually taken to the field just yet, or hasn't done any damage. She absorbed quite a bit earlier. So we can see that Arcane difference really just paying dividends for Flash. On the opposite side, though, maybe if Glass had the Fresh Wind of Freedom, this could be different as well.
Oh, you know, if Glass had Shenhe versus Sufan, that would have been enough.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, though, that Glass is running Eula instead. I think Flash probably just kills here. I mean, if you swap over onto Sayu or Mona, they both died. You swap over to Mona, you know, you give Glass a free double kill with the power of that swirl, so we are forced to stay Shenhe just that little bit longer.
Honestly, I think you normal attack just to use up the Electro and Pyro.
We could, yeah.
Because you already have Icy Quills out. You could go for a skill, but you might want to save those Omni for swirling with Shenhe, because swirling with Sayu, because you want Shenhe to go down.
Mm-hmm. It's all about the breakpoints. Will that extra damage from skill make a difference? And it appears that Flash believes they will.
Oh, you know what? If Glass had another Lotus for whatever reason, then yeah, the breakpoint does matter there.
No, actually it doesn't. Because Lotus right now will put Sayu into 6 HP. Sayu with Gravestone only does 4 on the first hit. So it actually didn't matter either way. I think normal attack would have been most likely better.
If you swirl, yeah, if you swirl. Well, there is the Vicious Ancient Battle. Wait, but
Burst is still up, so we have no reason to refresh it yet.
Wait, does that mean Glass isn't gonna take out Shenhe?
Well, is Glass gonna just tune N? No, but if you tune N, you just instantly lose on the spot.
I wonder if Glass knows that the end is nigh, and is just playing the arcade to play it, because I'm
actually, it might not be the end of the world if we just tune End. Because End phase, that someone will cleanse Eula of Hydra, right? And then you get turn pry. You can instantly just kill the opposing Shenhe, so Eula can't get frozen. I think there's definitely a potential line for that, especially considering Flash already used a lot of their dice generation resources and 3 cards in hand. It might not be that bad, all things considered.
Tune on Sayu. Wait, Heart was on Eula.
I think Burst.
So I mean, Glass is going to take out Shenhe at this point, right?
You tune for it, so I think you are going for it.
But they might play Vicious.
Yeah, that is rather interesting. It might have been Vicious for extra thinking time.
No, it is a swap onto Eula. Using the Enmo die.
So force Flash to freeze or tune in order to attack.
And this is what I was kind of afraid of, because now you just have those like Electro and Pyro. I really wonder if normal attacking would have been better. Looks like we're tuning everything to go for a skill.
Manifest!
-5 though.
The question here though is does Glass still have enough dice to do one more action on Sayu? Because if they do, I think that's just instantly game over for Flash.
This is pretty rough, actually. I'm not sure that I liked this turn from Flash.
I think that tuning was for sure a bit of a misplay. The breakpoints wouldn't have mattered in the long run. Sayu would have lived no matter what if we decide to swap skill onto our Sayu with Lotus. So I'm fairly certain that wouldn't have come up. Glass does choose to finally end early on live, and knowing Flash has no more dice remaining, completely empty hands, so no magic available, and this will allow them to get turn priority.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you want turn priority. So, because Flash is on that 1 HP Senha, and there's cryo application on both of Flash's characters. So, I mean, if you even so much as, like, blow on Eula, she's gonna fall over, so...
Like, even the slightest gust of wind is enough for, to make Eula stumble and fall. The thing is, though, I mean... we're at least able to even out the numbers with a Eula burst or even a Eula skill, but
Golden House.
man,
so,
Fresh Wind would do so much for us.
It really would, but I mean, Shenna is gonna fall here. You just go Sayu. Yeah, actually...
like Sayu just close up the game by herself. Just, I mean, even if you don't even need to go Sayu, just Mona, right?
You can go Mona or Sayu.
Either one works.
It doesn't matter. Either one works. Mona is 1 energy point away from her burst. Also, she has the Hydra application to freeze out Sayu if needed. Like, honestly, like, both these characters are so low on Glass's side.
I think Mona's probably the better play, but yeah. Both these characters are just so close to being one-shot by Flash. And, like, with no fast swap currently in hand, we can't even avoid their deaths. No defensive utility in our hand either. We went all in for the equipment package.
Glass is really thinking about how he can get out of this situation. I think he understands that no matter how much dice he has in his hand, no matter what cards he has at his disposal, unless they're gonna heal his character somehow, there's no way to come back from this. There's the boar, and I mean, I wonder what we're looking for, trying to do here. Gilded onto Eula. At 13 dice right now. No cards left in his deck to draw. Luminstone just giving an Omni.
It is certainly a lot of dice, but unfortunately not a lot of health. So one way or another, Glass is shortly to fall. It's just a matter of how.
There's the Gambler.
Vengeance will be mine.
Burst with his awesome animation is going to take out Shenhe, but I fear that this is not going to be nearly enough.
Yeah, I believe the same as well, because Flash swapping over to the Mona. Oh, those dice are atrocious. But it's fine. A normal attack is all it will take.
Normal attack is all it will take, and I mean, Glass can... So, yeah, I mean, Glass can definitely just take out Mona, but even if Glass doesn't,
What a sorry sight.
I need the quick swap from Mona.
Swap over to Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone is all it will take.
Eula falls, and now Glass only has Sayu left. Both Sayus at 3 health. I mean, you have so many. Look at all those Omni that Glass has, and it's just not
all
going
wasted.
to do anything in the end. Yeah, it's gonna go to waste. Fortunately, there's nothing that Glass can really do here. It will be an elemental skill, leaving Mona just 1, but I mean, it doesn't matter what Flash does here.
As long as it's not Mona normal attack.
as
long as Flash does a Mona normal attack or instantly end turn.
So sleepy.
But it will be a quick swap onto Sayu, and a normal attack is more than enough. Flash taking the first game of Group A in the Aster Carnival Pacific Prince Cup tournament. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, congratulations to them. It was an absolute thrill to watch. Glass was able to get a rather early lead by freeze locking Flash out of their characters because they went for an early Sayu skill, but Flash, with the equipment advantage, was able to fight from behind and take back the lead from Glass.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I know we were debating this before, but I really feel like the Arcane choice was kind of what did this in some ways, because that Vicious just never came up. I know there were other aspects to it, but having that Wolf's Gravestone equipped onto Sayu so early, and then for Glass not being able to equip Wolf's Gravestone until like several rounds in when you really probably needed the damage earlier. I personally feel like that was pretty big. What did you think was the pivotal moment in that match?
I think it all really just came down to the coin flip. Like at the start of the game, round 1, before anyone did an action, I think like I think Flash already secured the advantage in that. In these Mona Swirl Mirrors, whoever goes first has such a huge critical lead over their opponent. It's like a 60-40 matchup at worst, right? But even still, I think Class did a really good job at putting Flash on an early back foot by being able to freeze lock them. But the thing is, if you do go for that freeze lock, you're losing out on so much damage, especially after you've already equipped. Especially, no, you didn't equip Sayu yet, but like especially because you lack that swirl damage, you're lacking that second hit from Sayu, and because that damage differential, we just weren't quite able to come back.
I'm honestly really surprised because I mean I think Glass had early Sayu talent as well and was able to draw quite a lot of cards from swirling and had those Hydro Auras applied onto Flash for basically the entire game, and Flash was just like after the Hydro Auras got cleansed. For Flash, I think that's when he officially had the advantage, because there was no way to lock out Shenhe or Sayu from acting at that point, and without basically sweeping, Glass was just shut down because those elemental auras, even though he managed them well in the first part of the game, they were building up. So yeah, just when you have Cryo or Hydro on a character, you know that they can get frozen. It's so hard to swap to them, because you're gonna get punished.
Kind of where the interesting choice of Flash's Shenhe came in, right? Because typically we do have the Mona because double equip What the Wall's Gravestone, as well as the Grimheart, is able to let you clean up your opponent characters so much easier. But Shenhe has a lot more consistent damage with the burst, with the Icy Close, and I think that earlier damage from Shenhe, not needing the Grimheart, not being reliant on that, really helped them make up the damage difference.
I think so as well. So I mean, on the topic of the Arcane choice, I just want to talk about, so the Arcane Vicious Ancient Battle, I feel like that might have been taken not to counter this Sayu deck, but actually maybe to target one of the other decks that's been up.
The Vicious Ancient Battle, I think, is mainly to target 3 decks in particular. One is obviously Yunjin. We haven't seen it yet, but it is a super strong turn 2 deck that can easily OTK you turn 2 if your opponent rolls well enough. Another deck is Consecrated Whale, Con Whale. It is to stop those Consecrated Beasts from being able to just infinitely spam burst with the power of the Bone Crusher energy blocks, as well as somewhat for Kave decks.
Right, and I also think just combo in general will be targeted by anything that uses the Vicious Ancient Battle Arcane, because you're taking away an energy point, and combo decks are trying to get off bursts normally to build up their combo, but here we go. This is just a reminder for the rules here. This is open deck list conquest format, which means if you win with the deck, you cannot play it again. But if you lose with it, you can play it again. All decks submitted have to have different character cards. There can be no repeats. And you do get to choose an opponent's deck to ban after seeing the full list. So after winning on that Shenhe deck, Flash can no longer play it and is locked into that Wriothesley, Farina, Herald, Freeze, Stall? I would say, is it more mid-range or Stall, actually?
I do believe it's more mid-range. Herald typically does play in these more mid-range decks because it has a lot less HP. Yes, it does have a revive, but it's a lot easier to take out because it has a lot less max HP, so it's a lot easier to just one-shot, but the Wriothesley mixed in there as well, it's like a mid-range freeze lock deck. Your objective is just prevent your opponent from doing their actions with the power of Herald's Abundant Hydro app, as well as Wriothesley's reduced dice normal attacks. It will absolutely prevent your opponent from doing what they want. It will disrupt their game plan, especially on a deck like Class's Su deck, where you have that Prepares Go on Sayu. It is like probably one of the best matchups Flash could ask for.
It looks like Glass is gonna run it back again with this MES Nona Eula Sayu deck. I wonder if it will fare better.
I think it would actually fare worse, because a lot of this deck's early pressure comes from Sayu on her Prepare skill, so you can double dip into the Wolf's Gravestone. But against the Freeze Lock deck, that's just more opportunities for your opponent to freeze you. Because you have to spend twice as long on the character.
I feel like Riceley, new character this patch, so people are still trying to figure out what decks he goes well in, but he's definitely been a popular choice in these types of decks that are stallish or mid-range-ish in nature, that are looking to basically freeze out your opponent. There's a lot of really interesting card choices in here too. You see the Mausoleum of King Deshret and Forbidden Knowledge.
Another new card in there is the Cash Flow Monitor, and as well as the Makashose Hunter, a new 3-cost artifact.
So, I mean, wow, there's gonna be a lot of mechanics that we haven't seen on the stream yet, so we're gonna have to break it down as we get into this match. But we are going into round 2 of the Group A, first best of 3 in Group A for the Prince Cup Pacific tournament. It'll be Glass versus Flash.
It'll be the round 2. If Glass loses, they will be forced down onto the lower bracket, and of course Flash will advance. But if Glass is able to bring it back into a game 3, they'll have one final chance to reverse sweep Flash and take back the series.
Of course, whoever loses this series will not be knocked out of the tournament entirely. They will be knocked down to the lower brackets. But here we go. Look at this awesome animation as we load into our second game, and immediately we see some new cards, keeping the Mausoleum of King Deshret on Flash's side.
And the 2 Hydro Resins as well. That is rather surprising. Typically, we do mull those away because they don't give us early advantage. Because like in stall decks and even mid-range decks, we like cards that give us advantage over time because it's much easier to play these cards early when your opponents do less damage because they're also less equipped, and also when your characters are healthier, it gives us a lot more leeway to get these types of cards down. So keeping things that give us immediate advantage in our opening hand is rather surprising.
Looks like Flash already threw that Cash Flow Supervision, Riceley's signature weapon here. So, do you want to talk a bit about what this weapon does?
Yes, this is a new weapon. It costs 2 Align to equip, and what it will do is that every single time your character with it equipped either takes damage or receives healing, your next normal attack costs 1 less unaligned dice. Up to 2 times per round, and also does +1 damage.
Shadows of Fate!
So, it kind of feels like a cross between Rifle Reward and Tula Tula.
Kind of, yeah, but critically, it does not give you +1 damage base, which is why it's 2 cost.
That makes sense, but it's 2 aligned. So
it is 2 aligned.
What is the point in taking it when you're playing a deck with Riceley?
Okay, well, I mean, Riceley has a lot of synergy because, I mean, it is his signature weapon, so of course he does. But Riceley's skill, after you cast it, it'll give you 2 stacks of his passive. I'm not entirely sure what it's called, but basically what it does is it gives you 2 stacks of it, and then if Riceley is above 6 HP, his normal attacks cost 1 less unaligned dice, and he also deals 1 piercing damage to himself. But if he's below 6 HP, it will instead heal him for 2. So it has so much like synergy with this character because everything he does either makes him take damage or receive healing. So you're able to constantly proc the effects of this weapon.
These Fontaine characters with like taking damage themselves and it benefiting them in TCG is such an interesting mechanism to me. It's really fun to see it in play. I remember when Lenny was first released, people were unsure, like, is this gonna work out? He damages himself, and you learn that you could like put Heart of Kavarina on him and draw a card from it.
I think like these Fontaine characters are super interesting because they promote kind of a high risk, high reward playstyle. Because you bring yourself closer and closer to death, but then you also bring your opponent even closer than you. And of course, when you're below a certain point, or if you meet certain requirements, you're able to deal up the damage you did to yourself as well. So it's kind of a push and pull.
Flash normaling on Karina, swapping to Herald, and putting down that Mausoleum of King Deshret. Glass is going to be drawing some Forbidden Knowledge. I can't wait to see it in his hand.
Oh, there's the Makashose as well. So, what King Deshret does is that it costs 1 aligned dice to play, and then every time your opponent draws a card, it gains 1 stack. After it reaches 4 stacks, it will immediately put 2 Forbidden Knowledges into your opponent's deck at the top 2 cards.
On the top.
Yeah, at the top, as we see right there. It also gives them a status, and then every 2 cards your opponent draws, it will put an additional 2 cards randomly in their deck.
So it's really
And-
discouraging for like combo decks, right, that are looking to draw out their entire deck in the first couple rounds, because you just draw like this forbidden knowledge that you can't tune it. You literally cannot tune it. It is not tuning fodder, and you can only play one per round. So it just kind of like stacks up in your hand. You're like, what do I do with this?
I mean, in addition to that, every time you play one, it will let you draw another card from your deck, but it will also make your active character take 1 piercing damage. And I mean, speaking of forbidden knowledge, there it is.
Hello.
And Sayu Talent is going to force Glass to put an additional
there's
one in
another
their
one.
deck.
There's another one.
There's another one.
Sayu Talent working overtime. Draw out that forbidden knowledge. It's spreading already. Deshret's plan activated.
That's 6 forbidden knowledge is already in Glass's deck. I mean 4 because they just drew 2.
You know what's interesting to me? So Flash, I believe, is running 2 copies of Machine Assembly Line as well, which is not a card we've normally seen in competitive play until this patch.
In fact, it's been seen so little that I have yet to buy it on my own account, and also do not know what it does. If you do,
So I
please
have
let
it,
me
yeah.
know.
So each time after your character is targeted by and takes damage or is healed, accumulate 1 point of battle readiness, and then basically when you play a weapon or artifact that costs 2 or more, you clear those battle readiness points and play that card for free.
Oh, it's quite a lot of value, but I can also see why no one used it before. What's important to note, though, is that these battle readiness points do carry over onto the next round, but it is tied to a specific character.
Oh, it's tied on to Farina in this case. Also, looks like Mario Sose Hunter went on to Farina as well.
That's rather surprising. I would have thought you put it on Wisely, because, I mean, he's able to heal and damage himself at the same time without the help of your opponent, so... I think...
Is this gonna be a Farina burst?
It could be.
I'm really curious as to Flash's lines here. I'm not too familiar, admittedly, with this deck. But normally, I know Riceley is the one that is kind of like your anchor, like you end on Riceley and sweep.
I mean, Riceley is a character you do like to anchor on because, one, he does the most damage out of your other characters, and he also has, like, his dice reduction and also just deals more damage overall. So you're able to stay on him longer, you're able to freeze lock your opponent longer, you're able to sustain himself longer, and you're also bringing equipment for him as well, so he just deals more damage.
3 Forbidden Knowledge in hand for Glass. This is so unfortunate.
You know, if Glass's hand gets any fuller with Forbidden Knowledge, they're just gonna start overdrawing their actual good cards.
I mean, that's why you play it. That's why you play it.
It is so disruptive to these cards. Oh, that's another one. Oh, that's another Forbidden Knowledge.
Playing Forbidden Knowledge, taking 1 piercing on Sayu, and drew another Liar Song. But yeah, there's another one going in the deck. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. On the bright side, at end phase, we no longer will overdraw because we have emptied our hand quite a bit from at least a bit of the Forbidden Knowledge. But another unintended side effect of Forbidden Knowledge is that, like, it also forces your opponent to play their resources early, or else they're gonna overdraw.
They're gonna overdraw we can see it and not be able to shoot anything. False Gravestone on side.
We can kind of see the effect now, right? Where Glass is going for the combo, perhaps a little bit earlier than they would like, because those Forbidden Knowledge will force them to overdraw their actual useful cards.
Oh, this is really hard for Flash, I think. I do believe if Flash swaps to Farina, she would live by...
1.
Would she live? By 1?
Yeah, I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee a victory.
Wisely.
Oh, and we haven't cast our skill yet, so he doesn't have his status. He can't heal himself just yet, but we do have those Hydro Resonances to make up for it.
Do you have those Hydro Resonances? Indeed. I wonder if we're gonna see them here. Also, noticeably, that weapon is now free to play.
Oh, it is because the Machine Assembly Line. Good catch. We have our Liar Song, so you could re-equip the Makashose onto Risley with double Hydro Resonances. We might be able to get an action off, but I don't think so.
I don't think that... So, Farina doesn't have to be the active character to put that to use, right?
No, they just need to have it equipped.
So you could still play You could still play Hydro Resonance.
We could, but it doesn't
Effect from
appear
it.
that Flash is going for it.
But I worry because Glass is sitting on
Bow
the
before
dice,
the
and I don't think, I don't think you want.
I think we're sacrificing Herald.
We are sacrificing Herald, but I don't. Aren't you sacrificing more than Herald?
Yep, you're also sacrificing Farina. Because
Oh.
Sayu is a prepare skill character, and Flash doesn't have dice remaining.
I really question not playing Hydro Resonance there.
Yeah, that was a bit rough. Another thing, though, is that Flash didn't have a chance to apply Hydra onto Sayu, which means that Flash didn't have an opportunity to freeze her.
Witness
And because
my
Glaz is playing magic,
magnificence!
there's just so much dice generation, Glaz is able to just get infinite actions out, and because we're not able to put a stop to that by freezing on turn 2 when like Glaz has all these resources in hand, we're just taking a beating.
There's the weapon onto Risley, but this is not gonna be enough at all. I mean, we're really seeing the power of this Sayu deck, and I mean, Liben is not gonna do much for us either, unfortunately.
No, too little, too late. I mean, Flash is playing a deck that wants to go for the long haul, wants to like just apply Hydra onto all the opponent's characters, and then bring in Risley for that endless freeze lock. But just unfortunately, Glass played too fast and didn't let Flash have a chance to execute that game plan, and we can see the consequences of that now. Oh, Risley's just dead.
Yes. No, this is not even close. This one is very decisive, so one more skill is all it's gonna take. Glass will in fact it's gonna burst from Sayu. Glass will in fact take game 2 against a Flash. These players are now 1-1 in the first set of Group A of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament.
Turn 2 OTK for Glass to even up the series 1-1. What a thriller to watch. I think Flash did a really great job, like kind of innovating on a deck. I can see why it would be strong, and it even dumped so much forbidden knowledge into Glass's hand, but it just didn't end up mattering because Glass finished the game before that could come up and become a factor in potentially their untimely defeat. But great job on that turn 2 OTK, finding the dice, finding the timing to take out Flash before they had an opportunity to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, it really didn't matter. I think, having those 2 Hydro Resonances in hand, I think that Flash had the resources to sustain himself throughout that turn, but I guess he just underestimated the sheer power of the Sayu deck. I mean, you see your opponent on 3 dice with a ton of cards in hand. I think you know that Sayu's going to go for another skill. With that Wolf's Gravestone equipped, I think that, it's a no-brainer that Sayu's going to be able to take out someone. It's not just going to be Herald at that point. I really think you have to go for this Hydro Res, but, of course, now that that deck is out of the way, Glass will not have access to it, so it's going to be forced onto that Yunjin deck, but I'm not sure. I feel like Yunjin should still have the advantage.
Yunjin will play very similarly to that Sayu deck. It wants to go for that turn 2 OTK. It will spend the entirety of round 1 ramping, and it also really is kind of weapon dependent, especially on the Primordial Jadewing Spear. But on the bright side, Yunjin needs a bit of time to get her burst rolling, to get her statuses going, so there's a lot more opportunity to freeze her. So hopefully this time, Flash can put a stop to Glass's combo before it gets going. But once again, though, I mean, they could just get stomped turn 2.
I don't remember the arcane that is taken in the Risley deck. Do you remember if it was vicious? Like, if that would be something that could target Eugene's burst, for example?
I don't remember either, but I think it should be vicious. It's either vicious or judgment.
I guess we're gonna have to find out, but it looks like we have our last decks here, of course. Again, this is open decklist conquest format, so both of those Sayu decks have won a game. So now Glass will be playing this Yunjin Zhongli deck with Seahorse, and I personally love seeing Zhongli played. And Flash is playing this same Risley deck. Basically freeze lock his opponent.
Zhongli has taken kind of a fall from his glory days in Geotionid, but making a resurgence once more in Yunjin. Hopefully he's here to stay. I do love seeing these Archons being played. They have kind of fallen off as the meta doesn't really quite favor their playstyles anymore, but it's still great seeing them when they do appear.
So, Zhongli, as the anchor here, do you have any insight to why Zhongli is picked over like any other character? Because my impression of Yunjin is that she can basically enable any character to do a whole ton of damage with her talent and burst,
I think
right?
that's kind of a misconception for Zhongli. This deck doesn't actually need a third character. It is Yunjin plus either Seahorse or Venti for their extra draw and or dice value for the talent. Zhongli is there for one reason and one reason only. Liyue Resonance, Stone and Contracts.
So then, why a Geo character and not someone like Xingqiu or Chongyun or I don't know, who else could you bring that's Liyue? Why Zhongli specifically?
It's because Yunjin can't capitalize off of their skills and or burst. It just takes too much time to set up, so it's not worth it. And critically, Zhongli is a Geo Liyue character, which means you get Geo Wovens, which means you need to tune less cards in your hand.
Makes sense. So, I guess
I mean, honestly,
never...
the tuning doesn't matter because you play Yunjin talent and empty your hand anyways.
True. But I mean, I guess it doesn't really... Zhongli's deck used to be so centered around him and Geoshin. You would have Vortex, Vanquisher, Tenacity, the Millet, they'd all go on Zhongli and build up to that huge turn where you have Geo Resonance and just have like 10 million shield points, and now it doesn't really do anything that.
Yeah, no, he doesn't anymore though. But still, Ming is showing here for that Liyue Resonance Stone and Contract. So you see his mighty, not very imposing, but rather handsome figure on there. Changing shifts as well, which is a card we have not seen in like a year at this point, I would like to say. And 4 weapons for the Wagner. It's because Jadewing Spear has so much synergy with Yunjin. Prepare skill counts as 2 stacks for it, both the shield and the hit. So you're able to get 8 damage normal attacks as soon as you skill, right? Which is so much value. That's why you're running 2. And the Moon Pierce as well to reduce cost. The Engulfing Lightning as well is the odd one out.
Really interesting choice. So I mean, it's +1 damage, and then automatically once per round, if the character to which is attached does not have energy, they will gain 1 energy. So I guess, do you just equip that on the Zhongli?
No, you do still equip that onto Yunjin, assuming you don't draw Moon Piercer or a Jade Spear. The only reason it's there is so Wagner has 3 unique weapons.
Huh. I mean, I guess that's what you would bring. Like, I'm not sure what else you would bring, but...
Oh, no Arcane.
Okay, so that's why I couldn't remember the Arcane. There just isn't one. Okay. I see.
Now, you can't remember deck having an Arcane if it's just not there, but yeah. No, the reason the Engulfing Lightning is there isn't because it has particular synergy with any of the characters. It's because Wagner needs 3 unique weapons in order to search one out. And I really like the 4th... You're running 2 Jade Spears, though, because Jade Spear has so much synergy, and it's the 50-50 weapon tech.
Yeah, but here we go. This is the last game of this first set in Group A of the Acid Carnival Prince Cup Pacific Tournament. Glass versus Flash. Who will make it to the upper bracket, and who will get knocked down to the lower bracket? This game's gonna decide it.
Oh, Glass starting out rather nicely, though. Already Jade Spear in hand with Strategies as well. What Yunjin really likes to do turn 1 is just ramp 8. So we keep that Jade Spear. Oh, we have the Wagner as well. And the Liyue Resonance. Glass is eating good.
I heard some players joking around before, calling it Float 8, which I thought was pretty funny. Because normally Float implies that you're just passing the dice and not using them. But
bow before the abyss!
Really is
I mean, that kind of is effectively what you're doing. You're using all 8 dice in order to carry them over to turn 2, and that is what this deck is entirely built around. This is your game plan. You want to cripple them turn 2 with a fully equipped Yunjin, do 8 damage normal attacks with the power of that Jade Spear.
Are there any other decks that use Primordial Jade Wings here up until now? I feel like it is not a weapon that you frequently see played.
No, it isn't. The only reason it's here is because, like, 8 damage normals on Yunjin has a lot of synergy with her. And it's just also spear characters typically haven't been good carries or when they were, they didn't have great synergy with the weapon or didn't need it, right? Because, I mean, Candace, you're using her for her burst in combination with Razor, so not typically a carry and has better synergy with Vortex Vanquisher anyways. Xiangling, once again, not a carry, skill doesn't do damage. And Xiao kinda doesn't need Jade Spear and doesn't have great synergy either, because he doesn't have a prepare skill to double stack it.
I have seen some decks with Yunjin and Xiao, but very intrigued by this one. But here we go. Liyue Resonance. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Lyra, Res, Wagner, and then we just end our turn with Strategize. Unfortunately, we drew our second Jade Spirit. It's not what we wanted. Ideally, we get, like, I don't know, second Lyra isn't stack. I guess we get, like, a Liben or maybe second Wagner or something. But yeah, I mean, Wagner Lyra Res is already, like, 6 dice into the next turn, so I think Glass is more than happy for that.
Flash putting down Lumen Stone. This is almost certainly going to be a Farina skill. We're going to strategize first to see what we get, and it's 2 Liar Songs. It's not great, but... Oh, Lyman? Matching the ramp with more ramp. This makes sense.
I think this makes sense, yeah.
Now, the only thing I would fear for Flash is that, like, even though you're gonna have that ramp going to next round as well, I don't know, I feel like you really need to get Hydra application out at some point. I guess on 2 Seahorse doesn't really matter, you more want it on...
Yunjin is the only character that matters in this deck. It's Yunjin or nothing.
It's like Ito plus 2 characters with 10 HP.
Yeah.
Those memes with Bin, Barbara, Ito, Noel are back.
I mean, it wasn't entirely inaccurate, because Ito himself is just able to take over games and solo sweep by himself. Yunjin, though, unlike Ito, doesn't have sustain, because you're not equipping her with things like the Tassie of the Millilith, and on skill, yeah, she does the prepare skill, but your opponent can just kind of ignore that and not attack into it. So a lot squishier, but like is just as powerful and has a lot easier setup because we have a 2 energy burst instead of a 3.
What is Flash gonna do here? I wonder... Oh, interesting.
Oh, and proc Lumenstone so you can skill and proc Liven.
Just playing the card to proc Lumen, so I guess this is gonna be a skill then. I was wondering if Veteran's Visage was gonna go on, but it looks like that. Oh, this awesome animation. There is Herald's Elemental skill.
Gets rid of the Seahorse's shield as well. I don't know if I like this. I think I would have preferred to just equip Veterans and pass their turn. Actually, no, that was a 3rd card. It would have procced anyway, so... I guess it's fine. I guess it's technically more dice value, but I think Veterans equip pass into the live may have been better dice value overall.
Notice
those dice are great.
That mausoleum of Queen Dashry, those dice are amazing. But I wonder if it's gonna come up at all. I feel like Glass is already preparing to sweep.
Something I would like to point out though is Glass intentionally kept the Electro dice, not because they wanted to skill on Seahorse, but because they're intentionally griefed their dice so they can tune their entire hand and get the dice reduction on Yunjin Burst.
This is gonna be a slow swap on to Zhongli.
This is a technique.
You go on?
Okay, like this intentionally griefing your dice thing is actually a technique we're gonna see a lot more in Kave Will decks because they like to just tune their entire hand. So we might see players just intentionally get bad dice a couple of times depending on the matchup.
It's very interesting you point that out. I was playing some test rounds earlier with both the Kave Whale deck and the Consecrated Beast Whale deck, and it's just like you have to tune cards to give Whale HP, and if you have all Omni or like dice aligned with your current character, you can't tune, and so then your Whale doesn't get HP, so you literally need to roll bad dice in that case.
But it is a fine line though. If you roll too bad, you actually can't do enough skills, but if you roll too good, you can't tune.
You don't wanna, yeah, it really is difficult. It reminds me of like managing your dice with treasure, because sometimes you draw treasure and you have to tune it because you don't have enough aligned dice to actually do what you want to, even though you have so much dice generation with treasure.
That is, yeah, like, I don't know. I think these techniques that the players bring, like intentionally griefing your dice, like the way they min-max the game to give themselves advantage is just so interesting.
But looks like we're doing a lot of swap selling here, by the way. And so we swapped to Farina, we swapped back to Herald, Glass swapped to Zhongli, and then back to Seahorse, and then back to Zhongli, and...
I mean, the thing here, though, is that Glass really doesn't want to get Yunjin frozen. But, like, Flash doesn't want to give them the opportunity to do so, and the longer they swap Soul, the more it will benefit Flash. Because Glass is kind of on a timer. A lot less resources, your game plan is to cripple by a certain point in time. And, like, Flash is perfectly okay with just passing turn and doing nothing but equipping artifacts once per round.
Let's get to
As
work.
long as like Glass isn't able to do anything either.
Equipping artifacts and also equipping forbidden knowledge to your opponent. With the Mausoleum of King Dasher.
Yeah, that as well. I mean, the longer this goes on, the more it will benefit Flash. It's just like, it's so hard for Glass to find an opportunity to jump in, because as soon as Union gets frozen, it's kind of game over from there.
Bow before the abyss!
Yep, it's just gonna be swap stalling all the way around. Both players trying to make the other player do something first, use their dice, and I mean, Glass is not gonna have it. It's probably just gonna be swapped to
I think,
Vanessa.
intentionally griefs their own dice so we can go tune more. Let's go! The thing is, though, Glass will eventually need to make a move. They cannot stay here and swap stall forever because Genshin is very much a turn 2 deck. You want to win or ideally cripple your opponent beyond a comeback by that point, and the longer we swap stall, the less resources we have to do that.
8 dice left. I wonder, really wonder. Glass gonna have to avoid getting Yunjin frozen, but I mean, it's so hard to avoid getting any elemental application on your characters, right?
Yeah, it is so tough, especially on a prepare skill thing like Herald, where... But still, though, I mean, we need to find an opportunity to go in soon, and our time's a-ticking.
Our time certainly is a-ticking. 7 dice left to Glass.
Yeah, I'll do my best, but
The
I
actions
can't guarantee
are
a
dwindling
victory.
in front of our very eyes, and I mean, Flash just happy to go to Risley.
More than happy to swap stall, because, like, all things being equal, as long as neither player does actions, Flash is perfectly content just equipping the Veteran's Visage in passing turn, and here we go, Glass finally swapping onto Yunjin.
Oh, we're on Yunjin. It's time for something to happen. I mean, I think Flash is definitely gonna be applying some cryo here.
The reason Glass is deciding to go in now is because Flash is on 5 dice and no artifacts currently equipped, which means that they cannot pull back and do 2 actions.
Yeah, crucially, Flash will not be able to freeze out Yunjin this round, so Glass has just the amount of dice to go for 2 actions too, so let's see what happens.
Might potentially have more as well because we have Legend of Vanessa in hand, and Yunjin's flag will also reduce the cost of your normal attacks, and I believe it's a Minty meat roll in Glass's hand right now, so we could see potentially up to 3 actions depending on how this goes.
Yunjin no talent in hand though.
That is the rather important thing. If we did have talent, I'm pretty sure we can easily get 4 or maybe even 5 actions, but Glass should be more than happy with 3. Jade Sphere equipped here, probably.
Should be Jade Sphere. I wouldn't imagine you'd go for Moon Piercer, but I could be wrong.
I think Jade Spear is the one that will give you more value because it's just more damage compared to Moon Piercer. The only reason you equip Moon Piercer is if you're able to eke out another action, and I believe that's what Glass is calculating right now.
Yeah, the dice is gonna be critical, but it will be Jade Spear
Observe!
onto Yunjin for free because of that Wagner, and there's her skill.
Flag finally generated after a long, long while.
So, the little flag at the bottom there, when your character uses a normal
I
attack,
knew you'd
it's
miss me.
+1 damage.
Flags up!
And then if you have basically 1 card or less in your hand, the skill costs 1 less die as well.
5 damage skill, Jade Spear just did +3 damage onto that skill. Like, look at the value on that.
Farina 5 HP already. Those breakpoints are like
They're brutal.
so good. They're very brutal. Like having 2 5 HP actions is so painful.
Farina's-
Like in comparison to 4.
We can't end on Farina. Farina still dies. Normal attack is 8 damage. Does Flash know this? A normal attack is 8 damage. Farina's just dead.
Jade Sphere. I mean, this is what happens when you're up against brand new characters. This is a brand new patch. Both Risley, Farina, and Yunjin are all new, so there's still a lot of practice that needs to be done to know the ins and outs of these decks.
I'm fairly certain Farina's just dead here, but Jade Spear might not be at full stacks yet. It might not be enough. See 1 card getting tuned. We can just play the rest of them. See what Glass ends up doing. way they need to manage their dice to empty the hand completely is the funniest part of Yunjin.
I mean, tuning indicates that it's going to be another skill.
Potentially. Either that or we're just dumping our hand in order to get the extra dice reduction on normal attacks. Was it damage or I think... No. Talent was the one that was dice. I think if you have no cards in hand, it's extra damage, right?
No, it costs one less.
Flag fly!
Okay, it is skill again.
Unleash!
Yeah, it's another skill. It'll be 6 damage, so it's 1 damage off. Breakpoints are coming in clutch. Flash did calculate that pretty well.
Alright. Yunjin doesn't quite have the damage to take out Furina this turn. It was a close thing though. You're like 1 HP is not at all secure, even if we run a lot of healing in these freeze stall decks.
And
Will be a swap back onto the Seahorse though.
Yeah, the swap stalling continues.
It will most likely continue for another long while, but now Flash is on the back foot. They need to make up this damage difference because as the game continues, Glass should be pulling further and further ahead. We already have 2 flags stacked up on Yunjin. Minty meat rolls in hand, gamblers as well. There is a lot of things that can go very wrong for Flash.
So noticeably, Glass did draw into a quick swap, also changing shifts, which could come up because there's a lot of swap stalling going around. That is 1 extra dice for Glass. It's kind of hidden right now, but I think that Leave It to Me could actually come in handy at some point if Flash
could.
makes a misstep.
It could. I mean, it's also like 1 extra dice for swap stalling as well, and Flash does have the turn priority, meaning they have to waste dice.
Bow before the abyss!
That will be rather important.
Swap on to Herald. Now, how does Glass respond? It's probably gonna be back to juggling.
Yeah, I think we're gonna. Oh, fast swap.
Fast swap, changing shifts. This has to be to Yunjin. It looks like
Break a leg.
is actually gonna come out, and now it doesn't matter if she's frozen.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, no weapon equipped onto her, onto Zhongli, right? So that will be a lot less damage. But, I mean, even without a weapon equipped, he still does 4 damage normal attacks. And 4 damage is a lot of damage. Minty meat rolls, too. Ugh.
Flash... Flash could go for a freeze here on Yunjin, but I don't think it's gonna matter in the long run, because you just swap off anyway.
Now that is brutal.
This is very brutal. It would be better in Visage equip onto Herald macarons to heal him up, but yeah, I don't know. Because I mean, the other thing is, if you freeze Yunjin, like sure, Glass can't do anything on Yunjin for the rest of the round, but then like the elemental aura is cleansed for the next round.
Yeah, that's true. You can go back into Yunjin with like the Jade Sphere, start smacking again. I mean, like even if you do freeze her this round, I don't think it matters that much because Zhongli will also hit like.
Frozen though. Herald skill coming out. That is a prepared skill as well. So the question is, I'm just looking at. I'm looking at the weapons in Glass's hand and the 3 Dendro dice. I wonder if it's just going to be an equip pass.
No, I think you want to proc the revive now. Right? There's just 2 normal attack. 2 normal attack. Like, we can even tune 3 Minty meat rolls and normal attack twice, if we so desire. Although with the Hydro Roar on Seahorse, our opponent could have a fast swap freeze if we do commit the Minty meat rolls now. I don't think we're going for it. So I think it is just tune 1 normal attack. Proccing the revive I think is good, because that's like less damage you can absorb later, and it is a quick pass.
Lightning onto Zhongli. I mean, when you have 3 Dendro dice, you don't have many actions. I feel like this is better. You get that turn prio, and at this point, Zhongli getting that energy could be pretty crucial as well. If you could manage to get Zhongli's burst off, I think that's pretty good.
I mean, Zhongli's burst is really for Risley if you get into that 1v1 situation.
Yep.
You press the funny button, like, you just can't act. It's super freeze, basically.
Who says Geo characters don't have freeze? But I think that's why you equip that Golden Lightning onto Zhongli specifically, because his energy points from it.
strategize from Flash. We pull some more cards in our deck. Hopefully they're helpful. Not going to be used now, though. We didn't fit our deck enough for treasure, and we don't have enough dice to play the Sealy now. Second underwater treasure hunt being drawn. Don't think we're going to see that come up anytime soon, though.
2 more stacks on that mausoleum, and forbidden knowledge will start spreading in Glass's hand.
The thing is, the mausoleum isn't that valuable in this deck.
Where is a pep when you need it? You know, so fun lore fact: a pep 8 Deshret. Like just. Like
oh really?
8 Deshret. Yeah, just like 8 Deshret.
Just 8 num Deshret.
Yeah. And then that's why the withering exists in Sumeru. Because the forbidden knowledge was tainting it and causing the withering.
So basically, forbidden knowledge from Deshret caused the desert, and then a pep 8 Deshret to cause the withering in Sumeru.
Yeah. So
interesting.
Like basically, so like basically a pep got like an upset stomach, because you know, like literally a pep inside of a pep's stomach is like an entire like literal oasis. Like there's so much life, and it's died out and become corrupted.
So basically, a pep's body is Sumeru, kind of.
Kind of. You could say that.
You know, it's really interesting that the forbidden knowledge has different effects depending on where it is, right? Because in Deshret's kingdom, it was a bunch of sand. In Sumeru is the withering. Like, if we brought it over to like Fontaine or Mondstadt or Lyria, what do you think would happen?
Oh, I think it's just another form of corruption. We'll have to see if something like that ever happens. But, I mean, in the case of TCG, if you bring it into TCG, it makes you take a piercing damage and draw a card.
It also fills up your hand, and like players don't like that.
You can't tune it.
You can't tune it. I mean, you could discard it though. Just play Xinyan. We'll never need to worry about it ever again.
You need a pep to eat it.
Num. I mean, a pep doesn't really have any self-discard though, but if you bring Xinyan in there with a pep, you know, forbidden knowledge will never be a problem again. Xinyan cleaning surface.
Wow. Anyway, so it is Flash's turn. Herald still has that revive. I wonder with Herald's burst up if it's going to be flying Curse of the Undercurrent Glass.
I mean, Curse of the Undercurrent is such an annoying thing for most decks to deal with, right? Because it's 2 statuses, and then it makes your next 2 skills and or burst cost +1 aligned dice, and it will not wear off with turn, so you do have to consume the stacks to get rid of it. But this is Yunjin. We don't do skill or burst
just
here.
Normal. Yeah, you just normal. Like, we don't care about Curse of the Undercurrent.
Like, why would I do like weird magic stuff with my vision when I can just punch you? Who needs fireball? I have fist.
Witness my magnificence!
Oh, swap onto Farina. This is basically baiting out her to be sacrificed here.
I think this is like to consume one of the flags early. I think skill here, because we want to preserve those for ideally Risley or Herald. You don't want to use them early. And oh, free gamblers!
Gamblers equipment is a free gamblers, and I mean, it doesn't matter.
Oh, we're just going in. Is it MMR equipped for the empty hand buff?
It might be.
Am I...
Normal attack. Was that not?
Alright. No Minty meat rolls. We're keeping that for now.
Interesting. But we do get the Omni refresh, and now Flash has to choose where to go.
I mean, going Risley is bad because
I'll do my best, but
going Herald is
can't
bad
guarantee
too.
a victory
early, and it will be Risley.
It will be Risley.
Does have his status up, so this normal attack is reduced. Oh, it's aligned dice, not online. That is even better. But it will give him some self-damage. He does have self-healing, though, if he gets below 6 HP.
So, this is so unfortunate for Flash, I believe. Applying Cryo to Zhongli.
I mean, that's good.
For the freeze, but I mean, it's good, but it's not gonna do anything. Like, this is way too slow.
I agree.
This is way too slow.
I think it just Minty meat rolls normal attack. I mean, like, just go for it.
Why
What do we have to
not? Just
lose?
go for it. Who knows? Maybe it's
I
being
mean,
saved in case Zhongli does get frozen, but...
Maybe. We do still need to worry about if Flash has like a fast swap and or some extra dice generation, which is very much possible, right? We could fast swap, Woven, Skill, and Herald still. It's still something to worry about, and then our Minty reroll kind of goes to waste, so... We could wait a little bit on that, but I think it's... We normal attack no matter what. Whether or not we Minty is a different story, but normal attack, always.
The timer is in fact ticking down though. Glass is going to have to make a decision. Is it Minty normal, or are we just gonna normal without the Minty? Did we forget the Minty exists?
Still deciding here. We got a little bit of time left, but yeah, as you said, timer is ticking down. And like around 20 seconds left.
Oh, it's just gonna be a swap onto Seahorse. I wonder what the reason for this is. What do you think?
I think we're trying to bait out some more actions from Flash. We want to make them like absolutely just consume the remainder of their dice, and then as soon as that's done, swap back onto Zhongli, swap back onto Yunjin. Minty meat rolls, we like punch 3 times.
I mean, I guess so.
Like, the Minty will make our normal attacks. 1 dice. 1 unaligned dice as well, because we also have the flag still there. Swap over to Herald now.
Yeah, there's a swap onto Herald. Still has 3 dice left in hand, and it looks like Glass is going to Yunjin.
3 dice, 1 action. Yunjin has no aura. We can't possibly freeze her if we wanted to. Flash would need at minimum 7 dice if they want to freeze Yunjin, and that's just not possible with their current hand.
Burst is not going to be enough to take out Yunjin at all. I think we're going Yunjin specifically because of the primordial... I don't know.
Spirit,
like,
yeah.
Why not hit on Zhongli? I am a bit confused about that.
Jade Spear will do more damage. No gamblers, and we're probably not going to gamblers crash. The Curse the Undercurrent applied with the burst, so we cannot charge up our flags even more. We can't get the double stack onto Jade Spear with our skill, so we are just forced on normal attack for the remainder of this turn.
Yeah, but I mean, Minty and 2 normal attacks is gonna be more than enough to take out Herald. I don't foresee Flash being able to do an action on Riceley, though I guess Glass doesn't know that.
You know, and critically, with this revive, we can't even instantly freeze Yunjin. We're gonna play around it still, though. Like, we're gonna absolutely make sure that Flash is unable to freeze us this turn, swapping back onto the Zhongli.
Why didn't we just go for it?
There was that slight concern that, I mean, with 2 dice remaining, right, if we just had a Woven, we could normal attack, and then Yunjin would die. This way, we avoid that a little bit. We can still guarantee 2 actions with the flags. So it's a little bit safer.
Let's get to work.
Swap back onto Riceley. 2 forbidden... Two Mausoleums of King Destred on the field now. And Glass with 4 Omni and that Liven on the field. I wonder what the goal is right now.
I do as well.
Of course, you know, I'm just looking at the normal attacks there. Wait, Glass is
we're
ending.
passing. We're just gonna pass for Liven, okay. I mean,
So
the swap on a Risley is smart.
What do you think is going on?
The swap on a Risley is rather smart because, like, this denies our opponent a Gambler's reset. So Glass is going to end turn, we're going to proc that Liven, we're going to get more dice coming into turn 3, or no, I guess it'd be turn 4 at this point. So hopefully get more resources to work with as well. Woven, that's going to be really nice. And we're going to get the final energy for Zhongli first. We get to freeze Herald as soon as he comes in. Right, we normally attack onto Risley, hopefully Flash has no fast swap, generates that final energy, and if Flash swaps over to Herald, boom, petrify. No more Hydra application available for this turn, and that means we can stay on Zhongli forever and without needing to worry about freeze.
Forbidden knowledge. It's arrived. You can't escape it.
Untunable. We can play 1, but... You
We
know,
don't have
Forbidden
to affect
Knowledge
this game.
is actually going to grief Yunjin so hard here. I mean, we can play
Is
1
it?
as well as the Minty
Oh, it
Eagle.
is! You have
Right,
to
because we
play
can't
1.
tune it.
But you can't draw another. Oh!
Yeah, you can.
Oh, no, you don't want to draw another. That's my point.
Oh, the Forbidden Knowledge grieves Yunjin so hard here.
So I mean, do you want to explain why that's the case, Sui?
Yep, so as we all know, Genshin flags more normal attack damage, and your normal attack also costs less if you have one or less cards in your hand. But Forbidden Knowledge, you can't tune it, so you can't get rid of it. You can't get to the minus dice breakpoint. Aw, that actually hurts so bad.
It really does. It is actually so bad.
This, like, actually griefs Glass so incredibly hard.
But Zhongli's burst is up and ready to go.
That it is.
And Risley is only at 5 HP, so I mean...
If we stay on Risley, he kind of just dies. Cash flow, supervision coming in.
Hydro Rift. There's the Hydro Rift, the needed last one. Ooh, draws a quick swap. And I think...
Could freeze the Zhongli now.
Yeah, if you want a quick swap over, you could freeze the Zhongli, but do you do that is the question.
I think you do. There's nothing to really worry about, right? Because you swap over to to the Herald, you freeze the Zhongli. That is the fully equipped Zhongli with burst up, which will force Glass to go over to the Herald. I mean, Yunjin is fine as well, but she will tank that one hit and be on 1 HP, which I guess 1 HP is kind of the same as being at 2 HP, so that's fine as well.
Break points.
Because we have no piercing damage, 1 HP is the same as 2 HP, because all these characters do at least 2 HP on the normal attacks.
Flash thinking pretty hard about what to do here. The timer is ticking down, but we are going to use the Liar Song to pull back that Veteran's Evasive and apply it yet again. Some treasure tech here. Play treasure, get a second cryo dice. Why
Yeah,
not?
you can play treasure to immediately trigger the dice refund on it. Yeah, effectively +1 dice already, the same as the Gilded Dreams. Then we can go normal attack again, do that self-piercing, and draw a card as well.
It only costs 1 too, look at that.
Cash flow supervision doing its work.
Cashflow doesn't need to contribute the extra damage when we have the dice. Whoa.
Staying on Risley, interesting. I mean, and now Zhongli Burst comes in though.
What's 4 cost? It has to eat through the undercurrent.
It is 4 cost, which was kind of the unfortunate thing, because then like as soon as you trigger the Herald's Revive, you can reapply it. So you really want to trigger the Revive first or force him to play talent before you do it, but I don't think you can let this Risley stay active. Burst ready, cash flow up as well. I mean, we use both stacks of the skill, but we cannot let this Risley stay on field any longer.
Yeah, and this is almost certainly going to be a Zhongli Burst to shut down that Risley.
Order guide.
And here it is, Planet Befall! And now Risley is frozen, I mean petrified.
Critically though, because we played the Hydro Resonance and the Treasure, Risley actually lives on 2 HP. So we're next turn, as long as we're able to withstand the remaining pressure from Glass, it should just be a Risley sweep from that point onwards.
I do think it's like ironic having the deck that's supposed to freeze lock out their opponent.
Bow before the abyss!
I mean,
yeah, that is
petrification
kind of funny.
is very much like being frozen.
It is, yeah, but you can't shatter it.
You can't shatter it, you can't shatter it.
No, you cannot.
That's true.
You know, I wish Geo damage did shatter in JTCG as well, because in the base game it does. Bonk.
Bonk, -4. Thanks, Forbidden Knowledge.
Thanks, Forbidden Knowledge. You know what another cool thing you can do against Yunjin? What if you ran Friendship Eternal? You know, have you ever thought about it? Because it gives your opponent cards up to 4, right? So against Yunjin, what if you tech that in? They go on their combo turn, you play Friendship Eternal, and then because they already tuned everything, they have perfect dice, so they can't tune anymore. And then now they don't have dice reduction.
What about Pancration?
Oh, you end your turn first, and then you give them 2 cards?
The Pancration deck.
No, I think Friendship griefs more. Because it gives them 3 cards. 3 cards is a lot harder to get rid of than 2 cards.
Especially
because
if
they
they're
already...
knowledge. Play them with
yeah, that
Mausoleum
too.
of King Deshret.
I mean, it's more of that if you're playing Yunjin, you're already tuned to everything, so you have perfect dice, right? So if you just give them 3 cards, they can't tune anymore. The problem comes in. The problem comes in after that round because now you just gave them more cards. So that's where the problems come in.
Really, and it still is not gonna take out Zhongli, but does leave him frozen, and that prepared skill means that there's gonna be a follow-up. Swap on Seahorse for Glass, and Glass is out of dice entirely. Flash technically has one more action left, but I wonder if those dice are gonna go to leave it instead.
I do expect them to. We should also be ending our turn on Herald as well, because we get to use that revive, and because Glass does have the turn priority, we cannot afford to swap over onto the Risley, as he will be just immediately taken care of by a normal attack from Seahorse. Critically as well, though, Glass only a 1 flag left. Like, Yunjin...
Visage pass.
1 flag left from Glass as well. I mean, Yunjin has a lot of pressure early on because we can just stack those infinitely, but doesn't run sustain, so it's very hard for her to get those stacks back up. And as soon as they're consumed, they're consumed. You're very unlikely to get it back.
So I do wonder why Glass didn't just go for it that one turn with Minty when it was available.
Yeah. I think I was worrying about Freeze potentially a little bit too much. I mean, Flash does have 2 fast swaps in hand, so Glass was playing around that, but I think because you're playing around that, I think you gave Flash too much breathing room. You gave them too much space to work with. And now we can see the punishment coming in.
One normal attack does trigger Herald Revive, but Flash noticeably threw into that Herald talent, so could reapply the Curse of the Undercurrent if they so desire. Though there is one more usage left on Glass's side. Also noticeably, Glass now has 3 Forbidden Knowledge in hand.
There's the
talent.
reapply.
Yep.
I am fairly certain Fast Swap Burst on Risley just instantly wins Flash the game. Because it will freeze Seahorse, it will live, but then it also puts that Icicle status on the opposing characters, and it will like do 2 cryo damage onto whoever Glass swaps to instantly get rid of them. Forcing Glass onto only 2 characters remaining. Like, I'm fairly certain as long as Flash's Fast Swap Risley Burst, it's just over.
Playing Treasure. I wonder if we're gonna see a fast swap. A fast swap Risley Burst. It has to be. Oh no, it's just I mean, Flash is not in any rush.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the more dice to work with as well, more HP. They could just take their time and slowly whittle Glass down. There isn't really anything Glass can do about it, right? Because we ran out of flags. Our pressure window is gone.
It is gone. We are out of flags. We have no energy on Yunjin. All of our characters are 2 HP or under. So, I mean, I think this is the beginning of the end for Glass. Flash is most certainly going to be taking the win here. That turn 2 was just too brutal, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Flash doesn't have any useful, but has plenty of cards to tune, and, like, you don't even need to go Risley.
Yeah, that one turn where Glass had the Minty Meat Rolls and had the opportunity to go in, they could have gotten 2, maybe even 3 normal attacks there, absolutely cripple Flash, take out, like, minimum 2 of their characters most likely, but unfortunately wasn't able to capitalize off of it, right? They played around the freeze, essentially a little bit too much. You can see the consequences here. Out of flags, out of health, out of resources.
And out of this first set, because almost certainly Flash with 8 dice left is going to be able to take the win here. After Seahorse falls, Yunjin's not going to really be able to do anything.
And no dice left either as well. We can't even normal attack, we can't scale. The Curse the Undercurrent is going to really start messing with us now, because we need our flags back up to do any sort of reasonable pressure, and just normal attacks aren't going to cut it.
2 dice in hand. I mean, Curse the Undercurrent too, even if you add 3 dice, wouldn't be able to do anything. It's gonna be a swap onto Zhongli, and Flash just really has to skill. Like, I mean, Flash can do anything.
Skill, fast swap, burst, normal. There's a plethora of things Flash can do.
Burst, fast swap, burst.
And all of them win the game. There is essentially nothing Glass can do.
There is essentially nothing Glass can do. The glass is about to shatter. It is gonna be a fast swap onto Riley.
Let's get to work.
Let's get to work, he says. Playing treasure, are you looking for cryo? Does not get cryo. Punish.
But Veteran's Visage gives it to us. Not
yeah, that's
punished.
true. Veteran's Visage coming in clutch here.
Cashflow is reducing our normal attack as well, but
There's
first
the
coming from
burst.
Ice.
And this should be it.
It should apply the funny icicle status as well. I think it should just instantly punch here. There it is.
Should just instantly hit it, and there it goes. Yunjin falls, and Flash takes the third game in this first set in Group A of the Astra Carnival Pacific Tournament. Congratulations, to Flash.
You know, Glass did a really good job taking early advantage with Yunjin, as this deck typically does, but as those flags faded into the sea of butterflies, the victory became an illusion of the past for Glass. If anyone knew that reference, put it in the comments. Let me know.
I see. Amazing. But yes,
it was
so
really good.
in a flash, Flash seizes his victory. So
the puns aside, though.
Yeah, Flash will be moving on through the upper bracket with those 2 lives, and Glass will be knocked down to the lower bracket. 1 life left in the tournament here, but yeah, so congratulations once again to Flash. And so I think we're going to get into our next set of matches very soon as well. But do you have anything to say about that set before we move on?
I think that Rise deck was rather interesting. It was kind of I don't want to say coin flippy, but it was very polar opposite in terms of matchup. In game 1, we can see kind of just get overwhelmed by the Sayu's damage, but in game 2, we can see how, as a stall deck, it's kind of withstand pressure and then dish it back after the opponent has run out of gas. It's currently only 50-50 in terms of win rate, so we will have to see how this deck fares up against other matchups and how other players pilot the deck to victory. But right now, though, it is, I don't know, I don't want to say inconsistent, but its matchups, I think it might be rather matchup dependent.
We're going to have to see. This is like the beginning of patch 4.8, right? So, I mean, there's so many new cards introduced this patch, not just character cards, but also like support cards and everything. So, you know, and with another top 32, there's more statistics for what decks are going to beat each other in like their matchups. So, but we have completed our first set of 3 matches, and we're gonna go on to Darian versus Minty very soon here.
I wonder if these 2 players will also bring the Conwhale deck. As like I did say earlier, it was the most popular deck currently in Asia, or at least in the CN region. So maybe they bring it out, or maybe they bring up something new to surprise us as well. I really do want to see Kave with his new like scan mechanic, making use of the bloom cores in a very interesting way.
Yeah,
and there's just so many new mechanics.
Kave gets paired with Farina and Mona, I believe, very frequently. I think Mona deck seems to have a slight edge. But I just want to talk about these players very briefly. So Glass, despite getting knocked out here, is actually a player with very strong tournament history in the Catskills Gathering. Also competed in WCG Busan and came top 8. Meanwhile, Flash is a bit of a dark horse. Came top 16 in Asia Catskills Gathering Season 3 and otherwise qualified. We were the Serious Showdown to here. So, Flash is a bit of a dark horse / underdog situation. There are quite a few of them in Group A. Darian is yet another player that has that extensive tournament history that was actually in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament. Last year came top 8. Also was top 8 in Asia 2024 Cattails Gathering Season 1 and 2, and 3rd place in Asia Cattails Gathering Season 3. So, very, very extensive tournament history from Darian, and Minty qualified through the wild card and doesn't have any other tournament history. So...
I mean, despite not having tournament history, they have made it on stage, just means they do deserve a spot there, at least like above their peers and other competitors. So we'll have to see what they bring. And honestly, I think Dark Horses have a kind of weird advantage over these veteran players, right? Because yes, veteran players, they do have the experience advantage. They've been in the scene longer. They kind of know what to look out for, and they could deal with these tournament pressures. But Dark Horses have the element of surprise, right? Because these veteran players, we kind of know what decks they like playing. You mentioned some names, right? And then they have these signature decks they like to bring out. They have these play styles they like to revolve around. Whereas the Dark Horses, there's no information on them. They're completely unknown.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very valid point. Like, for example, I just think about Runatobio and Binzu's match from Atlantic Prince Cup specifically. I feel like Binzu was targeted in a way. But I do think we're going to be heading to a short break while our players get ready to play this next set. So we will catch you very shortly. We'll return to that thought a bit later. Stay tuned.
Questions? You've come to the right person. You got questions? You've come to the right person. On the off chance I don't have the answers, I can ask around and help you find out.
Sethos. Pretty interesting guy. He's like a distant cousin of Sinos.
The first time we met, he came up and asked me if I was Hat Guy.
He nods his head when he talks. It's like, oh, I don't know, like a little puppy, yes?
Doesn't play enough TCG.
Some of my elders say I'm difficult to control, like a wild animal. But don't you think it's...
Don't mention it. I'll protect you. Or you can protect me. Whatever works.
In the Prince Cup Atlantic matches, the event card Underwater Treasure Hunt brought us so many exciting moments. So how can we make the best use of this event card? Let's learn from the pro players. The key to using Underwater Treasure Hunt effectively is to have a stable card draw mechanism. Different decks will choose different tools. For example, Jibu's Chongyun Razor Burst deck uses support cards like Leapin and Treasure Seeking Sealy as its main card draw methods. On the other hand, Binzu's mid-slow pace deck, which are centered around characters like Kuki Shinobu or Nouvelette, tend to use artifacts like Veteran's Visage and Gilded Dreams, which provide continuous card draw. Of course, when preparing card draw mechanisms, most players will choose the Lumenstone Adjuvant as the facilitator for their decks. It not only provides continuous extra card draws, but also offers Omni Dice. Lastly, it's crucial to pay attention to the timing of using Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's best to use it when you have enough card draw methods, or when most of your deck has already been drawn. Using Underwater Treasure Hunt too early might prevent you from drawing other key cards in time. So keep that in mind. Please follow us for more Genius Invocation TCG tips, and see you next time.
Hello, travelers, and welcome back to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Pacific Tournament. My name, once again, is Leah, aka Windflower Leah. We're back from our very short break while we were waiting for our players to get ready. And with me here is Sumi. So,
Hello. I'm back from our break. Hopefully our games are going to be a little bit faster. That was a surprisingly long one. But I mean, shorter games will also mean more aggro decks, and more aggro decks means different matchups that we have yet to see. So either way, I'm going to be excited despite it going long. Here we go, though. Match number 2.
Yeah, match number 2. So this is our bracket recap, of course. And we just finished up Glass versus Flash. Flash going to the upper bracket, Glass getting knocked down there to the lower bracket, loser first round. We'll be facing against, I believe, the loser between Darian and Minty.
It should be.
But yeah, so we're going to be going over Darian and Minty. And if you didn't catch what I was saying before we went to our brief break, Darian is one of those players similar to Glass, has a very extensive tournament history, basically from even back Asia Castle's Gathering Season 3, which was a very long time ago at this point, around a year ago. And also Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Prince Cup Top 8. Meanwhile, Minty qualified through the wild card. It doesn't have any notable tournament history, I believe. So, and it's a bit of an underdog / dark horse. But here we go. Here's our decks. Also, look at that.
Ooh, Conwhale was let through this time on the side of Minty. Yard instead banned a very interesting variation on the double dragon combo deck, bringing in Cryocube instead of Layla.
Cryocube. That is very interesting. But yeah, wow, Conwhale, that consecrated beast Narwhal deck from Minty, actually making it through here. But it looks like Darian is gonna go with this. Okay, it's not MES.
Another variation on.
It's not even Shanha.
On MES. It's Chongyun instead.
It is Chongyun. But I mean, at least Chongyun can equip Gravestone.
That's true, but my question is, why are we bringing in these alternate crowd characters instead of Eula? Grimheart is quite powerful on its own, but if I have a chance, I would love to ask these players the idea behind bringing in this third crowd character, because it's not like Eula is being used for another deck, right? It is Conquest format, so that is typically what players do when they are subbing in characters, but Grimheart isn't using Eula in any of their other decks.
I like the one copy of Treasure as well, but here we go. Here is a brand new deck in version 4.8. Has Kuki Shinobu, which, you know, was a very popular character card last patch, but noticeably we have Shinyan and Guardian of a Pep's Oasis. And I mean, this deck is fairly fast, right? But
I mean, it's utilizing the new discard mechanic as well, right? Because a Pep, what he really likes to do is he really like to generate the organisms in your hand, discard it up to 3 times, or actually at least 3 times, and then you get a shield on a Pep, and it will also make a Pep do +3 damage for free. That's where you bring in the Jinyan, and that's where you bring in things like the Fontaine Research Institute, Kusaba, and a bunch of draw to fill your hand full of these organisms. discard them all, and generate infinite dice thanks to Fontaine Research Institute, and then get infinite damage with a Pep's free +3.
So many new cards. So let's start with Kusava since Minty has it in hand. It's a 0-cost card that goes in your support zone, and it'll basically take 2, I believe it's the highest cost cards in your hand, going into next turn. It won't do it this turn. It won't do it the turn it's played. And it will discard them, so they go bye-bye. And you get discounts on your character skills until you play an action card. So if you play any cards, you don't get those discounts that turn.
No, you don't. But I mean, -1 on your skill cost is so powerful because like you start your turn with 8 dice, and then like it lets you just skill twice. It actually skill 3 times, so any other dice generation, and it pairs really well with the organisms from a Pep, right? Because you want to discard those, and they're 2 base. So as long as you don't play any cards in your deck that are higher than 2 cost, it effectively always discards a Pep's organisms.
You discard a Pep's organisms, and then it, well, like when you discard them, what happens? It turns them into a summon, right? That does dendro damage.
Yes, it is when you discard an organism, it is 1 summon that deals 1 dendro damage 1 time, and something critical to note though. Whoa, 3 damage.
That animation was epic, especially activating that quick in there. Look at all the statuses underneath the Pep.
Oh yeah, that is a lot. Critically with the organisms though, each organism counts as a separate summon even if they do have the same name. So unlike Tower Mar, it won't increase the duration, it will just give you a new summon.
Which is really interesting because then you just have like a bunch of dendro summons on the field that are going to do a bunch of dendro damage at the end of round. But there is that Fontaine Research Institute card. What was the name of it again? I know what it does. I don't remember the name.
I'm pretty sure it is Fontaine Research Institute.
Okay, then I'm remembering correctly. But basically, it costs 1 to play. It also goes in your like support zone. And every time you discard, which this includes tuning, if you tune a card, this counts towards the counters. You discard 3, it gives you an Omni. An additional 3 gives you another Omni. An additional 3 after that, so basically you go up to 9. It gives you yet another Omni, and then it disappears.
Yeah, every interval of 3 up to 9, it will give you 1 Omni dice. So it's very powerful in conjunction with like Jinyan especially, because you burst on Jinyan with 10 cards in hand, like with 2 Fontaine Institutes on the field, boom, instantly 6 dice.
Yeah, because I mean, Xinyan's Burst, just to talk about that for a bit, it discards everything in your hand, right? It just throws
everything.
it all out. It just goes
No
like
exceptions.
into the recycle bin, like goodbye. Like you, if you want to play something that's in your hand, you play it before you Xinyan Burst. But then the thing is, like you were saying, those discards will feed into either, like if you have a Pep's organisms in your hands, they'll become summons on the field for 1. And then if you have Fontaine Research Institute in play, then like say you have a handful of 6 cards and they all get discarded by Xinyan Burst, you suddenly have 2 Omni.
I mean, we can talk about Jenny a little bit later. She doesn't have Burst up though, but what is currently on the field right now? Wolf's Gravestone in the hand of Darian.
Uh-oh. And also, I mean, Sayu Talent's already equipped, so look at all of the cards.
Oh, also, a Pep is below 6.
Oh.
Yeah, we have a bit of a problem.
But
thankfully, though, there is no courtyard.
I think it's skill 1 damage off. Yeah, there is no ancient courtyard as well, but I think it's still 1 damage off.
2. Sayu is the opposite of Herald. It is 1 and then 2 instead of 2 into 1.
2 plus 1 plus 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, Heart of Karina equip onto Mona.
I'm out of here.
Oh, no gravestone.
Skill no gravestone equip.
Curious.
Look at all these cards we're drawing.
Strategize. It's been nice to fill up our already very full hand. Remind me again, does Boar Princess work on talent replacements? I think it is just weapon and artifact. I'm fairly certain talents is not included.
I know if you lose a talent equip, you do get an
Oh, really? In that
I
case, we can
think-
just... In that case, it should work if
So-
we just
so
replay
talents-
Value Talent.
Talents count as equipment
taking the
cards, but
stage.
the specific wording, having their weapon or artifact replaced, so I don't know if it actually counts for talents.
If it specifically says weapon or artifact, then no, talents do not count.
It's not something that comes up very frequently.
Yeah, I mean, typically we only play like one talent most of the time, and even then, drawing the second one is quite rare when you already have it equipped. And when you are playing Sayu talent, and when you are playing like, you know, Shadow of the Sand King, Cavalry, and to strategize Lumen Stone, one of the very rare situations where you will just draw through your entire deck.
Golden House, swap to Mona. What's it gonna be? I mean, I think we just go for and burst, at least build it up right now, right?
Discards the countdown to the show. It's so good.
So good. So you want to talk about Countdown, actually? That is a card that is also new to patch 4.8. Also, I love the Linny character art. I don't know if you are in chat, please tell us what you think of these cards like this that are not character cards, but they have like Genshin characters in them. I love them. They're so beautiful, actually.
Well, like when they're stylized, right, for the characters.
But yeah, what do you think about Countdown?
As an art, I think it is amazing. I think it really fits Linny's character. But like as a card, it is really, really cool. It fits into a very specific type of deck being discard, because the way it works is that initially it will cost 3 aligned dice to play, so same as a Paimon. And what it will do is it will draw you 4 cards from your deck, and it will also have a Inazuma Res effect where it will turn the remainder of your dice into Omni dice. But this is where the interesting part comes in. When you discard Countdown to the Show, it needs to specifically be from an effect like Kusava or Jinyan Burst or Jinyan Skill. You cannot tune it and you can't overdraw it. Neither of those will count. It will shuffle it back into your deck and reduce the dice cost by 1 until it costs 0.
So it's literally a countdown.
It is a countdown.
Literally
fun fact
countdown
though.
to the show.
Fun fact, when you get Countdown to the Show, so when you shuffle it back, Countdown to the Show, it starts at 3, but it will actually change that number depending on how much dice it costs, and when it reaches 0, it will change its name to The Show Begins.
Oh, that's amazing. Wait, I didn't know that. That's actually so cool.
So like, when Countdown to the Show is in your initial hand, you haven't discarded it, it's Countdown to the Show 3. When you discard it once, it becomes Countdown to the Show 2. Discard it again, Countdown to the Show 1. When you discard it again, it's 0 dice, it turns into the show to be The Show Begins. I think that is such a cool thing they did to the card. The little bit of extra Easter egg they shoved in there. I really love it.
I really like how the card functions too, especially in the discard meta, because if you discard it when it's 3 costs, it just, I mean, it gets shuffled back in your deck with less and less cost. And it's, speaking of which, there is the 2 cost countdown. So...
And if we can have the observer click on it, it will show Countdown to the Show 2 instead of 3, so I think that's rather cool.
Darian, by the way, noticeably drew 2 Liar songs. I think it's interesting. It's happened twice already today. Just like drawing 2 cards with both Liar songs. But we'll be tuned and we're gonna play Countdown to draw 4 cards here.
Oh no, we might have a Pep's talent being discarded by Kusava. That's so bad. A Pep's talent is gonna make the organisms do +1 damage. So if we have that tune, that's actually a big deal.
Okay, so wait.
We might have an
there's
issue.
a chance.
No, countdown. Okay, countdown reduces it.
Like 3 cost countdown. We're saved.
No, but it's still 50-50 for the second one.
No, it's not, because there's also the pet organisms that are originally 2 cost.
Yeah, but so is the talent.
Yeah, but it's not 50-50.
Okay, it's less than 50.
Look!
Oh, we got saved. Alright. The clutch countdown. It saved us.
So why is the Pep's talent important? Why are we celebrating?
A Pep's talent's important because it makes summon do more damage. And more damage equals more gooder. Less damage is less gooder.
Thank you for the razor language.
No problem. Let me get the specific wording on that. It might do some other things that I'm not aware of. Pep is still new, so I'm also learning the effects of these cards. I don't quite know all of them just yet. 1,000 Young. Let me get the wording here. When played, create 4 Awaken My Kindred. Place them randomly in your deck. When Guardian A+ Oasis has the card comes on your field, your proliferated organisms deal +1 damage. Okay, yeah. So it gives them more Awaken My Kindred, which is the card that summons the organisms, and organisms deal more damage. So it accelerates a Pep's like game state where you get that extra damage, but it also makes your kindreds do more damage. So like, it's just good.
It's just good, especially like. I mean,
don't tell me they did it
having
again.
having the damage essentially doubled, because I think they do base 1, right? Those
it is base 1.
So having it doubled, does Quicken affect that as well?
It will not double quicken damage, but it will make it do 3.
No, it won't. Yeah, it won't double quicken damage, but like 3 damage Dendro summons. That's really scary, especially if you have any elemental reactions going on.
Yeah, it's like potentially up to 4 damage. That's like real chunky.
Lotus onto Chongyun. She's gonna be a normal attack. Wow, Kuki falls here. So one thing to note here, by the way, this deck does not run Kuki talent, and that is because of this discard mechanic. She's gonna get eaten. You're never gonna play it. So she's basically done her job after she's skilled.
Oh!
But here we go. Whoa, a Pep's burst.
Oh. I mean, we played the Awaken My Kindred instead of discarding it because that gives us our our 3rd stack instantly, which allows us to do 5 damage on burst onto Razor, and also generates us our shield and also heals us as well, so we're out of Wolf's Gravestone range. What a play by Minty.
We still have not played a Pep talent.
No, we haven't, but I don't think we need it right now.
But
also, we don't have the dice for it.
It's gonna get discarded.
No, it isn't, because Kusava's at 2 stacks. Kusava will not discard if it's full.
Right. If it's full, and we've already played cards, so we're not gonna activate that discount. That's important. So Kusava being at 2 stacks means that nothing else is gonna be eaten next round.
The question here remains for Minty though is that after Darian ends, do we want to actually no, if Darian ends on Chongyun, of course we're gonna skill again. But if they do swap off to Mona, do we want to tune 1 and play Liven, or do you want to get a Pep talent down? Or potentially do we just skill again anyways? Because the Pep does 5 damage right now. I think 6.
I was wondering, you have I Haven't Lost Yet you could play, and you also have the Fontaine Research Institute, both of them in hand. And I'm wondering when you're gonna play them, because honestly, if they were played earlier, you could have the possibility of more dice already.
You coulda, but the thing is though, the majority of the stacks you're getting off the Fontaine Research Institute will be from when you get the Jinyan burst. And she's only at 1 energy, so I don't think they'll come up this game.
I mean, look at how low Darian's characters are even without Shinyan burst. And there's burning summons on the field here. Honestly, the summons at the end of turn are gonna be so brutal, but leave it to me, coming down, who are we swapping to?
I'm fairly certain it will just be a skill to Chongyun. That leave it to me is to not overdraw end phase, because if we let Minty do another action on a Pep, guaranteed kills one of our characters, and we just cannot have that here.
It's true. Waiting for Darian to decide.
It's probably decide between normal or skill is most likely their argument right now. It's do I want to tune all my cards to skill, or am I fine with normal attacking? Am I ever gonna be? I will just be live in tune. Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be a tune, so this should most certainly be a skill.
Oof. Unfortunately for Minty though, after that skill, both characters frozen. We can't act again. We would really like to see that Chongyun just die, because that's a lot of the damage on the side of Darian. Gravestone equipped, but
I don't believe Darian has another action after this.
No, they already burnt 1 Lyre Song. Twice out of his... he still has his stacks, but out of usages for this round. Gambler's coming in a little bit late. We already killed Kuki, so we can't get a reset off of that, so... With
Golden House or Rhythm, it would be another action actually for Darian, but...
I'm taking the
looks like it's gonna be double tune, swap Shinyan, maybe a Pep talent?
Oh! And we pre-tuned so we can play a Pep talent! Oh, that's so smart.
Also, I think it should be I Haven't Lost Yet Fontaine Research Institute the Pep talent cast.
Yeah, I think you are correct on that, because it will generate final energy from Jinyan. Next turn we can discard an entire hand with the burst, thanks to the energy generated from I Haven't Lost Yet. And then the 1,000 Young is going to absolutely chunk whatever HP Darian has left.
Wait.
Oh, we summon another one instead? Wait, why is that?
My reckoning. Let's go.
I guess it's just the way the breakpoints work out.
Yeah, I guess so, because I mean, doing 2 damage to Sayu doesn't matter. But now, wait, yeah, this doesn't kill.
No, it doesn't.
Because it's gonna do 1 damage.
I don't think it would have made difference though, because the +1 damage, it would still put Chongyun onto 1. I think this way though, it makes it so it forces Darian to swap on a Chongyun, right? Because if you swap onto the the Sayu. Sayu dies, we also get Dendro onto Chongyun. Whereas this way, like, it just puts Chongyun onto 1 HP as well. And the curious thing, though, is no, I haven't lost yet. Although I suppose we're expecting Darian will turn priority to just instantly kill Xunyan.
This is bad because there's piercing damage on Xunyan's burst, and you're just never gonna get it off at this point. And I don't know if Minty can actually come back from this because the breakpoints work out too well with the Wolf's Gravestone equip on Sayu.
Yes. The thing is, though, if you act on Chongyun, no Wolf's Gravestone yet on Sayu. Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone only does it's 5 on normal attack. It's over.
Yeah, I think
unless
you can't
countdown.
end on Xunyan there.
Unless countdown.
How is countdown gonna save you? What are you gonna draw onto?
Top deck food? I think it's possible. We can for sure top deck something.
We have to find out. Wait, but Darian is using up all of the dice.
Double Lumens though will refund some of that, and they did play treasure earlier, already one in hand.
Wait, the treasure! The treasure!
It doesn't make a difference yet, though.
It does not make a difference yet. There's Gilded on Sayu.
Okay, another treasure.
treasure.
It is net +1 dice so far. We started at 8, now we have effectively 9, so treasure already paid itself off.
There's the Gamblers on to Chongyun. This is almost certainly going to be a burst. Which is so unfortunate because...
I mean, it doesn't even need it though. Normal attack is more than enough. We save the burst in case Minty can pull out some type of food. You know, that burst did 10 damage.
Oh, it's over actually. It's over. Fontaine Resurgence to Gamblers. Countdown.
To the show. Lotus?
There's Lotus.
Hold on. I think that Lotus...
Wait. I know it saves... Wait a second.
Wait, Minty wins! Top deck Lotus!
Minty actually wins!
Sayu lead does 5!
And the Gambler! Exactly.
Sayu lead does 5 below Gravestone! I think Minty wins this!
Minty literally wins this!
The countdown to the show top decks the Lotus Crisp, puts a pep at effectively 9 HP.
Can't touch me!
Kills the Chonyu with 5 damage. And yeah, Wolf's Gravestone, it's not enough.
There's the burst from a pep, -7 on to Sayu. Minty is going to take game 1 against Darian.
The countdown to the show paying itself off in dividends. Top decking Minty, the perfect card they needed to overcome that situation. Chonyu not enough HP to withstand a skill from a pep. Burst down, Wolf's Gravestone down, and yes, there was a second one still in hand, but it wasn't enough. Sayu with Gravestone only does 5 damage, and Lotus put a pep at 9 effective HP, so... And the Gambler's reset coming at the perfect time too, giving Minty just barely enough to take the game.
Yeah, the Gambler's equip. I mean, so I was like, I wonder if Minty made a mistake here, but that countdown actually drawing into the Lotus Crisp and being able to take out Chongyun so Chongyun couldn't go for the burst, because Chongyun burst is the only thing that would have been able to actually eat through that Lotus, right? But, you know, Chongyun fell first, wasn't able to get that burst off through that Lotus, and so that was it. That was it. The Lotus is all you need.
Yeah, that Lotus was exactly what Minty needed at the perfect time. The Gambler's coming in clutch as well. Just what an absolute turn of events for Minty to barely clutch the win over Darian in game 1.
Yeah, for sure. And so, I mean, I am struggling a bit to remember what decks were brought, but since this APEP deck 1, we're not going to be seeing it played again. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Xunyan's burst in action. Pretty interesting to witness when all of your cards get discarded at once. But yeah, this is open deckless conquest format. So since Minty won with this deck, it will not be played again. But Darian does have another shot at it with that Chongyun Sayu Mono deck.
For sure. And I think Minty's forced onto the Conwhale deck, the most popular deck to my knowledge currently in the Asia region. So maybe this is its time to shine. On the other hand though, Darian still have two decks remaining. From what I've heard, Su is a really good matchup into that deck. So maybe this is Darian's chance to bring the game even to 1-1.
Yeah, I'm really excited honestly to see the Consecrated Beasts Narwhal deck. So If you are not familiar with the new cards in this patch, we are definitely seeing a ton of them in play right now. But that deck is full of new cards, right? So I was playing it a bit earlier today, and it functions really interestingly. It has that discard mechanic, and basically you're just trying to do things on the Scorpion and the Serpent and snipe characters off, even with like a 10 HP burst on Serpent, for example. And then you eventually go to Whale, because as you're discarding things with the Consecrated Beast, Whale is building up that HP, and eventually Whale just has like 1,000,000 max HP, and like you just win.
Does
I
a
don't know.
million damage too. His
Does
damage
1,000,000
scales with
damage
HP,
too.
much like Crab.
But here it is, Minty will be forced onto that deck because a Pep has already been won with, and the Double Dragon's Ice Cube is banned.
It is indeed Minty being forced onto the Con Whale, the most popular deck to my launch currently in the Pacific region, and Darian running it back with Sayu Chongyun. Hold on, what's the acronym for this? Nope, it just doesn't work. Acronym does not work. Onto Su with Chongyun.
MSC. Yeah, I mean it's just
Su with Chongyun. But we'll have to see how this plays out. I'm fairly certain Darian is favored into this matchup because while the Consecrated Beast Whale deck does do a lot of damage, it takes time to scale up because you can only play one Bone Crusher energy block per turn. So it needs to wait until at least turn 2, maybe even turn 3 to start that burst cycle. And of course, Whale needs some time to get his discard going, to get his HP stacking.
If you are watching at home right now and you have a name for any of these decks, please suggest them. Because the casters, we do go back and read comments when we have time. So we would love to hear your thoughts about those things.
I mean, if you do have an interesting name, please do put it in the comments below. The one I really want right now is the Farina Herald Risley deck. Basically, 2 players have already brought it, so I'm expecting this to be a rather popular deck for the remaining of the Pacific season. So if you have a good name for that, please put it down below.
It's Freezna. No. It's
No.
Farina Freeze. How do you make a pun with
No,
that? It's Freeze with Farina.
Farina? But you have to add Herald in there too. No, I think Farizna's good enough.
Whatever. But it's
Farizna. Because Farina, Freeze.
Yeah,
Freeze-rina. I think Farizna sounds better than Freeze-rina. But yeah, I mean, if you have a better name than Farizna, please let us know in the comments. We'll take a look later. And I don't know, if it sticks, it sticks.
But it looks like, Darian is going to be playing this deck once again with Chongyun. So, I mean, we've seen so many variations today than we ever saw variations this deck in Atlantic. I think we only saw Wanderer and Sayu variants, right? We never saw Shenhe played, never saw Chongyun played. It was always Eula as the cryo anchor. But today we've seen Shenhe, Chongyun, Eula.
Yep, I mean, typically once we have a character, like a trio of characters established, we don't change them. It's mainly the action cards that are swapped around a little bit, but today it is the complete opposite. These action cards lists are looking essentially identical to one another, but that cryo anchor being swapped out one after the other.
Also, can I just point out that Darian's profile picture is very silly. Like,
It is.
It's an egg wearing a bathing suit, getting ready for summer.
Yeah, it's a very funky egg. The egg knows what it wants, and it's a very fashionable egg at that too.
It's very excellent.
You and your puns.
It's not a TCG stream without cracking puns.
Sino may be the face of TCG, but that doesn't mean you need to imitate him.
Of course I do. Of course I do. He's our role model here. But here is Minty's deck. We have these Consecrated Beasts. Both the Scorpion and the Animal Serpent are Consecrated Beasts. And then we have the Narwhal. I cannot believe this whale is playable.
Oh, Soteria's in there.
Wait. There's no Animal Serpent talent. It's just Scorpion.
I think this is probably for consistency reasons. You don't really need 2 of them, right? Because both of them will just instantly give you an energy block. They're effectively the same. So you only run 2 talents on the Scorpion. Just keep it the same.
Oh, and instead of Stove to draw the talents, you have
Soteria? Yeah, just tune everything.
Day of Resistance. You have a Day of Resistance.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that gives you a little bit more longevity, especially in more aggressive matchups against decks like the Yunjin, which we've seen scaling decks struggle with. Something really cool, though, is that they're running Countdown of the Show as well, because, of course, it is the highest cost card in the deck, so the Bone Crusher Energy Block will target that before everything else, and the only other card here that's higher than 1 cost is the Underwater Treasure.
Yeah, so, I mean, you don't want Treasure to get burned normally, but... Yeah, that's a good point. And honestly, this is kind of funny to think about because Whale is gonna gain so much HP over time. Especially with the treasure, it's gonna keep Whale nice and healthy. And a Day of Resistance on Whale could be crucial for sustaining against more aggressive decks like the one that Darian's playing.
The thing about Day of Resistance, though, is that it's not just instantly 4 HP like a Super Lotus Flower Crisps. It's 4 different instances of damage reduction. So you need to really think ahead and be like, will my opponents hit me that many times here? Will I get value out of it? Or will they just hit me once and swap off? So when to play the Day of Resistance is going to be so crucial against Darian, although it might not matter because instead of a lot of small instances of damage, which is where Day of Resistance really excels at, it is going to be one big chunk with that Wolf's Gravestone.
Yeah, but here we go. Game 2. Darian aggressive, just reading these player tags here, versus Minty the underdog. So it looks like Darian is living up to that title, playing very aggressive decks. Unlike our first match, we had 2 players picking jolly titles like Captain Slow and Round 15 Enthusiast, but Minty as well, without any real tournament history, qualifying through that wild card and has no other official tournament history on record. Is in fact one of our underdogs in Group A. So let's see if Minty can take this game here.
A very fitting title indeed for Minty. Bring a not very underdoggy deck. This is probably going to be one of the highlights of the meta, just like Zinchi OTK was last patch, but we'll have to see how it performs and if it lives up to the hype here in Game 2.
Yes, indeed. Looks like we're keeping countdown. Ooh, draws into that Scorpion talent. Darian also has Sayu talent. That's pretty huge.
I mean, that's going to be a lot of draw on the side of Darian's hand. Hopefully it draws into early Gravestone, because we could just... In the first game against Glass and Flash, we saw how much of a difference having that weapon made into the game. It is a world's difference having it and not having it. And so many Bone Crusher energy blocks being shuffled into Minty's deck. Starting off the counter of the show and the Scorpion talent as well. Instantly playing Countdown.
Yep, there it goes. Drawing Chang has 2 Fontaine Restoration Suits. Lots of card draw here. Lots of dice fixing as well. I really like this for Minty, honestly. This has been like a trend in the past few patches now where you really build so much card draw into your deck just so you can draw out your entire deck as fast as you can. I think that might be why cards like Mausoleum of King Deshret were created to kind of counteract all the card draw that exists.
I mean, and speaking of drawing all your cards super quickly, Zeteria. I mean, Scorpion discards on burst, Serpent discards on burst, Whale discards on everything when he eats stuff. So, a very easy way to refill your hand and get those resources back, but also a very easy way to dig through your deck for these Bone Crusher energy blocks. Because, you're going to discard things to play it, right? So, you empty your hand very easily, and I think that's a very interesting pick now that we enter the discard meta.
By the way, chat has weighed in on the name of that Farina Risley Freeze deck. It seems like Freesley.
Freesley?
Furreasley.
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 Oh, I like it.
Farina Risley.
It's like finally, but not really. We didn't incorporate the Herald in there, but it's kind of hard. It's very different. So I think Furreasley is a quite nice name.
I mean, I think Herald's a flex. You could probably put another Cryo.
Potentially.
Oh, sorry,
or
Hydro.
Another Hydro unit, yeah.
So,
I like it.
Oh, this animation's awesome. The Mona skill. Not as epic in practice though. Just very high in utility.
Only 1 damage, unfortunately. I don't know. Maybe if we go equip her with a Lost Prayers, wait a few turns, get burst up, it'd look a little bit more impressive. But even still, I just love the. Oh wow, we instantly get it back.
Look at that. Oh my gosh. And also, Animal Serpent is ready to go already. With the burst out.
Wow, we are just
gaming. We're gaming.
So ready.
We are very ready, but we're gonna tune and play Sayu Challenge here on the side of Darian, draw a bunch of cards here.
Unfortunately, the Rhythm of the Great Dream was tuned away, so that will be -1 dice when you equip things, but I don't think Darian minds too much. 4 Princes is +2 dice, so tuning the less valuable one currently in hand.
I think this is fine. I mean, Darian is playing a very, very fast deck, and Minty knows that. So, I know you were talking earlier about Day of Resistance, like the timing of the cards can be really crucial, but I think ideally you want it for Whale after he builds up a lot of max HP, because then, like, when Whale is already at like 18 health or something, you already need so many actions just to get through that health. And with a Day of Resistance, it makes it even harder to churn through it.
I mean, the thing is, though, against a Swirl deck, building up Whale might be harder than it first appears, because, like, every action Darian does, Whale is going to be taking a small chunk of it to counteract a little bit of his health stacking. I mean, honestly, I don't think Day of Resistance is actually going to matter in this matchup, right? Because it's 4 instances of damage reduction, not 4 damage reduction flat. And when you're taking big chunks of damage from something like a Wolf's Gravestone Sayu, I don't think those 4 stacks are really going to come in handy, because you're getting 2-shot anyways.
We'll have to see. I mean, it could be the difference of some breakpoints, but yeah, I think it depends on when it's used and how it's used. But it looks like Minty's gonna be swapping to Scorpion here. Not gonna see Animal Serpent Burst just yet.
Darian did not roll good. That is rather unfortunate. Forced to tune a lot of their hand. Yeah. Slayatown's going to come in and kind of fix a little bit of. Courtyard does come in. No Gravestone currently, despite all the draw we've currently gone through, which is a little bit unfortunate. But, I mean, we can just pass on Libin. Or plus 12 dice next turn.
Library. Tuning, Senyata. Giving Whale some HP. There's a Day of Resistance. Should get an Animal Die from Fontaine Research Institute.
I think it's Omni Dice. It's not
sorry. Omni. I didn't mean to say Animal. Omni.
we do sit right there, though, right at the top.
I was staring at the Animal Serpent, and I just said Animal. It happens sometimes.
It's okay. Yeah, brain lags behind sometimes. I understand. No, I get it. So many energy blocks in hand. We haven't played one yet, though, so, I mean, fun thing about energy blocks, not only will it give you one aligned dice to your active character, if you use it with one of the Consecrated Beasts as your active character, it will also generate you 1 energy. We can see that already. Despite only skilling once, Serpent Burst is ready to go.
Yeah, so you can only play one of them per round, though, and not, like, it's not per character, per round total, so you have to be very careful with when you play it. And also, they're also important for when you cast a burst, they'll get discarded. You normally want those blocks for different purposes.
The thing about discard, though, is that Scorpion will only discard up to 3, whereas Serpent will discard all.
Right. But yeah, I mean, it looks it could be, I wonder. This is a skill, right?
Skill. Oh, and then I think it's energy block.
Yeah, and burst.
Oh wait, and then also trigger Fontaine Research Institute, so we don't even need to tune. Right? Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, energy.
And countdown gets. Oh my god! Oh no way!
I swear, the shuffling is random. Is it like? Does it shuffle top 2? No, I'm fairly certain it's random.
No, I think.
Every
that
time
is definitely something to check, but
every time Countdown has been discarded from the side of Minty, they've gotten it back instantly. So I'm checking if it's top 2.
Boom! Discarding 3 of these blocks.
Oh no, it does place it at the top of your deck. Okay. It is at the top of your deck, so you are guaranteed to instantly drop back, assuming you have draw. It is not random, so that is my mistake. I misread the card.
That is okay. We are dealing with a lot of new cards here, so we will be figuring out together along with chat, of course.
Oh, wait, that burst is so huge. Like, 3 instances of 2 electro damage on the opponent's character as soon as they do an action. It is super Clee Burst, effectively.
It is basically super Clee Burst, yeah, but it's electro, not pyro.
It is electro. I mean, the reactions are fairly similar, so they do similar amounts of damage most of the time, but Cleave Burst is already something super powerful at 3 energy. Imagine that being at effectively 1 energy and also giving you 1 extra stack. Super Cleave Burst, TM.
Ooh.
That is Scorpion.
Darian doing a lot of dice fixing here. That board at basically, well, 6 dice for now, and 4 of them are not what you want, but there's another Omni.
We need to be careful though. Also, we can't tune anymore because, that's sad. The thing about, like, the thing being on Sayu right now is that 4 HP, we skill twice, she's dead.
Right.
So we need to consume those stacks somewhere else, eventually. Unless we're willing to sacrifice Sayu here, which I don't think we are. I think skilling here is still fine. We can skill swap off and still feed Liben. I think that's a perfectly alright play. We'll draw some more cards as well from the Gilded Dreams we currently have equipped. The one thing Darian needs to be careful about, though, is if Minty has 1 more action currently in hand.
Minty,
one more
does
dice.
not have 1 more action, and we know that, but... Yeah, does Darian know that?
Is Darian aware? I mean, a lot of Minty's dice generation is those Bone Crusher energy blocks. They don't run anything like Liar Song Gilded, I don't believe. But there may be something else that that Minty managed to sneak in there to get an extra dice on that Darian may need to be worried about.
Ooh, is this gonna be double Liben Pass? No way, right?
And worry about it, Darian will not. I'm fairly certain. Yep,
Oh,
double Liben Pass.
It is!
Worry about that, Darian will not. Double Liben Pass is the play.
Strategize and Sealy. Next round is going to be very crucial for both these players. Darian drawing Liar Song Gilded could be huge, but look at all those energy blocks ready to go on Minty's side.
Mm-hmm. Now, though, Darian does have turn priority, no Gravestone equipped onto Sayu. The question for him is, do we skill on Sayu? Because if we do, I don't think we have a Lotus currently in hand. No other healing either, right? Oh, we do have a Lotus in hand. Okay, that's going to be good. In that case, we can skill without fear and get our both hits from our prepare skill.
12 dice. Darian has 4 Gilded, Golden House, Ancient Courtyard, Wolf's Gravestone in hand, and also putting treasure into the deck. This is going to be a massive turn for him if he's able to preserve Sayu Chongyun. There is the Golden House. There is the Gilded onto Chongyun. Proccing Lumenstone, already drawing a treasure.
13 dice. That's a lot.
13 dice, plus, I mean, there's way more dice in hand here, too. It's not just 13 there. There's 4.
Yeah, there's Boar, there's Gamblers, there's Liar, there's, like, a treasure in there. There's Talent as well that can draw us into more treasure. Like, the combo is not over for Darian.
It is not. I mean, this is the round that we're gonna go in. Lotus on to Sayu. What do we draw now? Another treasure. Lumenstone, probably not going to come into play. And yet another treasure. 3 treasure in hand.
Do we play that, though? Do we play the treasure for Minty?
For Minty, I'm not sure.
Now, also the thing here for Minty is that Sayu's going to be locked into another hit. Does Whale do enough damage to kill? Because if we do, we can take out the Sayu and then go over onto the Serpent and do 8 damage with our burst. It appears we are just going to... Oh, tuning the treasure.
Ooh, tuning the treasure. I think because it's 2 cost and you...
Yeah, because you tune the Lumenstone as well. So you want to tune at least 2 cards of the same cost in order to give Whale its plus HP.
And if it's 3 cards of the same cost, plus another HP.
It's another plus 1.
3 HP total, yeah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't have another 3 cost card, so... Not gonna be able to get it just yet.
We're sacrificing. Oh, no, wait, no, wait. No Wolf's Gravestone equip on Sayu yet. This is not a sacrifice, so Serpent is left at 1 HP. This should just be a Serpent Burst. Whoa.
Oh, we're swapping back. We're gonna force another action. I mean, like, Serpent Burst here does, like, 8 damage, so it's kind of wasted on Sayu. We'd rather do it on Mona or the Chongyun, so this makes sense. We want to force the Darian to do more actions on the Sayu.
Wait, I feel like aren't you gonna lose your Serpent to something like a Swirl? I mean, I guess if you go on
There's no aura.
Scorpion, yeah, there's no aura on Scorpion.
Like, no aura, so it's not a concern. This is perfectly fine. Oh, treasure here, though. We need to play 2 in order to get rid of this one-shot on skill. Because we do have the Scorpion stacks onto Sayu. The skill will bring her down to 3. Yep. Okay, now it brings her down to 4. Scorpion skill, not nearly enough in order to kill Sayu.
I'm out of here.
Great planning from Darian.
Still not equipping the ancient... still not playing Ancient Courtyard into Wolf's Gravestone equip. I feel like there's a lot of actions being taken on Sayu, eating up a lot of dice, but... honestly, it feels like it's just giving Minty the benefit, in a way.
It's still tough for Minty, because we can't... Like, it takes 2 action in order to kill Sayu right now, But if we go Whale, I think Whale's taking a little bit of unnecessary damage. Whale right now, I believe, does 3 damage on skill. 1 base plus 2... Yeah. So, Whale's skill is enough to take out Sayu with the power of that Electro Charge. But the problem is, though, after Sayu dies, Chongyun is going to come in, right, and freeze your Whale. And then you're not going to get the free swap onto the Serpent either, because you don't have a fast swap in hand. So we can't do that 8 damage burst. We're going to have to swap cell a little bit more. I think we're just going for another skill.
Yeah, this should just be a skill here. I would agree with that. No.
Oh, it is Whale.
A swap onto Whale. And there goes Animo Serpent.
Yeah, we're not going to get that burst off. Oh, you know, it does Animo damage because Sayu didn't absorb an element. That way it still gets a sword. We're tuning the energy blocks as well to feed Whale just a little bit more.
Whale's at 9 HP, tune 3 cards over 0 cost. We're going to do it again. And then Whale's going to be at 12 HP. Now we have all Hydro Dice. So, that's 3 actions on a 12 HP Whale.
Yep, I mean... Oh, okay.
Oh, treasure.
Ooh, we can't tune that, though.
We just play it.
Alright. Oh, that's so much damage. That's disgusting.
It is so much damage. It is so much damage, and also that Sealy is gonna start ticking up, so we could draw into even more treasure or things to tune. Though we don't have cards to tune.
Will just got cleansed because we let Sayu hit that second time. We can't freeze on a Chongyun. If Mona's skills here, she dies, and it's Chongyun solo.
It is, but Chongyun. So there's that quick swap in hand for Darian, and Will could get frozen.
Will can get frozen, and then Darian after that will still have 1 action.
Gravestone equip.
There will still be 1 action left on Darian if you skill swap skill onto Chongyun. But we're gonna absorb that second hit onto the Scorpion though, and Chongyun solo 1v1 versus a 12 HP Whale. Not quite sure he's gonna win that one.
Not quite sure he's gonna win that one indeed. Well, so many dice in hand though. An Ancient Courtyard into Wolf's Gravestone.
Delve into destiny.
Oh, skill here makes Mona live on 1. Oh wait, no it doesn't. It's not even close. Skill's gonna do 6 because it applies Electro as well. 5 base plus 1 from reaction. This will chunks.
No, see, I wonder if you just swap back the Scorpion here. Oh no, we're just gonna go for the skill. Goodbye, Mona. I mean, now Chongyun definitely gets the freeze off.
I mean, I think the thing is that we want to even out the damage if possible.
A touch of frost.
There it is, first skill.
5.
That's so much damage. Critically though, Whale above the 6 HP breakpoint.
No, Darian wins. Darian just flat out wins.
Oh, we don't swap the... Oh, yeah, no, Darian wins.
Double Liar Song, Gilded, 2 treasure.
A lot. Oh, there's the Gamblers as well. Yeah, no, this is it.
That's just it. That is going to be it. Darian is going to take game 2 against Minty. This is Group A of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament.
I think Will, really did show strength here. I mean, stacking that HP on Will is just so powerful, and we can get the stacking down so fast because we're discarding so many energy blocks. It really accelerates our Whale scaling.
Wait.
Oh, it's not enough.
Wait.
It might not be enough.
I mean, there is... Oh, no, it's
we didn't equip Gamblers. It's not...
No, it's not enough.
No, we still win anyways.
Yeah, we do
We win anyways. It's fine. But yeah, no, like I can for sure see why this deck is very, very powerful. But like once again, when you play these types of combo decks where you need to get this like Exodia setup, it is very vulnerable to disruption, and we can see what happened here. Darian threatening the freeze here. Like after Minty finally got everything going, Whale just frozen before it could really do its job. And also, Darian doing a really good job at pressuring Minty earlier to stop that setup, to make sure that Minty had to stall just that much longer.
Spirit Blade.
It is enough.
Yeah, and
finally, here we
that
go.
is enough. Chongyun burst taking out Minty's Scorpion, and we are going to a game 3 in the second set of matches. So congratulations to Darian for taking game off Minty. Of course, our underdog is not out for the count just yet. Has maybe one more game to go. We'll see who is going to advance into the upper bracket and who is going to fall. Minty is going to be stuck on that consecrated whale deck once again, though.
But I mean, now it is Darian on that. What do we call it again? I already forgot. Farizna? Freerizna? Farizli, or is it Farizna?
No, but it's Risley, so it's
yes.
Farizli.
I think that's probably the correct one. Farizli.
Yeah.
As with all names, it takes a while to get used to, but yeah, Darian now on that Farizli deck against the Conwhale. We saw the strengths of Conwhale on that matchup, right? It had a lot of value generated from the Bug Hunter energy blocks, and Scorpion and Serpent Burst do a lot of damage, but once again, setup, and against a deck that can freeze you, very easy to get disrupted.
Yeah, very easy to get disrupted, and I don't know. I feel like there's so much value in Risley. Every time I see him played, whether it's in my own practice or today in the games we've been watching, like there's just so much value in this kit, especially when you build around him, and just having him like perma lock out the opponent's characters and freeze them out is just brutal. I really wonder, I don't know, I wonder if this consecrated beast deck could take a win.
I think I do see your point here, where it's just so easy to freeze lock your opponent because Ryan's able to reduce the cost of his attacks by so much, and Herald applies so much Hydra with his repair skill. But the thing is, though, you have no off-field application, right? Unlike Layla freeze decks, you can't get that insta-freeze by a single action by stacking up the stars. In order to freeze, you have to pre-apply the aura, and that gives your opponent a lot of wiggle room to work around it.
So, who do you... I guess I just want to go to this question, be very direct. Who do you think is favored in this match?
Oh, that's such a difficult question, especially with such new decks, such little data on it. I think I'll give the win over to Minty for this one. Because yes, there's a lot of disruption in this deck, lots of healing, lots of sustain, lots of value overall. But I don't think it can just match the pressure that Serpent could put out, that the Consecrated Beast can put out, that Whale can put out after you do stack his HP up. And because it plays so slow, I think you're giving your opponent a little bit too much time to get that discard set up to stack Whale. But it's not over yet, even if that does happen.
I think this is going to come down to two main things, and that's going to be Elemental Aura management on Minty's side, and then also, honestly, Curse of the Undercurrent could throw Minty off quite a bit. That Herald Revive of Talent could be a bit painful to play around, but yeah, the Elemental Aura management, of course, when you're against like a mid-rangey, stallish deck like Farizli. I love that name. It's gonna be so crucial, because if you're always frozen all the time, then what are you gonna do? And then you just get like OTK'd once you're killed by Visley. So, but yeah, Minty.
Yeah. Certainly something to worry about here, but it's kind of a race against the clock for both players, right? Because Darian kind of needs to disrupt Minty before they can get to that critical point, so that Minty needs to finish the game before they're in the freeze lock range for Darian. So both players are racing against the clock in order to accomplish their goals before their opponent reaches a critical mass of something. It's just who reaches that point first.
I definitely find it interesting that there is no Animal Serpent talent card here. I know some players like taking it, and I'm not sure how super important it is in this consecrated whale deck. I know there's a ton of iterations, but here we go. This is going to be game 3 of the second set of matches for the Prince Cup Pacific Tournament Group A.
It is Darian the aggressive playing for Rizna versus Minty the underdog playing Kongwhale.
For Risley. Because of Risley. For Rena, Risley. For Risley. Oh, look at
Here
this
we go,
animation.
though. Game
it's
3.
awesome. So cool. Starting Animal Serpent again. I'm not too familiar with the lines with Conwhale. I've heard a lot of players calling it. I'm not too familiar with the lines you take with this deck just yet. I know you could also start Scorpion.
Yeah, I mean, with such new decks, it's kind of... It does make sense when we're not quite certain what to start off with. And I think it might be a little bit the same for the players as well. They might be doing things a little bit inefficiently, but as with all decks, time will even out the kinks.
Heart of Kavarina onto Farina. And I don't see why you wouldn't go for a skill here.
I mean, get that Hydra application going, get the damage going early. This deck, like most combo decks nowadays, runs no sustain, so anything you do to it, it's sticking forever.
Yep, and so there is Farina's summon. It's gonna be Loonstone into Countdown, draws 2 Senyatas.
That's not what you want.
It's not really what you want. One more card, we proc Lumen.
True. Maybe
you have
the
nothing zero cost
veterans.
you want to play. Yeah.
Yeah, veterans on the whale. That's gonna give us 1 dice and also 1 card because you know he's gonna heal himself when we discard.
Daria.
Oh.
Pass.
Okay.
Full ramp.
It is full ramp. I mean, Sataria is just a card we don't see a lot nowadays. I mean, even in Hyper Magic meta, some people innovated with her early on, but she did get optimized out for other options shortly afterwards.
Sataria was used a lot last patch when treasure was introduced because you're kind of churning through your deck looking for that treasure. Remember Pilot played a lot of Sataria.
I mean, we saw a little bit of her in Group A though, but after that she did get optimized out for other options. I think we saw a lot of Rhythm, the Great James replacing her, some Golden House as well. Because, I mean, she can help you turn through your deck more, but we can just get the instant dice for free Gilded instead. And I think a lot of players prefer that.
The Sataria. Ooh!
Oh!
Wait. That's Sarah Island.
Sarah Island might be good, because Rise is going to heal himself a lot, right? We're going to do 2 piercing damage to counteract his 2 healing.
Okay,
but
question.
The is really nice, too.
Does Harold's revive count towards Sarah Island?
I don't believe it does. It's not healing. I'm like, just like how Egg doesn't count towards it, right? I'm fairly certain Herald doesn't either. We'll have to see though if that does come up. Sarah Island might not be played after all, but Serpent skilling, drawing 2 more cards. Minty's hand is looking really full, and Sealy next turn is going to draw them an additional 6 cards, discount, and like that's not even considering the Lumen Stone and their natural draw and strategize as well. Minty needs to play something before they start overdrawing.
I think Darian's more than happy to go onto Herald here, by the way, because I do see that talent in hand, so I feel like you're just kind of happy to trigger that revive at some point.
You know, the thing about this this for Risley deck is that you're really reliant on Herald to kind of apply the Hydro, but because you have no off-field application of Hydro, like with something like Mew, like Sue, where you can just swirl and boom, 2 instances of Hydro on the off-field characters, you're kind of reliant on your opponent swapping off and finding that timing in order to apply it yourself.
Herald skill, applying Hydro as much as Darian can. Honestly, like I was saying, not afraid to stay on Herald and just wait for the revive to be triggered. And Minty has Rainbow Dice currently, but a lot of cards to go through.
A lot of cards to tune as well if we want to play that Fontaine Research Institute. It will pay itself back 3-fold.
I mean, you could play Fontaine Research Institute and But you'd only be able, unless you use the Electro Dice in Tune 3. You wouldn't really be able to make use of it.
No, you can still tune, just play the Bone Crusher energy as well.
Oh, true, you could do that.
Speaking of, draws another one instantly.
Okay.
Wait. I think we can do 2 actions here. I think we can skill Burst on Scorpion.
Tuning Library. Tuning Senjata. Should be another
one more zero
cost.
I think we need to tune either the Day or the Lyre.
Do you
Tough
actually
choice
tune
here.
Day? I feel like Day could have... I didn't do the exact math last turn, but I wonder if Day could have helped to stay.
I don't think so, because like Wall's Gravestone, 2 big chunks of damage, but in this deck, that could be very different. Because it's going to pepper you with a lot of 2-3 damage skills, and Day really could pay dividends in this matchup in particular.
Oh, but do you really
Lyre.
want to tune your...
But Lyre, so much value!
Yeah, there's so much value in these zero cost cards left. Oh, it's gonna be Treasure. Not getting the extra 1 HP on Whale there. Drawing Scorpion Talent.
Okay. Should we play a Scorpion Talent? We can play Scorpion Talent, and then we play Bone Crusher. You'll either discard a Samurai Island or the Strategize, but also give an energy and 1 dice, so we could then skill into Burst.
Lyre, taking back the veterans. Ooh, this is huge, actually. Wait, it's on Whale. Hold on.
It's going on Whale because we're going to discard some more cards to heal Whale again to give us our dice and give us our draw. Speaking of draw, though, Minty's going to overdraw, and by a lot, too, by the looks of it.
Uh-oh. I'm not even sure what to do here. You have 2 Omni and 1 Hydro. Like, how do you tune? There's Talent. Play that block. Play the block.
I think it's discard, strategize, and then play block.
Discard first.
I don't think, actually, no, I don't think the order matters. No, the order doesn't matter. It's play block and then discard whatever 1 cost you still have left in your hand.
Yep, okay. Draw another block. So many blocks.
Okay. Yeah, we need to tune Samurai Island here. Oh, tune's a block instead. Okay.
I think this is fine because Scorpion Burst only burns up to 3 blocks.
No, but if we tuned Samurai Island, we would have gotten our Research Institute to proc this turn. Whereas now it's going to be on 8 stacks, and it's not going to proc. You have to wait for next.
Wait,
I think it's fine though, because we weren't going to do anything without 1 Omni Dice anyway, so this is actually better.
Minty will not overdraw because those blocks are going to be eaten up by Scorpion Burst. But we're about to draw 6 cards. Actually, 7 cards because of Veterans Visage.
Oh wait, no,
More
it did
blocks.
matter. If we tuned the Samurai Island, we would have been able to get 1 extra skill down. Oh no, we still can't. We just tune now.
Yeah,
It's
you
fine.
can. Yeah, you just tune.
It's fine. Everything is okay.
No, except Curse of the Undercurrent is going to come in.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Wait, didn't play it. Okay.
Okay, so we tune the Samurai Island and we just skill.
Yes.
I think that's the best play we currently have right now.
I am totally in agreement.
Like, we're not doing anything else with our 2 dice.
Mhm.
So I think skill is the best play we have here, unless we want to play treasure.
Ah! Wait.
I don't know about this. We could still tune and play treasure. Oh, there's the Curse of the Undercurrent.
Yeah.
Farina switched over into healing mode.
Have to wonder what the point of that was, but I guess we do play treasure now, so it doesn't get discarded at some point.
Sarah Island now.
Playing Sarai Island.
Aw man, if we're gonna play it, we should have played it earlier so we could test the Herald interaction. Come on, Minty. We need to know.
Alright.
Still though, I mean, the Farina healing is gonna apply it on everyone, so that's great value.
Look at Sarai Island.
Oh, wait, it's not proc yet? Do we need to wait until the opponent starts their turn for that?
It's
Hold on. Why
2 piercing
why haven't
damage
they
at
taken
end
damage yet?
phase.
Oh, is it because Darian already ended their turn, so the summon healed first before Sarah Island? Okay, so for those of you unfamiliar, the reason Sarah Island didn't immediately take damage is because of the way order of operations work in Genshin Impact.
Yes.
Whoever ends... Okay, so whoever ends... The way it works is that it will do character statuses, and then it will do support zone, and then it will do summons, right? And because Darian ended first, he already did the check for character statuses. That's why when Sarah Island applied it, it did not proc, because Darian already did the check for it. So it does not immediately do the damage.
Yeah, and unfortunately that does matter, unfortunately for Minty, I mean, but it should proc this turn, for sure.
Man, just like the small interactions just really taking its toll here.
I mean, these tiny things are what makes or breaks a game, I think.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've seen so many times where JTCG is a game of the smallest of margins. We just saw that in game 1 where Top Deck Lotus was just, you know, the breakpoints working just enough. That one dice card made the difference for Minty.
Treasure! So by the way, we tuned 3-0 cost. The last one being Chang just now. And so that whale did gain another 3 max HP. Treasure into the deck, so Minty's gonna hope to draw it out. Look for his max card!
And then Serpent drawing 3 cards because on skill does 2 damage and also draws you cards equal to the amount of Bone Crusher energy blocks you currently have, up to 3.
Ooh, macarons. Very tasty, by the way. Have you ever had a macaron?
I have. They're really good.
They're so good.
I think my favorite are like the pink ones and also the yellow ones, like strawberry and lemon. I just really like lemon flavored like pastries.
Oh, I like the herbal ones and like the tea flavored ones.
The tea flavored ones are good. I don't know about herbal though. I'm not really a fan of that.
Like rose. Have you ever had a rose one? They're really good.
I probably have at some point. I'm not really a fan of like matcha and stuff. I mean, it's good, but it's not really my favorite. You know, I'd much rather take something like mango, blueberry, you know. It's not my thing.
So Sumi leans towards fruit.
I do lean towards fruits and sweeter stuff. I don't really like the more bitter things. Not quite my style. I'm like Farina in that regard. If you think Farina would like a sweet, I probably would too.
Ooh. So Minty tunes 2 and has enough damage or enough dice to go for Serpent Burst here on Risley.
We could. I mean, Serpent Burst is 2 base and it will double its base damage for every 2 Bone Crusher energy block right now. So at what, 2, 4, 6? It will do 6 damage currently, which is a lot, but not quite enough.
Oh, another Fontaine Research Institute because one of the ones was generated from Sunyata. So that's 3 Fontaine Research Institutes.
Okay, how much damage does this whale do right now? It's 1, and then 1 plus 1 for every 3 stacks of bonus HP. So it is 3 damage skill currently on the whale.
Plus Electrocharge.
4 plus Electrocharge would make it 4. Right.
So what do
we're
you
swapping off as well
tune?
to deny that freeze.
I guess you tune Sataria.
Probably, yeah. Least likely to get used. We'd also need to play Bone Crusher energy block as well because Curse the Undercurrent coming to rear its ugly head once more.
Yeah, Curse the Undercurrent. I mean, if you tune Sataria, you do get one. One Omni from Fontaine Research Institute. Minty
and we don't need to play the
played-
Bone Crusher energy block. We can save that to fast up onto Whale and burst on
Yeah, Minty
Rising
already
next
played
turn.
one. Minty already played one on Animo Serpent.
It's still good though, not needing to tune that or play it now, because we do get to preserve it to do 6 damage burst onto the
Ooh.
Serpent. Oh.
Boom! Look at Risley at 6 HP now. Whale just keeps gaining health.
It does, and ooh, Varnar first before Libens. We're gonna get rid of 2 cryo dice over into the next round. And there it is. There is the Sarai Island passive proccing right now. Darian ended first, and because it already has the character status on it, it does do the character status check. And now it's going to reapply as well. It won't do another 2 piercing because Darian's characters already did the character status check for damage.
Ooh, Minty is really building up these Bone Crusher blocks in his hand. Serpent Burst is gonna deal so much damage when it comes down to it.
No, absolutely.
And especially that quick swap over there.
Currently does what? Ooh, currently is still 6 damage. If Minty can fish out one more Bone Crusher energy block, it will be an 8 damage burst, more than enough to one-shot Risley. That is unless Darian top decks double Hydro Res and a Treasure to heal him up all the way to full HP. By grace of the great Guoba, the Stove God. Still, the game is closer than the HP would make it look.
It is very close. Look at all the cryo dice in Darian's hand as well. Treasure?
Okay, that is out of lethal range of Serpent.
It is, but we probably wouldn't see Quick Swap Serpent Burst anyway, unless it was possible. Like, we'd probably see something on Whale first.
I mean, we're one energy block away from Serpent Burst one-shotting Risley. Like, if we can top deck it through Veteran's Visage by healing Whale to, like, 2 times, like, it's possible we could still go for it.
You could, but I mean, you also have the possibility to do something like Whale kill and then Quick Swap Electrocharge Swirl with Serpent Burst.
We do, and yeah, we'll just skill and rise the. Oh, Hydro Res heals him all the way back up to 10 HP. Ooh. The Scorpion status brought him back to 8, but Macron's heals him up to 9. Okay.
How much damage does Whale do right now?
Right now, it should be 4 damage. When he gets to the 9 stacks on his HP, Will do 4 base, and on reaction will do 5. Right now, I think 4 damage is enough to bring Risley down within one-shot range if we can fast swap over to Serpent and Burst right after.
It's really close. I think Darian is going to be managing these breakpoints well. Does have another Hydro Res and 2 treasures in hand. Tuning a heart of Arena. You were tuning treasure. Tuning. Oh, tuning that.
Will's gonna do 5 damage on skill now. Or 4 damage on skill. 1 more healing away from 5.
That is a skill. -5, leaving Risley at 4 HP. Only 3 Bone Crusher energy blocks in hand for Minty now.
Serpent Burst now only does 4. Serpent Burst now only does 4, but I mean Whale does 4 on skill, so who's really the loser?
Oh, look at all these statuses on the side of Darian as well. I think the red droplets are Seirai Island, right?
They should be.
And then I think Scorpion? Is that Scorpion's burst left over?
Yeah, little tail under Farina, that is.
So...
if Farina's skills here, unless Darian also wants to play Hydro Resonance, Whale will just kill her outright.
And Minty has so many dice in hand right now. But Whale is frozen!
Oh, Whale is frozen, you're right! Can't act anymore on it.
Oh, and this is something introduced in this patch. Look at the board state. It is Farina's burst. It is taken over.
Let the people rejoice. Farina's burst. It does 3 damage on cast, I believe. It lasts for 2 turns and generates the revelry status. I think every time a character takes or heals damage, it makes reactions do +1.
Swapping a Scorpion is really rough.
I think it stacks up to 5. It might be infinite, but I'm fairly certain it stacks up to 5. It also specifies... Fun thing about Farina... Fun thing about Farina Burst, it specifies that Swirls also gets this damage increase. So does that mean you can do like 6 damage Swirls with it? I haven't tested this yet, but I'm fairly certain you should be able to.
That is some tech we should definitely go test out. And Scorpion left at 2 HP, frozen. Risley has, I think, maybe another action left with the treasures there.
Yeah, I mean, with his talent or with his status, absolutely.
But there we go, Serpent Burst with 4 Bone Crusher energy blocks. That quick swap burst was exactly what Minty was waiting for. Risley has fallen.
It's 8 damage instead of 6 because it doubles the damage. It doesn't
Yeah,
like
it doubles
increase
it.
2. It
Yeah, it
doubles.
doubles it.
It goes 2,
Yeah.
4, and then
Yeah.
6. So with
Yeah.
4 blocks, it is 8 damage. We didn't need 6 blocks for it. I mean, 6 blocks would have made you do 16, but
And also,
Oh,
because
no.
those Bone Crusher energy blocks were discarded, Whale is now at 16 HP. Farina versus the world, but I really don't think it's gonna be enough. Even taking the damage from Sarai Island. And I
I mean,
do
no
believe Minty
freeze.
has turn Prio going into next round.
I mean, like, no freeze available, no cryo ore on any of the characters. Farina solo can't even apply Hydro unless she bursts. And Whale does 5 damage on skill. It is Farina's solo versus the world indeed, and this time, the world wins.
This time the world does win. Minty is going to take the win here. It is not even close after that snipe onto Risley. Oh no, Darian has turned Prio.
It was a misplay though on Darian, miscalculating how much damage a Serpent Burst does, or maybe unaware of how many Bone Crusher energy blocks Minty did have in hand, because, I mean, the way you draw them is random. They are randomly placed throughout your deck with the power of Serpent. And, I mean, Darian saw a lot of Bone Crusher energy blocks already played, maybe not expecting Minty to have so many in hand, but one way or another, that critical misplay, not playing the treasures, not playing the Hydro Res, cost Darian their Risley, and this time it'll also cost them the game as well. The whale is primed and ready, just needs to choose one more card for Minty, and skill is more than enough to finish the game.
Yeah, Minty more than happy to just go to Whale here. You know, 16 HP, how often do you see that? 17 stats there from discarding and tuning and gaining max HP. That's so much. I kind of want to see the burst. I know I won't take free now, but I kind of want to see the burst.
There's no funny animation on the burst, but we'll still do the summon. I think, like, burst end phase, end turn is still going to win Minty the game. We don't get to see, like, the whale animation, though, but I think we do still get to see the special effects on Darian's side of the field when you do play it. Darian just playing everything in hand right now, though.
Darian drew egg.
Don't think egg makes difference, though. We can't fast swap over and freeze.
That is true. I think Whale is just going to take the win here. It is not going to be a contest. Ooh, not even playing the egg, just playing Hydro Res. And it's going to be a normal attack.
I mean, normal attack lets Farina live a whale skill. Let's just stay in the game a little bit longer.
Just one skill, only by 1 HP.
That is a 6 damage skill. That's crazy. That is absolutely insane.
Farina has 11 stacks of Revelry.
For those of you who are unaware of why Whale suddenly magically just did a bajillion more damage than when the game started, the way Whale works is that it will do 1 damage base, and then plus 1 damage for every 3 stacks of its passive, up to a maximum of 5.
Ooh, wait. This is awkward. Minty's dice are so bad.
Oh, wait, Minty... Hold on.
No,
wait.
Because the countdown gets put to the top of your deck. You're always gonna draw.
You always draw. Wait, and then now it's 2 cost. It fixes us to 3 Omni.
It does.
And the burst is piercing.
It's burst. That's it. Both Farina and Risley 1 HP going to fall to Whale's burst. And that is it. Minty taking the 3rd game in this second set of matches in Group A of the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. Congratulations to Minty.
That is our second 3-1. That is our second reverse, well, not reverse sweep, but second 3-1, and also our second upset. Both Glass and Darian, the veteran players, falling to Flash and Minty respectively, the underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting you point that out because indeed, 2 of our more experienced players in Group A have fallen to these underdogs, dark horses that don't have a lot of tournament history under their belt. So, I mean, that just goes to show that even if you have like extensive tournament history, you have all these showings on screen already, it doesn't mean that you are always fated to win, I guess. So,
I mean,
you know, these other players have something to prove as well.
You absolutely cannot rest on your laurels if you are a veteran player. The game is evolving, and so is the meta. If you just sit and if you just sit and don't innovate, you don't make new decks, you don't learn new things, eventually you'll fall behind, and we can see that here.
Yep. Definitely. I mean, That's not to say that they have fallen out though, because they will still have one life left going into the rest of the tournament. They are knocked down to the lower brackets and still have a chance to get out through that lower bracket. And of course, just for making it into the top 32, because this is the top 32 of the Pacific region of Asia regions. So just for making it there, they get 600 USD, and then top 16 is 1200 USD. So there is a lot at stake other than just the grand prize and the top 8. But we are going to be throwing to a short break as our next players get ready to go. We will be seeing you all very shortly. Stay tuned.
Sometimes an over-reliance on ancient wisdom can make you forget the strength that you and your companions already have. Move or be moved! Behind you!
Don't mention it. I'll protect you. Or you can protect me. Whatever works.
Hello, travelers, and welcome back once again to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Pacific Tournaments. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and I'm here with Sumi.
Hello, this is Sumi once more, and we are back for the round 3 of the Prince Cup Pacific. This time against Amaru versus Sufan.
Yeah, so we have 2 players coming up here that really don't have much tournament history at all. Both Amaru and Sufan have basically they qualified through the Serious Showdown, and there's no other information on them to our current knowledge. So I'm really interested in seeing what they're gonna bring today, seeing what their player tags are that they chose, things like this. I know that they're very active members of the community. Just to my knowledge, they don't have any official tournament showings thus far.
Yeah. I mean, 2 relative unknowns coming in here. They could be bringing anything. This could be like another Scrubby Duck situation where they just bring these completely wacky and new decks. Didn't work the best for Scrubby Duck, but I think either way, though, to bring in these things that we don't see very often, I think is exciting for the tournament scene because if it works, it has the potential to upend the meta completely.
Definitely. I mean, I like how you mentioned Scrubby Duck, even though he got knocked out very quickly. Obviously, he left a mark on all of us. This was a player from the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament that, like, he brought some very interesting decks, and we always just keep calling back to them. But here we go, most played character cards from the wild card phase. So here we have more statistics. Looks like actually, I think we did go over this earlier, but yeah, Mona being first place usage rate. This was the last patch.
Yeah, I mean, not very surprising the Mona is so high, though, but Fatuizon, like, dominating the usage rates here in the Pacific wildcard. That's rather surprising, because in the Atlantic, we had Xingqiu ODK kind of just completely dominate the meta. So having Fatuizon so high up here, I think, kind of speaks to the type of playstyles the players in Pacific prefer.
Yes, for sure. And I know, like, for example, just referencing Atlantic Prince Cup Tournament again, we saw a lot of aggro-type characters like these in Group A specifically. So I think we're seeing that trend kind of play out again, because there's been a lot of aggro decks. I mean, there has been some mid-range style-ish decks, with the Freezely. But, yeah, I feel like it's a lot of aggro. There's a lot of Sayu. So.
Like, there's a lot of decks that can output damage really, really fast, right? Conwell's got so much dice gen, especially with burst spamming on the Serpent and the Scorpion. Freezely is one of the slower ones. We saw Yunjin coming in here as well, and lots of Su, although the Crow Anchor has been replaced here and there for other options. So, in Game 3, I think, are you expecting more aggro decks, or do you think we're going to pivot to something else?
I mean, I think it's hard to say what I expect from Game 3, because basically we don't know what these players are going to be bringing, right? We're not too familiar with their playstyles. I know you were talking about this a little bit earlier. It's like, this is kind of like a downside to being a player that is notorious in your region for X or Y, because you know what they're going to bring, and you have a sense of how you can counter them. But in this case, I mean, we don't know what to expect, right? So I wonder if their opponents are also going to know what to expect. But, ooh, I love the tags here. So Amaru chose Mastermind, and Sufan chose Underdog. Oh, Yunjin,
yeah, potentially Yunjin mirror here. The one difference, though, is that Amal did choose to bring the Su deck, this time with no Crow Anchor replacement, whereas Sufan went for something different. First off, though, this will be Amal starting off with the Yunjin deck, running Seahorse over the Venti, which appears to be more common here in the Pacific region, whereas Sufan going in for the Double Dragon Magic.
Yeah, Sufan having a very typical deck from the last patch. This is the first time we've seen it appear here today, though we did see the Ice Cube variant get banned earlier, but that is, you know, definitely a deck that's looking to do a lot of damage by round 3, but so is Amal's.
Something I would like to point out to Amal's Yunshin deck in particular, though, is that unlike, I think it was Flash that, no, unlike Glass that was running it, they are running the Skyward Spine as opposed to Engulfing Lightning.
Here we go, though. Look at this beautiful animation as we get into our first game of the third set. This is the Group A, kicking it off today here at the Prince Cup Pacific Tournament.
Sufan on the Double Dragon Magic versus Amal on Yunjin OTK. I mean, once again, though, deck, it will be Amal that's starting off on the Yunjin deck. This is a turn 2 OTK deck, or turn 2 cripple your opponent beyond repair deck. They really do like the ramp 8 turn 1, which does appear to be what Amal is doing. Unfortunately, gets the Moon Pierce as opposed to Jade Sphere, which is what they do typically prefer, but Gambler's into Lyra Resonance.
Yeah, that Gambler's equipped already and also has Yunjin Tao. Wait, whoa, hold on. Okay,
that
so
is a top deck.
Here. That is indeed a top deck.
I mean, I can't complain if you're a Amal. I mean, you have Talent, you have Jade Spear, Legend of Vanessa, Minty meat rolls. You are fully set up for that turn 2 OTK. The only way this could have possibly been better is if you've opened Libin as well.
Sven going for Layla's skill. And, I mean, I really like having double Ashtaha talent in hand already for Sven. It might not come out
the pleasure
now,
is all
but
mine.
I think definitely going into next round could be a pretty big turn.
I mean, and just going to Libin past the 4 dice remain. We do float wands. There's a little bit of inefficiency. The veteran's coming a little bit late. Would have loved to equip that earlier, but still, this is a okay start for Sufan. They're gonna get the Layla snack starting early, and like once again, we're talking about this, right? The freeze to disrupt Yunjin is going to be a really big thing.
So many dice on both sides. You know, both these players going for that ramp. But that is a free Jade Spear if Amal chooses to take it with that Wagner at 3 stacks. It will be a swap onto Zhongli, and I think we're going to see something very similar to what we saw earlier, the swap selling around.
I mean, like the game versus Glass and Flash, right? Sufan needs time to apply this Hydro Aura in order to freeze the Yunjin. But unlike the other deck, you do have like instant application of Cryo. You don't need to pre-apply that with Risley, as long as the stars are at 3 stacks.
That animation is just so amazing. Every time I see it, I love how the production went all out for this one. Just a skill from Nouvellette onto Zhongli there.
Yeah, and like you said, it will just be swap stall.
Yep.
I mean, Amal is just really waiting until Sufan doesn't have the dice to freeze. And as soon as that happens, equip Jade Spear for free with the Wagner. We're going to skill, normal attack, talent, the whole yard, the whole football court, the entire restaurant. We're going to throw like the entire canteen, all the food we have in the back, the fridge, the sink, everything. We're going to shove it all at Sufan and see if it's enough to stick.
So we just played Heart of Coverina, then we Liar Songed it back, and then put Veteran's Visage for free onto Nouvellette. And, of course, you know, with the Source Water Droplet, the normal attack does actually heal him. So, gets a Hydro Dice back from that, and is now in the middle of a prepared skill. Another whack onto Nouvellette will draw Sven a card.
Stars now at 3 stacks as well, and because it's going to be a follow-up attack as well, Amal needs to swap stall for at least another 2 actions in order to burn that up.
Yay, back to Zhongli.
Bunk. Oh, and the self-piercing draws a card as well. Brute of Fulfillment.
Brute of Fulfillment.
Rather surprising. The way Double Dragon Magic is generally run is they do 1, maybe 2 copies of Tula Tulas. They don't run any other artifact or weapon in the deck.
Well, honestly, I think it makes sense because, you know, if you remember Atlantic Prince Cup, Tula, I saw you react there. I know no one else other than me can see you on camera right now. I saw you react and I started saying it, but Tula became Too Late Tula.
I'm gonna submit my third resignation.
I'm just stacking them up right now.
You know, let's see at the end of the Prince Cup's regular season how many resignations Leah has managed to get from me.
Listen, you are discarding my jokes, and in turn, it's giving me HP.
I can't decide whether that was a good one or not.
Look! Aisha had talent. See, I told you. This is so good for Sven because you can just...
You have 3 stars, so you can just pass the turn, right? We force Amal to waste more dice by swapping, while in turn gaining a lot of dice for ourselves. And this is actually such a great play from Amal, or from Sven, sorry.
Nuvolet's burst is ready to go as well to generate more source water. More source water!
I mean, as soon as we get that first application of Cryo on Yinjin, it's kind of over for Amal. Like, as a talent again, generate even more dice. Like, what are they gonna do?
Yeah, this is the issue, I think, when you're playing Yinjin against something like Freeze that can control you. Because, like, I don't know, when are you ever going to...
Oh, we're just ramping.
Yinjin? We are.
I mean, there's our answer. Oh, we just wait. Oh, we don't need to go this turn. We just have so much ramp in hand, we can just go next.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's not as if the Double Dragons deck isn't fast itself. It is trying to do a whole lot of damage by next round as well. So
it's just, I mean, it's a race now. It's like, is Amal able to outdamage Sven? Is Yinjin able to kill Nuvolette before Nuvolette kills her? That is the question.
That is the question. Human against primordial
dragon thingy.
Hydro Sovereign.
It is
it is the era of humanity, so
it is one theater girl with a pointy stick versus big scary water dragon.
Yeah, but it's not that scary. He's warming up.
He's a rather graceful dragon, if I do say so myself. He's got a very nice suit, I will say.
You're not wrong.
It is a very impressive suit tailcoat hybrid. Very fashionable. I'll give it to that. Like, he might be a very old dragon, maybe a bit detached from the daily lives of the average Fontanian, but his fashion sense is impeccable.
As expected. We've been around that long, then you probably have observed the fashion sense of, like, the world around you. You can adapt.
I think Amal's dice are too good to tune their entire hand, so you might not actually get Yunjin talent value. I'm fairly certain their hand is... You could play stuff. You can play the woven and stuff too. The Minty Meat Rolls you're gonna definitely play. Farnar, you can play for free as well.
If we're swap stalling, so Amal tuned one, then swapped, you could tune one again and swap.
You could do that, honestly. That's a play.
That is certainly a play.
Like, I've done this exact situation a few times when I was fishing for max damage Serpent Burst with Blep. And I need to kind of just get rid of stuff from my hand. We're still working on that.
What is the max damage right now?
412, I think?
Wow.
It might be higher than that.
Gone are the days, like, when TCG first released GITCG and you had D-Luke.
Yeah, no, we used to think D-Luke, like, 56 damage was... I know, I think the new max for D-Luke was, like, 60-something. Back in the day, we thought 60-something damage was impressive, and no. Now even, like, 200-something damage is pathetic.
Thank you for permitting. No.
Of course, in actual gameplay, these max damage hits are never going to really come out, but we have seen some interesting crab bursts from the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament.
I think we've seen, like, a max crab burst to, like, 16 or something. I think that was the highlight. It was 16 damage. It might have been more than that, but I think 16 was the highest recorded damage we saw on the player statistics.
All things considering, it was pretty big, yeah.
Yeah, that means Crab must have had, like, what, 30-something shield? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Divided by 2, minus 1.
Well, no, it would, okay, in order to calculate how much damage how much shield Crab had, it was damage minus 1 times 2.
Yeah.
So 16 damage, minus 1's 15, it would have been exactly 30 shield. Assuming no Adeptus. It may have had Adeptus, I'm not sure.
Was it a strategize from Sven?
I believe
Stone's
so.
on the field now. There is a free
Lumens-
gilded
yeah.
you could go for as well, but honestly, it
Already
really
have-
just is a lot of swap stalling right now.
We already have veterans on Nouvelette though, so I don't think we're gonna equip it yet, especially when we don't have Boar currently in hand. We haven't gone the value from veterans just yet though. Oh man, even more stuff off solid. I mean, Sven is slowly running out of dice though.
Yeah, so something critical to point out is that Sven is actually running really, really low on dice, and this is not good because Amal has 11 dice to work with and a Woven in hand, and I mean, Yunjin is just
Yunjin
waiting.
talent.
She is just waiting. Yunjin talent, yeah.
She is lying in wait, like just a crocodile of some sort, waiting in the swamp for you to take one step too close, and bite your ankles off.
Thank you for
Interesting
permitting.
analogy.
No, inviting.
Yeah, no,
Swamp.
Yunjin's not really alligator-like. I need to find a new one.
So the question is, can Sven generate another action going going to 0 dice?
You free gilded,
Yes.
so you can swap stall 2 more times. That's like, oh, that's gotta be one of the worst uses of a gilded I've ever.
No, you
decided to
actually
think about.
you actually could. You have gilded and you have lumen stone, so you could generate enough dice to go for an action.
I think it is the correct play depending on how the game plays out. I just hate that that's an option.
Yeah, it kind of feels bad.
Like it feels so bad if you're going for that.
Actually, this is such an interesting point to make. So because they're in this like crossroads of sort in this game, Double Dragons normally goes off on turn 3, right? And this is turn 3, and Sven is forced to use so much dice generation just to swap stall.
I mean, they already burned both the Azure talents and swap stall. Like they might be forced to burn a gilded as well.
The
I
gilded
think
just went on
they
Aisha.
did use the gilded, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're bringing so many resources. So bad.
This is basically just gambling on Amal never being able to go to
completely blank.
But the thing is, Amal has so much more dice than you. They already have a Paimon on field, right? So next turn, they're already coming in with more dice than you. There's Vonaron in hand to carry even more over, but I mean, Sven doesn't know that, so we shouldn't be playing around it. And you have to consider, like, Yunjin gets dice reduction on burst, we have the Minty meat rolls as well. I don't think there's ever a world where Sven is going to have more dice coming to turn 4 than Amal.
Yeah, I mean, all you really have to do is keep swap stalling until Sven is genuinely out of dice. I think maybe one action might be fine as long as it's not on Nouvelette.
Maybe. I mean, the thing here as well, though, is that even if Sven runs out of dice, Amal doesn't have too much to work with either at that point. I mean, Yunjin's skill is still going to cost 3, right? And then after a flag reduced normal attack, you may not even have the opportunity to get the Yunjin burst down. So that might need to wait until next turn as well.
I mean, I think it's fine as long as you build towards it, though, because, like, you're just considering how many resources
The
Sven
pleasure
has
is all
already
mine.
put out at this point. Just
Mhm.
swap stalling around for the past 2 turns.
Yeah,
it
no,
is
they burnt
not
a lot.
great. Yeah,
This is a
it's not
final
great.
swap, though, for Sven. Nouvelette, 3 dice remaining, no more Liar, Reader Burnt to Gilded, no free equip from Timaeus. There is potential for another Liar re-equip, so Amal might need to swap stall another 2 turns. But, like, this will be Sven's final opportunity to get something done. We may just be forced to burst.
If you burst, it uses up that Layla freeze application. I'm not sure if you want to do that.
It
You
does, but we
could
kind of
do
don't want
it.
to play anything in hand either.
If you burst, you do generate your source water droplets. That could definitely come in handy. I mean, Nouvelette is equipped with
You dare overstep your mortal
weapon, but no, it's just
authority!
gonna be swapped onto Ashtaha, and I honestly wonder if we're gonna see Treasure Plate.
I think at this point, like, we don't really have a choice. We float 2 dice. We don't have any other options we really want to go for. Nothing to discount with Jin. Who knows when Sealy is gonna come up? If we're gonna swap stall for another turn. Going into Yunjin now. I mean, Fearless. No. I guess, like, Amal is just gambling that they don't have an action to apply the cryo onto Yunjin. And even if they did, it doesn't matter because they can't freeze this turn. Not enough dice.
There's the swap onto Yunjin, calling the bluff, and it will be Underwater Treasure Hunt into Sven's deck. And now Amal can try to do something here on Yunjin. We'll be tuning one of the talents. There is her elemental skill. Oh, the damage.
Alright, I mean, that's one energy down, one flag up. Too many cards in hand, though. We can't get the discount, so we'll just be swapped over to Seahorse. And also the Vonarana carrying over 2 dice.
But, you know, Amal playing this slow and steady, it does win the race in many cases.
Even when you play a fast deck, sometimes you gotta go slow.
And you know, this is the top 32 for the Pacific region. And so, what it takes to get into the top 32 is nothing to scoff at, right? Like, these players, whether it's from the wildcard tournament or from the Serious Showdown, which, you know, in the first place to get the Serious Showdown, you had to perform very well in the Castle's Gathering tournaments. So, like, these are the best of the best right now for this region. These players.
Yeah, no, like, these players have made it here for a reason. They've performed really well throughout the year, and they have shown consistency in how they play. They may not have had flashy tournament performances so far, but that could very well change if they continue to play as consistently as they had throughout the Catstill Gathering.
I mean, yeah, it's for sure the cream of the crop here. And that's why they're able to make these decisions that maybe don't make sense to a lot of us watching sometimes. Like, just swapping back and forth for 2 rounds on end. Like, what is the purpose of that? But I mean, it actually serves a very, very important purpose that we'll need these like high-level players are really going to be able to spot, and that's why they're here on the big stage.
I think something that's kind of missed in swap stalling is that it's all about posturing, right? Swap stalling isn't just about wasting your opponent's dice; it's about calling their bluff, forcing them to go to a character early, right? Maybe they make that critical mistake, they run out of dice a little bit too early. It's all about posturing.
Treasure on Nouvelette.
Is it time to go in?
I think so. I think Sven is done waiting. Already used so many resources before. Time is definitely whittling down, as are his resources.
I mean, as you said, right? Like, Sven's timer is ticking. They've burnt so many things, and if they don't go in now, they're not going to have enough. On the other hand, though, Amal has used a fair amount as well.
We're using a lot of treasure right now as well. I mean, Amal does have a lot of resources left.
Still has talent, right? Still
mostly...
Legend of Vanessa, Minty meat rolls. But
I think it was mostly that Paimon. Yeah, it was mostly that Paimon eating through that.
That Paimon actually carried so hard. But, I mean, Amal doesn't have any dice gen left, right? No ramp left. These dudes still have the Vonarana to carry dice into the next round, and Wagner will give a weapon discount next round as well. Even still, though, I think the time is ticking for them as well. Both players are running out of resources. They're bleeding themselves dry. If they don't make something happen, they never will have the opportunity again. And more swap stall, more posturing. This isn't very entertaining, but it does serve a strategic purpose.
I mean, I think it's entertaining in a different way.
There's a lot to analyze with the swap stalling. Like, if you are a pro player, or if you're a player that's very knowledgeable on the competitive side, there's a lot of stuff to analyze here in VOD reviews. But just as an audience and as a caster, it is not the most entertaining thing.
What are you talking about? I am having a ton of fun casting this with you. Look,
skill! It's a skill!
Let's go!
It's a skill!
It's a skill! And there goes the cry application on to Seahorse. Sven is at 7 dice, and honestly, this is exactly what Amal wants, though. This is playing into Amal's hands. See, this is why it's entertaining.
This is the cue! Oh, it's the cue to go in! Let's go! It's Amal's turn to shine.
Yuji is not afraid of a freeze. And we're finally gonna see skills coming out. It's not gonna be swap stalling.
This is it. It's finally happening. Oh, please. Not like this. No.
Do it,
Come on. Do it.
Amal.
Yes.
Vanessa's rebellion. Do it, Amal.
We're doing it. We're gonna skill. We're gonna see it.
Tuning.
Playing
Woven. Boom, Minty, there we go.
I think we need 2 in the last one. Okay, never
Normal
mind.
attack is fine. We'll play
Let's
talent,
go!
and then we'll have 1 card left.
Yeah. We're doing it.
We
It's
are
happening.
doing it. It is happening. And it's not... You're not going to be able to stop it at this point, even if you freeze Yunjin.
No, burst is going down no matter what. I mean, no stars left. Because we consumed it on the Ashta skill. I think Sven fell for Amal's posturing. They got baited into skilling early.
Sven strategizing. Draws a treasure into Lumen Stone. That Lumen Stone's not really going to do anything helpful here. Looking for anything to really survive the great amount of damage that is about to come from Amal. This is what we've all been waiting for the past 3 rounds of swap stalling. Something is finally happening. And there's Nuvolet's burst falling on Yunjin, applying that hydro, but unfortunately for Sven, it will be Yunjin's burst in return.
Okay, Sven here can still freeze Yunjin. Fast swap, pull back. Actually, no, there's no gilded. Never mind. No. Fast swap, pull back gilded. Play on Layla treasure and then skill. That'll generate +3 stacks on stars, and it will freeze the Yunjin, making those minty meat rolls go to waste. The thing is, though, that will consume all of Sven's dice.
Oh yeah. So.
We can freeze here.
It's going to be very resource intensive. You can freeze. You can't go for freeze.
We have to go for it. We have no choice. If we don't freeze, we just lose. Because, like, look at that. Yunjin's doing 1 dice normal attacks. We need to skill here.
Do need to skill here. See what we draw from Sealy.
Oh yeah, Sealy will draw something. We might need to play something else in case of overdraw as well. So we have 6 cards, Sealy will get us to...
Another Sealy.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. This way we don't overdraw.
Yunjin is now frozen, but unfortunately there should be no more applications like that. Maybe a swap onto Zhongli.
What if we just played Minty again?
I mean, I think that's the play.
I think Minty should discount us more. We can easily skill 2 times, which will make Minty +1.
I think Sven can actually go for another freeze here.
Is it possible?
Yes. Double.
Oh yeah, it is. No, that's fine though, because we can just go for Seahorse and normal attack again. It's fine.
You just normal attack once though, it's not really going to be that impressive.
We can still normal twice with the Minty. Burst here will kill Zhongli as well.
That's actually good to free swap. It will be a burst from Layla. -4 takes out Zhongli. And honestly, Sven has used up all of his resources. Like, actually all of his resources. There is the Minty on... Look at this normal attack animation. On to Seahorse. Eating through those Layla shields.
The Seahorse normal cost 1 dice. I just want to point that out.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Like I'm not saying anything, but like 1 dice normal attacks for 5 damage seems like a little bit strong. Lucky for Sven though, Gamblers is currently on the Frozen Yunjin. Doesn't need to worry about that.
All of those flags were used up. No more attacks left here.
Oh man, imagine if Genshin didn't get frozen, it'd actually just be Sojo over. But now, Sven does still have a fighting chance left. Amal went in perhaps a little bit too early. Was still like a fair amount of damage down, but nothing that Nuvolet can't heal back up with the Source Water droplets.
Oh, that Paimon is staring into my soul. The Paimon profile picture.
The Paimon has seen things. She knows.
She knows.
She knows. Alright.
Alright, so I mean... Yunjin, that is normally where Yunjin sweeps, but this is why we had so much swap stalling going on, because you have to avoid Yunjin getting frozen. And unfortunately, for Amal, I do believe Sven has a significant advantage going into this round.
Okay,
despite
no, this
using
game...
all of his resources.
Oh wait, no Hydro Dice. Hold on, the game's not quite over yet. Normal attack here is going to bring star count to 3, kill Seahorse. Yunjin solo now, and as long as Sven could do 1 Hydro hit, stars at 3 stacks, bring it to 4, will instantly freeze Yunjin, and that will be a game over. The thing is, though, you can't swap over to Nuvolette for that, so you have to do it on Ajda, but Ajda doesn't have the Hydro Dice in order to skill, and okay, we skilled instead, generate the shield, which will bring our Absorb into Cryo. So we aren't able to instantly freeze either way, but still, Yunjin isn't able to chunk through this 8 HP Ashta without pre-stacking Jade Spear, and especially with no flags.
Yeah, it's a bit impossible, I think. Tuning, going for an elemental skill here, and it is a prepared skill.
Burst kills.
Burst does kill, and Yunjin. No, wait, what?
No. Okay, there it is.
It does kill from Layla's shield, and Sven takes the first game up against Amal, taking down Yunjin. You know, all these players. I've spoken to so many players who are really hyping up Yunjin as one of the best releases of 1.8, and I feel like because players know that she's so good, they've also already figured out how to play around her. So I think that's what we saw here.
No, absolutely. Like, Yunjin is by far and away one of the most valued characters currently released, but very prone to disruption. We can see, like, as soon as you freeze her, because she's a character you put all of your setup on, a lot of that potential pressure just gets negated. And that one freeze by swapping to Layla, we burned all our resources for it, but despite all of that, it was still enough, because we spent a lot of resources, our opponent has, but then their investment kind of gets denied because we were able to freeze them.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it was a very highly technical gameplay we just witnessed, and sometimes it's hard to break it apart in a way that, like, we can, like, explain it to, especially, like, more, like, casual or newer players to TCG, like, just what was going on there, why are you swapping back and forth for, like, 3 rounds straight? And I mean, I think the takeaway is Yunjin getting frozen there, and a lot of damage just getting locked out by the threat of freeze. That was the main takeaway. That is why the swap stalling was happening. And in the end, Sven was actually able to rise up and take down Amal's Yunjin because he played so well around it. So, yeah, that's basically the takeaway, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like, if Yunjin remained unfrozen, it would have just easily been Amal's game, right? Because we had Jade Spear primed and ready at 3 stacks. It would have been 8 damage normal attacks. We could have been able to refresh our flags. We would have gotten our Gambler's reset. But that freeze and it was all over.
It is all over. But I mean, this is open deck list conquest format. And so the deck that was just won with, we won't be seeing again. It looks like, you know, Amal's consecrated whale deck was banned out. And so is Sven. So we're not going to see those right now. But
it's a Yunjin mirror.
It is a Yunjin mirror. Both of them going with the Zhongli Yunjin deck here with Seahorse. This is a mirror.
It's going to be a
double
very...
dragons again.
We already won with that, so we won't see it. Interesting that Amal chose to go for the Yunjin mirror instead of playing Su. I think Su would have an advantage in this matchup because it has that freeze, right? We were talking about that earlier. The freeze on the Yunjin really stopped what she wanted to do, and when you are playing a deck with Mona, with that free fast swap, with Sayu in there as well, you're able to get that freeze onto Yunjin so much easier than we saw with the double dragons.
Yeah. I am a bit fearful for that Yunjin deck into the Sayu deck, but I mean, for now it is gonna be the mirror. But, yeah. No, I guess if Sufan takes this game,
we don't need to worry about the Sayu deck, right? It's just over. They win 2-0. Of course, if they do, though, they'll have to. If Amal takes it.
Yeah, if Amal takes this deck, if Amal takes this game, then basically he's gonna be forced onto that Eula Mona Sayu deck, and I wonder how that matchup is gonna go. But here's Amal's Yunjin deck.
I mean, kind of standard for Yunjin deck.
Covenant. Was
Covenant's
taking
in
the other one?
I think the other one had Vicious. Yes, Glass's deck had Vicious.
These slight differences in deck compositions are always so interesting to note down.
And when you're playing Covenant, you're playing for your own combo, right? Because this will let you get another normal attack down, especially in conjunction with Minty Meat Reels and also Yunjin's flags. So that is why that is there, and the rest of the deck is just all about dice generation and advantage.
Yeah, you know, Leo Resonance for that ramp, basically. The 2 copies of Levin. I like the 1 copy of Paimon. That's pretty interesting. And
we did see
of course,
it pay diff. Oh.
So we can actually see the differences here.
No.
So wait, so
no
which?
Arcane.
You know Arcane here. Which spears were taken in Amal's version? Did he also have Engulfing Windpiercer?
Okay, so Sufan is running the same spear list as Glass, whereas Amal is running the same list, except it is Skyward Spine over Engulfing.
Ah. See, I saw the Engulfing here, and I was like, I don't remember seeing that in Amal's list, so it was Skyward Spine. So it's very interesting seeing these like tiny variations that the players choose in deck building.
Other than that, though, Sven managed to fit in a Rhythm of the Great Dream in here as well.
Yeah, that's true. So that's gonna be for free gamblers or discount on.
And it's
weapons.
double Lumenstone as opposed to Stormterror's Lair. So less consistency on the talent draw, but we have more dice generation, and we also have more draw on there to cycle through a deck.
We're gonna have to see how it plays out for the both of them, but this is going to be essentially a mirror. I mean, the support cards in your deck matter a lot more, especially in that mirror, but here we go. Amal the Mastermind versus Sven the Underdog. Can our Underdog get a second wind off?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
I mean, that's the trend for Group A, right? These underdogs are really taking wins against well-established players. So both these players don't have much tournament records at the moment.
Okay, Amal start. Ooh, I don't like that. I think what I preferred for Amal is we keep the Liben, we throw back both of our talents because we have the Stormterror's Lair, and then that way we try to fish for a Wagner, right? Because our ideal turn 1 is just to pass on 8 dice, and Stormterror's Lair will let us to redraw that talent and pass on 2 dice, and then we have the Liben to pass on 3, and if we draw like a second Liben potentially, or maybe our Wagner, we could pass on 7 or 8. So I think keeping that talent, I don't quite like it as much. Because, I mean, Stormterror we could draw it anyways.
Yeah. So Storm Terror, very interesting inclusion, but it does make sense, I think.
A lot.
Go on.
I think a lot of the power in this deck is tied to the equips, especially the talent, because it gives you so much more value. It gives us like more damage. It helps reduce our dice even more. So it's for sure something we do want to fish over with that Storm Terrors.
Well, immediately going for the Jade Spear equip onto Yunjin, Sven's Yunjin. And probably gonna see that Leeway Resonance at some point. You might even play. I wonder if
Woven,
you Woven
Leeway Res, Liben Pass.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, it's the pass on 8. Or wait, no, it's pass on 9. Actually, this is like
it's 9.
And we get changing shifts. Okay, that's great.
Wow. Okay, so this is not going to be the same match that we saw last game where they were swap stalling back and forth. This is gonna be more direct, I think, because you're not under threat for getting frozen. It's just going to be who gets Yunjin's burst off the fastest. And it's probably going to be Sven.
This is like the perfect start for Sven. Like, they could not have asked for anything better in their opening hand. This is going to get them so much more of a lead, especially compared to Amal, who doesn't actually have any ramp because they threw back the Liben, because they threw back the Storm Terror's Lair.
Yeah, I really like the differences here, though. So, Sven starting and ending on that Seahorse, not swapping from Seahorse, drawing a card.
The Gambler's Tune.
Of it. But Amal starting on Yunjin and building up Yunjin Burst right away. So actually, Amal should have Yunjin's Burst first.
Hold on. Hold on.
It's literally right now.
Oh my, what is this? The turn 1 Yunjin Burst.
Turn 1 Yunjin Burst. Why not?
Unfortunately, because we tuned the Covenant, we can't get another attack. What would have been better is if we normaled, talented, and then we could have Covenant normal attacked again. But this is still a perfectly okay start if you're Amal.
This is actually, so I misspoke earlier. It's not gonna be Sven getting the burst off first, and that is because Amal just went for it. Amal's like, I'm gonna get it off first.
I mean, Amal didn't really have a choice but to go for it. They had no ramp in hand, so what other play would you do other than just charge that Yunjin burst?
So how does Sven actually go to Yunjin right now to build up his own Yunjin burst?
That is a great question, and I think it comes off to one answer. Swap stall!
No.
You have more dice, they have the flags.
Hold on.
You...
Wait, hold on.
They have the HP, you have the dice. They have the flags, you have the ramp. So to even it out, swap stall! Force them to use the flag.
Hold on, I said we were over this game.
Nope, I am fairly certain if you go to Yunjin, you just instantly lose. They normal attack her 3 times and you die.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Swap stall. Swap stall is the play.
But here's the problem: if Seahorse gets sniped off, there is no more swap stalling.
Well, that's fine. We force them to use 3 dice.
Tuning, wow,
that's a
Minty
problem.
on Seahorse.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue.
What's that? I guess you don't have a weapon equipped on to Yunjin, so...
This is a bit of a problem.
Changing shifts? I think you just sack Seahorse, right?
Yeah, we do.
So, actually... Ooh.
Swap stall! Oh, wait, what?
Swap stall! Wait.
Why did we play changing shifts?
No idea. But
okay,
here's the thing.
Really weird.
Here's the thing. Do you
Yunjin
go...
swap Zhongli.
Yunjin, yes. Yunjin swap Zhongli.
Yunjin swap Zhongli.
Has to be.
Swap stall! Let's go!
Well,
This
we're
is what
hyping
JGC
up.
is all about.
No. We should do that. We should hype every time there's a swap stall. We just get so hyped about it.
Look, their new Zhongli. It's gonna be huge.
No, they're tuning. Wait, they're tuning.
Oh, okay. What if they go in?
Wait, what if they go in?
What if they go? There's only 1 flag left. What if they actually go in?
Oh my gosh, they win!
Oh, they're going in! They're going in!
They're going in! Okay, I was about to hype up the swap stall, but looks like 5 damage to break points are brutal. So Amaru got Yunjin's burst off first, but honestly, that Jade Spear.
Oh, we're going in. No flags left.
Going in.
They can only do 3 damage.
No flags left. No cards.
No flags. No weapon.
Dice.
No flag. We're going in.
We're going in. There's rhythm. Wait, why is rhythm? Just playing it to play it? Woven?
Yeah, just play it to
yeah,
play
we're
it.
trying to tune Yunjin talent, tune Lumen Zone.
Tune.
Play Ivana.
We're going in.
Let's go! Okay, wait. No first.
Oh, Zhongli. Oh,
Goodbye, Zhongli. Goodbye, Zhongli.
No Minty, but we have talent, and we have 7 dice, and we have Jade Spear, and we are about to have burst. We are going in.
We are going in. There is 1 Minty attack left here. It's just a normal attack. It only does -2 because those flags are gone. And we're gonna see Yunjin talent into a burst here for Sven. And even though it came after a Moles, the damage is gonna be huge.
Oh yeah, no, we're just going in. Normal attack here is gonna do 8 damage. Yunjin's gonna live on 2 HP. Hit him.
Get him.
Get him. You got this. I believe.
Swap stall.
Nah, they already ended the turn. There's no reason to. This is the one point where swap stall. Oh, look at that damage.
-7 eating through the Fontainebleau Pearl. Wow, -8. I've never seen a -8 damage. Yunjin.
That's absurd. I have to say this, but Yunjin is one of the characters of all time.
Yunjin truly is one of the characters of all time. We used to have Bin, Barbara, Ito, Noel, Ito and 2 10 HP meat shields, and now we have Yunjin where anyone can become Ito. Here we go, normal attack takes out Sven's Yunjin, but here we go.
No healing, you have a
normal
flag
attack
left.
in return.
That's it. Sven in a 2-0.
Sven in a 2-0. This is our first 2-0 of the day in Group 8 of the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. And that is it. That is it for this series. So, Sven going 2-0 will be advancing through the upper bracket. And Amaru will be dropping down to the lower bracket, but is not out of the tournament just yet. And yeah.
And I mean,
Yeah,
after a slow grind of a game 1, fittingly for a stall deck in game 2, we have an absolute snowball of a match.
Definitely. And like, you know, I said Sven was gonna get Yunji Burst out first, but that was not true. Amal rushed it off first. But the thing is, Amal wasn't able to get the right amount of damage off, didn't have that Jade Spear equipped. And I really feel like Sven taking turn 1 to invest into that ramp going into round 2 really set him up to sweep with the proper amount of damage, I guess. Because honestly,
you're right.
your Minty Meat rolls on Seahorse, those normals were not doing enough, I think.
No, you're absolutely correct. I mean, Amal got the Yunjin Burst first, but Sven got the Yunjin Burst better. But I mean, with that though, that does conclude our first 3 matches in the Prince Cup Pacific region. This will be all for us today though. We're going to go into a short break, and then Kojo and Staffa will take it over from there.
Yeah, so I mean, that is going to be it for us. As Sumi just said, it has been a pleasure casting for Pacific today. We'll be back again tomorrow, and yeah, Kojo and Staffa are taking over. Super excited to watch their cast as well, so... But first, I think we're gonna see the updated bracket here before we sign off, actually. So...
Here it is.
Yep, here it is. So, we have went through Glass versus Flash, with Flash advancing through the upper bracket, Glass dropping down to the lower bracket. We'll be going against Darian, who lost to Minty. Of course, Minty will be up against Flash later, and then Sven advancing through the upper bracket, while Amal fell to the loser first round. And the loser of Koji vs. Z-Kremlin will also be going on to face Amal later, while the winner will be facing Sven in the winner's second round. So stay tuned for Koji vs. Z-Kremlin. Two very established players. Very excited to watch their matches as well. It's the last beginning matches of Group A.
I mean, as I said earlier, Kojo and Staff will have the privilege of casting 2 very well-known, very big names in the GITCG community. So that will come after our break, though. But it was an absolute joy and a privilege casting with you, Leah. Unfortunately, this is all the time we have for today. We'll see you tomorrow, though.
Yes, we will be seeing you guys tomorrow as well. Of course, just like Atlantic Prince Cup, the pairings are probably going to shuffle
a little bit different, but yeah.
So
that's it for us.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's time for a break. I think it was a rather surprise game 2 between Amal and Sven, though. I mean, I thought I would see a little bit more swap selling in game 2, a little bit more posturing to gain advantage, but no, we just saw them go in.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, so sorry about that. The slight miscommunication on our ends, but we will be heading to a break now. Once again, it's been a pleasure casting with you, Sumi, and we're going to be throwing it to Staffa and Kojo after a very short break here. So make sure you stay tuned. We have 2 more sets of matches coming up, and then of course we'll be back again tomorrow around the same time. Make sure you're following Astro's socials, whether it's Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, etc. Just make sure you're keeping up to date and, you know, getting used to the schedule and everything. So we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow, but for now, we'll pass it off to the next set of casters, the next set of players. Bye!
Bye.
ensure it's available to every player. After successfully registering for it, you're supposed to start with the Regional Wildcard.
How does the Regional Wildcard work?
The Regional Wildcard Tournament consists of 2 stages, with players following the rules of single elimination and the Swiss system respectively. First of all, based on the total number of registrations in your region, you need to win 3 to 4 single elimination matches to advance to the SS stage. And the top 9 at the SS stage can qualify as the regional top 32 and make it to the regular season.
Do I only have one chance? This competition format sounds so cruel.
No. It's true that one failure in the first few rounds of single elimination matches will deprive you of the qualification to advance, but so long as you make it to the SS stage, all the games that follow will give you a chance to start over again.
You just said the top 8 would qualify as the regional top 32, but what about the rest of them?
8 players are selected from the Regional Wildcard Tournament, and the other 24 players are from the Community Tournament, Cat's Tail Gathering. Together, these players make up the Regional Top 32.
Whoa, it's not going to be easy to make it to the top 32, huh? I gotta gear up for this challenge.
Then you don't have much time left now. The registration period for the Regional Wildcard Tournament in the 2 regions is from April 3rd to April 15th, with a slight difference in the tournament dates. That's April 26th to April 28th for the Atlantic Wildcard, and May 17th to May 19th for the Pacific one.
Come on! Don't worry, it's gonna be easy as pie for me to advance to the top 32.
It'll be great if you make it to the top 32. Starting from the regular season of the top 32, the matches will be live streamed on Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter from start to finish. By then, the whole world will see your amazing card tactics.
Wow! Live stream from start to finish? So what are the exact dates for that? I'm gonna ask my friends to watch it.
Both regions will have their regular seasons last for 5 weeks. The Atlantic region will get the dice rolling from May 3rd to June 2nd. Then it'll be followed by the matches in the Pacific region, starting from June 15th to July 14th. Oh yes, you'll have a week's hiatus after the first week of competition. Make sure to keep this time in mind.
Alright, I'll surely remember it. I'm just wondering about the format of the online regular season.
The 32 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups, with each group having double elimination matches respectively. Those who win the winner's bracket finals and the loser's bracket finals in each team will all advance to the knockout stage.
Be it in the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket, it doesn't make a difference as long as you advance, right?
Nah, the knockout stage will continue to use the double elimination rule. So if you've lost one match in the regular season and fall into the loser's bracket, then you'll only have one chance to lose at the knockout stage.
I see. So we gotta do our best at every stage.
That's right, and at the knockout stage. Then these 2 regions are also held at different times. It's from July 26th to July 28th for the Atlantic knockout stage, and from August 2nd to August 4th for the Pacific offline finals.
My goal is to advance to the knockout stage. I gotta prepare my decks for the registration right away.
Speaking of decks, do you know the rules adopted by the Prince Cup this time?
Sure, just the best 2 out of 3, right?
Nuh-uh. Except for the initial single elimination matches, the following ones will all follow the Conquest format. And remember, no duplicate characters in a contestant's decks.
Got it. I'll make sure to prepare well. I can't wait.
Hey, it's not even registration time yet. I'll repeat it for you, just in case you didn't catch it. You can register through the official website from April 3rd to April 15th. Mark the dates.
In the Prince Cup Atlantic matches, the event card Underwater Treasure Hunt brought us so many exciting moments. So how can we make the best use of this event card? Let's learn from the pro players. The key to using Underwater Treasure Hunt effectively is to have a stable card draw mechanism. Different decks will choose different tools. For example, Jibu's Chongyun Razor Burst deck uses support cards like Liban and Treasure Seeking Sealy as its main card draw methods. On the other hand, Binzu's mid-slow pace deck, which are centered around characters like Kuki Shinobu or Neuvillette, tend to use artifacts like Veteran's Visage and Gilded Dreams, which provide continuous card draw. Of course, when preparing card draw mechanisms, most players will choose the Lumenstone Adjuvant as the facilitator for their decks. It not only provides continuous extra card draws, but also offers Omni Dice. Lastly, it's crucial to pay attention to the timing of using Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's best to use it when you have enough card draw methods, or when most of your deck has already been drawn. Using Underwater Treasure Hunt too early might prevent you from drawing other key cards in time. So keep that in mind. Please follow us for more Genius Invocation TCG tips, and see you next time.
Greetings, travelers! Hello and welcome back. You are currently watching the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Prince Cup 2024 for the Pacific region. Thank you very much for joining us once again. We've swapped out casters. My name is Dafa, and today joining me on the desk is going to be none other than Kojo.
Hello everybody, Koji Creations here, back at it again with another cast of the Prince Cup, and this time we're moving over to the Pacific region, right? We just came off the hills of the Atlantic region, saw the top 8 players who are going to be going into the IRL Prince Cup, and once again we will be repeating that process right here over on the side of the Asia players. It's going to be a ton of fun. Are you excited for today, Safa?
Yeah, I'm super excited. We got to see a little bit of what happened earlier today, but just for those of you who might be joining us right now, we watched 3 best of 3 series where Flash, Minty, and Sufan were able to come out on top, with Glass, Darian, and Amaru dropping into the lower bracket. We're going to be starting off our cast here with the very last upper bracket match for today as well, which is going to be between Koji and Z-Kremlin.
Indeed. I'm really definitely looking forward to that match, and we'll also have another one followed up after that. But you know, even if it's just 2 matches, I think we got some great competition today here, Staffa.
Yeah, I do believe so, especially with the brand new patch dropping not too long ago. A lot of these players are still trying to figure out exactly what the meta is going to be. And personally speaking, I always love these points of the tournament season the most, you know? Like, yeah, when you've already figured out the meta and like you get to see the same decks over, you get to really see players polish things out. But when things are still unsure, that's when it's the most fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in these early weeks, it's always the first 2 weeks of the TCG every patch. Right, the Genshin goes in a 6-week patch cycle. You know, this is where people are always still experimenting, playing, testing. You know, making new things inside the meta. And it's really fun to see. You know, all the chaos unfold. Like, yes, we're going to be seeing 2 sets of the best of 3s, right? And then, you know, win or lose, we'll see who moves on from that.
Like what was mentioned earlier by Leah as well as Sumi, these players really want to keep their 2 lives intact. Obviously, even if you lose, you do still have a chance to move on in the tournament because we have that double elimination bracket. But because of the fact that that second life, that upper bracket path, still exists in the main tournament if you're able to get all the way through, it's such a valuable thing to do. But man, not dropping a single match at all against this kind of competition is always going to be tricky.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Having this kind of competition, especially with our first match, is going to be Koji versus Z-Kremlin, I believe. This one is definitely the one I'm most looking forward to. 2 players I've watched in the community for a very long time, you know, compete in tons of tournaments, and you know, they really show their kinds of skills. And you know, Staffa, I think they're competing for a pretty significant prize today. Not just the grand prize of $16,000, the main one, but if you mind running through the prizes for just getting through the bracket itself, right?
Yeah, there's a lot at stake here. We got a 60,000 USD prize pool. First place 16k, second place 8k, third place 5k. There's plenty on the line. But without further ado here, we've got our 2 players for our 4th match of the day. We got Koji, the mathematician, versus Z-Kremlin, the grinder.
All right. And it looks like we have our first bands locked in. On the top side, we have Koji. Koji's deck with Eula, Sayu, and Mona, or MES, is banned out. And then on the other side, so far effectively called Conwhale, or the Consecrated Whale, is the Whale, Scorpion, and the Flying Serpent also has been banned.
An interesting choice. Now we did definitely see a good number of players banning out the Conwhale deck. I think a lot of people are figuring out like this is a really dangerous deck to have to play against with the brand new discard meta. But Z-Kremlin chose not to ban it out himself. That's why we'll actually get to see Koji bring it to game number 1.
Yes, absolutely. So a bit of a rundown on this deck here is that essentially, there may be these cards on the screen, but both the Consecrated Scorpion and Serpent are ones that actually generate cards themselves and shuffle them into the deck. And these cards can be used for dice and energy, but also specifically both of them have different mechanics. And Serpent is the one we're going to watch out for because if it has multiple of those Consecrated Energy block cards, what it's going to do is that's going to be able to do double the damage based on the cards that it has in his hand. And that can stack up all the way to 10 easily.
I've already seen what that deck is capable of. It's made of monsters, and it's monstrous in its gameplay. So Z-Kremlin's definitely gonna have a tough time here. We're gonna be seeing what has been dubbed by the community earlier as the Freesley deck here. Farina, Herald, and... I actually still don't know how to pronounce his name correctly, but you guys know what I mean.
Mr. Risley.
Risley, yes. Okay, thank you. But yes, it's a deck that does operate off of freeze, which can mess with Conwhale a bit, right?
Yes, absolutely. Decks like these, especially like the Yunjin one we saw earlier, as well as Conwhale, really loses hard to disruption or any form of extended pressure that can stop you from doing the thing. And there's that beautiful animation. Love to see it. Love this stuff so much. All right.
I think a lot of people were caught off guard by these animations as well. I think including us casters, right? We weren't prepared for this kind of production quality.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Such a treat, especially someone who works around with these tools sometimes. Like, that's incredible to see what we have here. But here's the starting mulligan. Players are figuring out what they want to get rid of in this turn.
Yeah, all right. So, as we know, both these players are battling to keep themselves in the upper bracket. And just from the decks themselves on paper, Z-Kremlin should have a slight advantage, especially if he's able to consistently get that freeze out. So on Koji's side, what would he want to be looking for here?
So on Koji's side, there is the potential of freeze. Currently, Z-Kremlin has started on Farina, who does not apply Hydro right away. She only has a little summon. So we will see if Koji is going to take immediate advantage of this, because something to note is that they kept in their hand is that 2-cost food up there is that is Adeptus Temptation. Adeptus Temptation increases your burst damage by 3, and that's going to make sure that anything Z-Kremlin can do as a defensive utility, not a chance.
Now, I'm not too certain what the typical deck list for this is. I'm gonna straight up admit to a lot of people watching right now.
Yeah, no
I am a
problem.
little bit behind on the meta, especially with this bunch of new cards added. So still not too familiar with things, but I don't really think I saw Adeptus being played in the versions of this deck earlier today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's totally okay, right? With the new meta. Things are even. I will definitely slip on some things because who knows, a player totally throws some sort of curveball out early on. Right, here we go, doing the summon, and how will Koji respond with this one?
Farina gonna be bringing out the Salon members here. Has a lot of utility. The Salon members able to do a lot of damage depending on how much HP your team has to spare overall. But yeah, because they did decide to go for this, it means that they're not able to get a direct application of Hydro or Cryo, which is interesting, right? Typically against this deck, you'd want to start like being as disruptive as possible, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no. Absolutely, especially because a Z-Kremlin's deck is going to be built around, obviously freeze first and foremost. Oh, there we go. But secondarily, also the fact that if you can get Farina burst off, Risley is just a menace with that burst. So
that is fair. Can be a terrifying combo, especially in the correct hands. Koji did decide to start with the Flying Serpent as well. So the fact is there is no elemental application on Z-Kremlin's side for them to swirl off of. So that's just some direct damage initially. But they were able to apply the talent for both the Serpent and Scorpion at the same time. So the energy blocks are already gonna start flowing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a very interesting turn one because typically you're just going to start attacking because basically Scorpion is able to draw you out those consecrated energy blocks, and then Scorpion does a little more damage instead. But you know, being able to play both talents also generates you more energy blocks into your deck, so that's more damage, more dice, more energy that can be folded into your deck. So it's a very interesting way of like a pseudo ramp kind of.
I also really like the way that the Bone Cruncher's energy block card is kind of designed, because in its base, this is a discard meta deck, right? It's just meant to discard cards as much as possible. But if you already have talents out on the Scorpion and the Serpent, playing the energy blocks actually give you a lot of value, because like the Flying Serpent allows you to get dice from switching, the Scorpion's talent allows you to draw a card, so there is some reasoning to potentially not discard them as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a lot of things you can do with, you know, just having so many cards extra in your deck. Of course, one of those being the discard. And to follow up on that, right, is that the thing that we haven't really talked about is the whale on Koji's side. And that the whale works off of you discarding those cards. So if you needed to, if you need to quote unquote feed the whale, you can increase its HP all the way up, and that's going to be a lot of fun.
It's great that we have a card that represents a lot of the Genshin community as well. Like,
yes. You know what? After Clarin came out, you know, that's how it's going to be.
But I do love the whale card. I think it's a really fun concept. The fact that it basically transforms a mechanic of the game into something that like strengthens itself, right? Where now everything that you discard just becomes its dinner, and then it gets fatter and stronger every single time. I've already seen the whale pop off earlier in the matches today, so we'll see if we get to see that.
Absolutely. Yeah, right now, Koji's just kind of playing around, seeing what they can do with this. There hasn't not really much has happened this turn, but it makes a lot of sense, right? Z-Kremlin mostly just equipped artifacts, dropped their summon, and they switched to healing too, so there's not even damage on the field right now. So Koji has some more time to plan around and think about, okay, what can I do to make sure I take out one of the characters ASAP?
Yeah, I'm surprised that the game is proceeding at a slightly slower pace than I would have imagined. I feel like Koji especially that can have a good amount of aggro built in, so Z-Kremlin playing in this style, not really putting a lot of pressure onto it, is a curious choice. But now that they also have the Herald talent in hand, there are even more ways to potentially debilitate Koji's side of the field.
Yes, absolutely. Now, one thing I found really interesting actually is that I think the reason Z-Kremlin may have switched over to the healing version of Farina is that since Herald has such low HP, but also their quote-unquote max HP is actually 6, Farina's Salon Salutaire members actually target him first instead of Risley and Farina.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. See whether or not this will be useful as the game goes on. As of right now, though, Herald hasn't really been doing all that much. In fact, I would say that no one on the field is doing all that much. Both players still trying to figure out what is the safest play to go for. Because as we already mentioned, the balance and interaction between these two decks can be a little bit fragile. Although Z-Kremlin does have the advantage on paper, he does need to approach it like with a bit more caution, because there can be very high damage attacks coming out of Koji.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, looks like they're going for the swap stall because we can see right there, Consecrated Serpent, like I mentioned earlier, that's the sniper. That one can do tons of damage, totally wipe out any character, especially with Herald here. Only a 6 HP. It really doesn't take that much to knock him out. And Z-Kremlin is trying to bait Koji into taking him out so they can play that Herald talent and slow down their dice economy. But they're like, no, I see it. I'm going to swap back. Okay, we're going to swap back. We might be doing this for a while.
I definitely remember seeing this the last time that I was casting Genshin TCG as well. These chess match situations where the players are just like switching from one character to another, and from the views of a third-person perspective, they might be wondering, what are they doing? This seems like a big waste of time. But in actuality, there's a lot of mind games happening when this kind of play occurs.
Yes, absolutely. And also additionally, in general, right, you know, the more time you give to each other, the more time you have to draw better cards, right? Right now we're seeing Koji play a support card and also the Consecrated Energy block and burns their artifact to get 1 stack on that one over there.
Now, Koji, I get the feeling Koji is gonna start doing stuff pretty soon, because the longer they wait in this game, the better it does become somewhat for Z-Kremlin, unless Koji is planning to like completely feed the whale and just go for that end game. But I don't feel like the deck that they're playing necessitates them to go for such a style.
Yes, absolutely. And one of the things I wanted to quickly put in, since of course there's a lot of new cards this patch, that one is the Fontaine Research Institute up at the top, that little one with the blue cubes. Basically, every time you discard a card, it's going to gain 1 stack and has a maximum of 9. Every time you hit the point of 3, 6, 9, you will get 1 Omni Dice for discarding cards. So really synergistic with this deck.
And we can see that we're going to start feeding the whale just a little bit here. For those of you who may not be so familiar with how the whale works, like we mentioned earlier, when you discard a card, he eats it, he gains more health. But we do see a oh! Okay! Alright, I did not see that coming.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Got the perfect snipe because, you know, having little energy blocks means that your Serpent won't do a lot of damage, but that Adeptus, you know, why Koji's running it is that perfect breakpoint to snipe Farina off, and now it is just, you know, a 3-on-2. It's going to be pretty difficult for Z-Kremlin to come back from this.
That's actually insane. Now, you have to remember that the Flying Serpent, the way that their ultimate works is that it does 2 damage on base, and then it discards all of the energy blocks in your hand. Every 2 it discards doubles this damage, so it goes from 2 to 4 to 8, and if you add on the Adeptus on top of that, it is precisely 10 damage for a 1-hit KO. So Z-Kremlin, I doubt that even he was prepared for that.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Right now, we see Z-Kremlin trying to figure out a way to this situation. What I believe they're going for is they're gonna drop the Marechaussee Hunter as well as drop a skill, and then hopefully, if Koji hits into them, they'll be able to get 1 more dice so they can at least drop in and attack.
But this is already not going to be looking like a very good situation for Z-Kremlin. Farina plays the role of basically keeping the team alive and forming that utility wherever it's necessary to make sure that Risley and the Herald are able to execute on their responsibilities.
Yes.
So I think, like, even without her, technically Z-Kremlin still has ways of playing, but it does make the game a whole lot more difficult.
Yes, absolutely. I think the biggest thing is that, Farina has swapped to the healing mode. Since the start, now she can no longer swap back since she is no longer on the field. So there's no more off-field Hydro application, and Z-Kremlin the entire match has not, put any Hydro application onto Koji's side. So that's going to make it really difficult to freeze, and that's where Risley really shines.
So I am someone who hasn't had a lot of like interaction with the TCG community just yet. So there are very few players that I've had the chance to directly like meet and communicate with. Z-Kremlin is actually one of them because I met him during the Asia Invitational, and at that time I remember Peeps mentioning to me that he is very specialized with like stall. And I remember from watching his gameplay that he tends to be a more slow and calculated type of player. But I feel like that may have cost him in this situation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like we said earlier, when you have these chess match situations or when you're trying to slow down your gameplay, I think specifically Koji's deck is going to be taking the advantage because it can still attack in and not really have to deal with any consequences, while Z-Kremlin not applying any of those elemental applications really does start to bite them right here.
Z-Kremlin has a really hard time here. Almost a whale of a time to have to deal with going against Koji in this particular situation. Risley, at the very least, is still quite healthy, and he's already getting close to that burst, so there is some damage inbuilt there, and ooh, we get to see the beautiful animation here as Herald freezes the Serpent. But I don't feel like this is a big concern for Koji.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is definitely going to start being a little difficult here because, Serpent, the big sniper, is now locked away, and Scorpion does okay. But obviously the biggest gripe with Scorpion is it doesn't have that giant snipe. Instead, it applies a debuff to you based on the amount of energy blocks that you have in your hand.
That's the thing as well, right? When you have to play against like Hun Whale, the way that the Consecrated Beasts do work depends very heavily on how many energy blocks you actually have in your hand. So it does come down to the opponent as well to be able to, at the very least, try and track how many blocks they may be dealing with. And that can be very difficult because unlike a lot of other things in the game, it's not something that you can directly see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is definitely one of the knowledge checks of the game, right? I do like how there's sometimes, right, things like these energy blocks where you could technically track it if you wrote it down like a piece of paper. But you know, you're not paying attention, you just lose focus of the game. Then you're like, oh snap, like how many energy blocks does my opponent have? I gotta watch out.
I would not want to be in their position. Honestly, I'm casting right now, and with this patch, so many new things have been added that I have no idea where I'm even supposed to be looking. So I do feel somewhat bad for these players, and also very impressed when they're able to pull things off. We do see that countdown to the show being discarded, put back onto the deck. Whale currently at 13 HP. Whale almost has as much HP as every character on Kremlin's field by itself.
Yes, absolutely. Now, Koji just did a super interesting play there, getting rid of everything in their hand and using that, Fontaine Research Lab that I just talked about, right? Now it's at 8 stacks, and they were able to burn everything, gain more dice, and also reduce the countdown to the show, the Linny card, which it can basically discount itself every time you discard. And now Koji actually has access to draw for only 2 dice. That's really strong.
We see, yep, they got the draw 4 in hand, they got 3 more blocks as well. So that's going to be a solid amount of damage, a solid amount of utility as well from the Consecrated Scorpion. I remember the casters before, I can't remember, I think it was probably Leah who mentioned that the Scorpion Burst is similar to Klee's Burst in a way.
Yeah, that is correct. Right now, we just saw all 3 energy blocks were discarded, and right now you can see right below Herald, there's the 3 status with the little scorpion tail. And what it does is that every time you do an action, you're gonna take 2 damage, 2 electro damage, and it's based off of how many energy blocks you discard.
I honestly feel like this ultimate has so much value, because it's not difficult to get these cards in your hand, especially with both Consecrated Beasts in the deck. Like, we've already seen Koji burning 4 earlier for the Serpent, burning 3 now for the Scorpion. And this effect is very similar to Klee's Burst, very similar to the Fatui Skirmishes, but it doesn't have that RNG element to it. You have direct control over how many stacks it gives and when to cast it.
Yes, absolutely. Now, one of the things that I like to cite here about Scorpion on my own personal matches is that it's a little bit of a counter to Wriothesley. Obviously, not literally, because Wriothesley has the ability to heal, and also there's support cards that can heal. It's no big deal. But when Wriothesley goes below 5 HP, he's usually supposed to heal for 2. But of course, after you do that action, you're going to take 2 damage. So any of that sustain is now out the window.
Wriothesley, at the very least, because he is able to heal 2, though, does still break even. Like, if it were any other character, then they'd be taking a lot more damage. But we see the Whale go for the strike there, even resetting the countdown to 1 cost now. So Koji will have 4 draw next turn. And another attack with the final few dice on his turn will drop Wriothesley to 2 HP. And I think at this stage of the game, it's pretty safe to say that Koji has this one.
Yeah, no, Koji is definitely sitting in such a dominant position. Whale not only at 11 stacks, 16 HP, burst ready, locked and loaded. Wriothesley, hanging on the ropes. He might pop out soon. But we just saw Z-Kremlin does have Egg, so I do wonder if they're going to be able to use Treasure to heal and spin this match around a little bit.
It's too bad Darian isn't here, because we would be hearing the classic egg line.
Yo, egg line, let's go!
You got the egg! It would revive Furina, but I feel like it's still not going to be enough, especially considering that Z-Kremlin doesn't have the best dice economy right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And no support to reduce the cost of egg and or generate dice. So that's definitely going to be hard to play. The only thing I could really think of egg really doing is going to be something where you can sacrifice Furina again for just that 1 damage hit.
Well, Furina's pretty used to sacrificing herself for other people, so yeah.
Oh no, 500 years and you made it to the TCG and we're back at it again.
Is it technically too soon? Is 500 years too soon?
Furina might have choice words to you, but anyway.
Yeah, sorry Furina, I still love you.
It's okay, yeah. Z-Kremlin, doing everything in their power, right, to drop as much healing as possible onto Wriothesley before they take a hit. Now, it's still worrisome, though, because, like I said earlier, Wriothesley breaks even with that Scorpion debuff, but then, Whale can do 4 damage right now, so...
I'm gonna assume that Z-Kremlin's going to basically sacrifice Herald here so that he can play the talent and maybe stop Koji from playing too many moves this turn. They do play the countdown to get 4 cards. It's gonna be 3 blocks and a liven. So he's got plenty of tools for this round though, even if the Herald debuff comes out.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is one of the things I kind of think about Whale. You know, and one of the issues I tend to run into it is that its burst itself does not deal a lot of damage. So, you know, as much as you get your cool summon. Oh, wait, we have Adeptus. Hold on.
Ooh. And so what are you saying about the burst not doing much damage?
Yeah, see, we can see right there, it just did a little bit of damage, right? And of course it's Herald too, so it doesn't even matter that much. But it's the big thing is that summon, or actually it did skill there, the energy didn't drain, so.
Yeah, it did end up discarding the Adeptus as well, because the skill does discard the highest die cost in hand afterwards. But it's okay, because the whale eats it, he technically gets to consume Adeptus regardless.
Yes. Yeah, definitely there. I would have considered burst because it would have been enough to take out Herald first revive. Because you know the biggest thing about revives is that you don't have to deal with follow through damage. You know, so that would be where I would use it. But yeah, the whale burst currently only does 1 damage. So
I'm wondering if there is anything that Kremlin can be doing in this particular situation. Support cards aren't the best here. He obviously doesn't have a lot of burst built in because this is meant to be more of a slow burn deck that slowly whittles down your opponent through control. But now the whale's at 18 HP, not to mention the other 2 beasts still surviving. Yeah, it's a tight spot.
Yeah, it's definitely a tight spot. What I'm looking at for the lines on Z-Kremlin's side is that they do have Lumen Stone and they have a few 0-cost cards in their hand that they can absolutely throw out to generate more dice, but it's going to be a little difficult. Yeah, they're not even going to go for it right now. Already playing Herald talent out the gate.
I don't know. Kremlin has held on for now, but it's more of Koji just like slowing things down to make sure that he doesn't make a mistake when victory is already right in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still don't really see a way that Kremlin comes back from this unless he's able to make like a massive play happen. Like even if he were to get 2 attacks out, freeze the whale here. I don't know. I don't really see a path out of this.
Yeah, no, not really. There we go. Herald's that damage bonus coming through, but now Herald himself is sitting at lethal, so you know, assuming Koji uses the skill one more time, it should be out. Unless I do believe we did use the damage buff, right? So.
Now the skill at base is already going to be more than enough damage here. That's like 1 damage plus 4 from 12 points of HP.
Yep,
plus 1 from electro charge. That's a lethal onto the Herald, even 1 electro charge damage onto Risley, which he's able to heal off from. But at 4 HP, man is holding the line when the rest of his team is already down for the count.
Yeah, this is where I probably would have played a little more risky. You know, being able to play things like the Boar Princess that we can see Z-Kremlin's hand, you would have gained at least 1 more dice from that situation. Probably could have drawn more from Lumenstone, but it's okay, right? You know, facing off against like such a imposing threat like this, it's like, you know, maybe it's time to throw in the towel, but we'll see these final few moments. Yep. Okay, Lumenstone. All right, now what will we use off of this? We can still generate another dice, absolutely.
Yeah, but I don't think 1 dice is the difference between victory and defeat here for Z-Kremlin.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Let's see.
I do feel like Kremlin needed to be playing a little bit more aggressive early on. The fact that he was playing very slowly against a deck that is very comfortable playing at its own pace, just made him very vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, right here, Risley is now able to do his punch since he's below. Oh, okay, decides against it.
Going for the Leben ramp. I guess it's good. Z-Kremlin is still holding out hope. There's never an impossible situation. With this, he should have like some dice advantage against Koji going into the next round, since he knows the whale probably doesn't have enough to get 1 more attack out. Yeah. But I still don't think it's gonna help very much.
Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, and that's one of the factors I believe I missed about the Consecrated Serpent, is that it does have 1 dice reduction thanks to his talent when you swap, so.
Like, these are things that you don't really even think about very much, because typically the deck plays in such a such a bombastic way, and people are more focused on other things instead.
No, yeah, it's a factor because usually a thing in the TCG, right, is that and for the audience at home, if you ever see a flash of light on the characters, that means some sort of effect is activating. So when I saw that on the server, I'm like, hey, what's that? I'm like, wait a minute.
Hydro Resonance drawn a little bit late here, but the treasure has been played, so there's some healing coming out. Another treasure actually being drawn as well. So Risley actually getting back to a pretty comfortable spot in terms of HP, so that at the very least, he's not going to get easily one-shot here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Risley's going to be able to heal out of the current breakpoint, which is by just using a Hydro Res and Treasure. Now, I do wonder, though, is that going to be enough to actually sweep Koji, right? Because both of them now have that Hydro application on them. It's, all Risley needs to do is one attack, and they're going to be frozen solid.
That's a very unfortunate thing here. Let's see. Z-Kremlin has actually done a lot more than I would have anticipated him being able to do here, so I think we do still have to keep our eyes open. You can tell that even Koji is still playing quite respectful to make sure that, a mistake isn't made that would allow Z-Kremlin to make that comeback. Hydro Resonance gonna be pulling Risley back up to full. We get the Boar Princess Veterans coming out, replacing the previous. We got 15 dice on Kremlin's side, so a lot of damage potential this round, actually.
Yeah, and I just quite can't see it, but I do believe Risley is also probably sitting at the point where he can get a free burst, or by free I mean by 1 dice, right? And now he's ready for it. So this is actually super scary because Risley burst does cryo damage 2 separate times, so that can totally lock down a team instantly.
Oh, okay. This is actually not completely over here. I'm really impressed. The Tila coming out on top of that as well means that Risley will be able to get a couple of normal attacks out more than he would have without it, and that extra damage is going to be very useful, considering that now that he's taken out the Serpent, the remaining 2 units on Koji's side both have Hydro applied. Kremlin having the dice advantage here is actually controlling the flow of this round.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm quite surprised there. I'm surprised that Koji swapped to the whale, because at minimum, I think you got to have gotten at least 1 electro attack in with Scorpion, right? And then the whale is kind of the one you want to tank in the end phase. But looks like Koji is opting to drop the whale. Maybe they want to drop burst because it is going to be an extra bit of damage in the end phase.
The burst. Do you want to go for burst here? I feel like, hold on. If skill would currently do 6 damage, still not quite enough to take out Risley too.
Yeah, I think Koji's looking at the burst line, pulling back the artifact we have here. We have Marsha say, or veterans I should say. There we go. Oh, are we gonna generate even more dice? I don't know. So okay, burns Liben. Ooh, huh. Oh, that's pretty huge. We have the Watatsumi's Crown available now, and that one heals you for 3 HP when you play it. So
interesting. Except the whale's max HP wouldn't be enough to make full use of the 3 HP healing right now. Right?
Yeah, indeed. But 3 healing is nothing to scoff at, of course. What else do we have? Another Fontaine Research Institute. Although, we're starting to run out of less and less cards to tune. We only have 2 Animo dice left to throw away. So.
It does play at max HP 20. It's almost as if you're trying to unlock a new card in Cat's Tail right now.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah, we see those bosses in the challenges, they have tons of HP. Oh, perfect calculate. I should have considered that.
Getting that extra damage from the hell, finishing off Risley. I gotta give props. Z-Kremlin survived that a lot longer than we thought, and it actually looked like there may have been some hope. But the Conwell deck showing why it's so fearsome in the current meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was not a line I was considering because generally speaking, I never really see whales go to so much HP, right, all the way up to 23. But you have to factor that in, that it also applies and gives you that damage bonus. So Koji perfectly calculated it out and then made it so it's 7 HP. Risley is down for the count.
Yeah, really well played there by Koji. He was in a dominating position right from the very start of the game because both players did decide to start off a little bit slow there. I feel like there needed to be a little bit more aggressive play coming out of Z-Kremlin to make sure that he could make use of this control deck against the Con Whales. But hey, it is going to be a learning experience, and it does also mean that Koji won't be able to use this deck going forward.
Yep, so we're going to see Conwhale gone from this two-player matchup, and then we're going to be switching over to new decks. Another thing I want to know about it, right, is that, like, you know, that perfect calc, you know, if Koji never did that, it would be pretty much Kremlin's game, honestly.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that Kremlin was going to turn it around, right? Once they freeze the whale, freeze the scorpion, they still have a good amount of dice to do damage that round. It would have gotten really, really close. But well played to Koji for eyeing the chance to make sure that this path was cut out. And well played to Z-Kremlin for even finding it in the first place. I think a lot of players would have already given up a couple rounds earlier. So showing why they are the pros after all.
Yeah, really big of a struggle to work off only Lumenstone and then work out the rest of your cards from there. It is quite the gamble and quite the calculation to get to that point. But yes, we were just gonna be heading into the next match. I am interested in what they're gonna pick. I do remember, let's say, we had MES banned on one of the sides, and I do remember seeing an H-Jaha Nouvelette Ice Cube deck on Z-Kremlin's side. So.
Oh, we're very excited to find out. Let's go ahead and look at what the decks are going to be for game number 2. Looks like Z-Kremlin gonna be sticking with the same deck here, and Koji gonna be swapping over to the Yunjin deck, which this character also is causing a lot of havoc in the TCG right now.
Yes, absolutely. Yunjin OTK on the side of Koji. You know, Yunjin will buff your normal attacks, and then all three of these characters have 2 damaging normal attacks we can get be increased just so high to the point where you really don't even need cards anymore. You just you know, you do what you do, and you got what you need, and you don't have to deal with any of that, and then the game's over by round 2. So
round 2, Koji currently 1 game up. If they're able to win this one, it means that they'll move on into the upper brackets, and Z-Kremlin will unfortunately be pushed down into the lower brackets, a fate that I'm sure he wants to avoid from happening. But it means that he's gonna have to get through the power of Yunjin, Zhongli, and the Seahorse.
Indeed. So we got Koji's deck right here, like the characters we mentioned earlier. Looking pretty standard. Now, the one thing that I'm noticing it's a little different from the ones I've been playing in the first 2 weeks is that they've not only added the changing shifts, but also an extra Primordial Jadewing Spear, which is interesting because Wagner's only needs 3 weapons to run, right? But now they're running 1 more for consistency.
Interesting. So they might be leaning a little bit towards that aggressive side to try and maybe get both Yunjin and Zhongli equipped as fast as possible with multiple weapons. Z-Kremlin, this is already the deck we saw earlier. Unfortunately, needed to play just a little bit more active early on to put some pressure onto Koji and make sure he couldn't play his own game. But still, overall, a very powerful deck that executes its win condition by basically doing damage consistently over the course of the game.
Yeah, and we saw even with that low aggression, right? Z-Kremlin was looking at a winning line, you know, if Koji had not mathed it out, you know, living up to the name of mathematician, right? You know, win there. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how Z-Kremlin, it's a very different form of aggression, right? Both decks, you know, that Koji has played so far are both decks that can immediately snipe you with tons of damage. So it's going to be interesting to see how Z-Kremlin handles this matchup once more.
In the previous game, we mentioned that Z-Kremlin's deck probably had a slight advantage because if it was able to get freeze out on the Consecrated Beast, it would make it a bit more difficult for Koji to play. Against the Yunjin deck, what are your thoughts?
Okay, let's see here. So the one big difference, right, with Yunjin decks is that once Yunjin has burst off, everyone in the deck can make utilization of that buff to their normal attacks, right? Seahorse, a little less because Seahorse can't equip weapons, but you know, just swap over to Zhongli, he's gonna say Quake, Grumble, and then you take 8 damage.
Zhongli, remember the final attack in his attack chain, kicking that spear in your face. In this case, I think people are really going to feel it with that Yunjin burst as well. So we'll see whether Z-Kremlin can come out on top and bring this to a game number 3. Considering that Koji so far has been doing a very good job.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see if their mathematician powers back them up once more. See if they can get a perfect snipe onto the Herald. I wonder if Z-Kremlin is going to go for the line where they fished out Herald talent early, right?
Yeah, that could be very useful. Again, typically when you play a Herald deck, getting that Herald talent and that debuff out, like especially during prime turns, is going to be a lot of value because it just makes it difficult for your opponent to play, especially against a deck like this, based on normal attacks. I think it could mess with them a little bit, but Yunjin's buff is so strong as well, being able to discount those normal attacks is going to be an interesting interaction to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, yeah, this is actually another thing I've not considered yet for Yunjin decks. I've always been playing the super aggressive Yunjin decks. Just like, I don't care if I miss my cards. Too bad, so sad. But they do have a Lumen Stone in here. Now, Lumen Stone is interesting because, of course, generates you a dice, but also draws you a card. I do wonder how those breakpoints work out in this deck.
Yep, without further ado, we begin game number 2. We got Koji on the top of the screen, Z-Kremlin on the bottom, and the Laughter currently 1 game down, 1 game away from potentially dropping into the lower bracket. So, we'll see whether they can claw their way back up. Looking at the dice situation for both players, unfortunately not the best, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're looking at already alternate lines off the rip. Seahorse is going to be coming out early. Looks like they want to apply just a little Electro and also prevent any early damage to Yunjin, right? Especially that application, because freeze, you get frozen, nothing, you can't do anything no more, so...
Yeah, when you know your opponent is going to be basing a lot of their damage or control off of those elemental reactions, pushing someone else out in front first at each one of those elemental applications can do a lot, because it means that your opponent is going to have to wait until turn 2 typically to actually get that reaction out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and like when I say it's kind of an alternate line, but also very optimal, right? Usually when we talk about alternate lines is that you're usually wasting a little bit of dice, but on the side of Z-Kremlin, Herald Start is great because, it's going to apply a Hydro on demand, unlike Farina,
And I see in hand that Koji did end up getting, I believe that's Yunjin's talent as well, already equipping the Jade Wing Spear, so he knows that he can afford to go to start things off a little bit more aggressively. That talent, to me, feels, honestly, a little bit overtuned at times.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Talent giving you +2 damage when you have no cards in your hand. Super duper useful and super powerful, right? You already have the base buff going you all the way to 4 damage normals, or I should say 3 damage normals, and you add a weapon on top, then it's 4, and then additionally once you add talent, and then it's 5, so it's like that's the entire
it's
character.
So insane. And we saw Yunjin doing like 6 damage on normal attacks earlier in the day, and that does all add up. I believe that was without the talent as well, so it would have been 8 with the talent. It's scary how much damage she is able to output, considering she's typically more of a support character in the base game. But yes, +2 normal attack damage with a condition that isn't difficult to achieve as well, because you typically want to burn through all your hand cards to get that dice discount.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so one of the things I haven't talked about quite yet is about the whole idea that has been introduced, or not necessarily introduced this patch, but people have been really experimenting with, is Herald Float 8. And what that means is that floating dice in this game just means that you're using it to, use equipment, use support cards like Liben, to, shove those dice into the next turn or do something with it. And Herald specifically, people have been talking about, it's like, hey, this guy gets so much value off of his skills, why don't we just not take the first turn, and then we can do a ton of stuff. Like, see, Riley has a weapon equipped already.
Yeah, it is true. It's one way of looking at things. And I do like how the game itself has developed a lot, where, like, we remember when Genshin TCG first came out, the gameplay was pretty simple. You just want to make sure you get your damage out, get those reactions, take down the opponent's characters as fast as possible. But now, there's a lot more ways, a lot more different avenues you can approach the game with metas like discard as well, and card generation coming out.
Yeah, we can see, once again, a little bit, a little bit more of that chess gameplay coming out now. I'm a little surprised Z-Kremlin did not use the Heart of Kavarina, that little pink artifact sitting in their hand. Of course, they do know, right, that Koji is going to be swap styling, but it doesn't hurt to equip it, so...
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised as well. It would allow you to get a potential card draw because surely Koji is still going to come out with an attack at some point this turn, especially now that he's been able to generate his dice back up to 8 too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be getting pretty worried about that Yunjin. Primordial Jade Weak Spear, you know, it's something that was introduced all the way in 4, 3.7, I believe, or maybe it was 4.3. In between those patches, right? But it's a pretty strong polearm that has never really seen much use. Base damage +1, and then every time you use a skill, you also gain +1 damage, stacking up to 2. So that's potential 3 damage bonus, and also additionally, with characters like Yunjin who have a prepare skill, it applies to both of the hits, so that's pretty scary.
I still remember back when the Jade Wing Spear was first released, it wasn't often utilized because the fact that it would only stack damage after skill usages and only until the end of that round meant that it was just not efficient, right? Like, because back then dice economy was a lot more stingy than it is now with all the different dice generation we have. But now, because there's so many ways to get more dice and characters are able to use their skills more easily and more frequently, the Jade Wing Spear has a lot of value, especially in a deck like this where you're going to be able to spam a lot of cheap normal attacks.
Yes, absolutely. You know, Jade Wing Spear being it's really kind of the thing that will accelerate the Yunjin deck to super high heights, going way past that 5 damage breakpoint that we talked about earlier. Even without talent, it's like, oh, you see that, you're gonna start sweating a little bit.
Yep. Right now, Koji has done a very good job of basically just switching between Seahorse and Zhongli to eat all of the damage and the Hydro application while maintaining enough dice advantage to make sure that they're able to build up a Yunjin's energy to full by the end of this round without any potential response from Z-Kremlin. And that's going to be something Kremlin wants to try and avoid as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting a little worried here because, you know, Z-Kremlin has no means to generate any more dice, so they might just have to play Lumenstone and end, because, you know, Koji sitting over here, 7 dice in hand, you know, Yunjin's locked and loaded, so Farina might actually fall right now.
I do like that Z-Kremlin was a little bit more aggressive early on in this round, applying Hydro, but I also feel like he ended up falling into a bit of a trap because it set him up in a situation where there would be no dice left to play around the swap stalling of Koji or to even get like elemental application onto literally the most dangerous character on their side of the field.
Yes, absolutely. I'm also, once again, I'm surprised that Heart hasn't come out. Of course, Z-Kremlin has a chance to play it, but, you know, Koji has to hit at least once this turn, so at least drop that before your turn ends, right? So.
Let's see. Kremlin going to finally play. The Kavrina switches over to the Herald as well. I don't really see any way for him to generate more dice in hand, so it's very unlikely he'll be able to get Hydro applied to Yunjin here. If he ends turn first, which most likely he will have to, he can at least apply Hydro at the start of the next round. But by then, Koji will be able to get that Yunjin burst out.
Yeah, here's a little bit of the scary part. Of course, this is a little different a scenario if Koji had already discarded some stuff, right? They would be able to do a little more, but right now they're just going to take Herald down to about, you know, just the revive, and then that would probably be the end of the turn. But if it's any distance area, Yunjin could totally just sweep you off your feet early, and losing Herald early, that's not good.
I mean, Yunjin already did 5 damage by herself, and that's without any stacks on Jade Wing Spear, that's without the talent being played just yet. Interestingly enough, though, Koji still gonna be switching to Zhongli to end the turn, saving the dice with Vanarana.
Yeah, a little bit of a classic interaction. I was calculating a few things there. I'm like, oh, hey, you have Lumenstone, also you have Vanarana. But then also there's Liven. One of the more classic interactions, Vanarana has the action order priority, so Liven cannot scoop dice. So a little unfortunate, you need to float 5 dice. You want that actually to ever come into value, so.
Perhaps it canonically proves that Liven cannot see the Aranara, because once they've taken the dice, he cannot find them anymore.
You know what? That is true. You know, the Aranara are a very special creature, but the forest always.
Yeah, I'll do my best, but I Can't guarantee a
So
victory.
this turn, Koji going to have 10 dice at Kremlin at 7 since he just used one to switch over to Risley, potentially to get some freeze out onto Zhongli. I think this is not a bad play because if Koji stays on Zhongli, he gets frozen. If Koji switches over to Yunjin, which he would ideally want to, then Risley can apply Cryo to set up the freeze since he does have the quick swaps in hand.
Yes, absolutely. And as much as Yunjin can do a ton of damage, Risley himself can also shoot tons of damage back because he has weapon, and then he himself is very dice efficient, boosts his own damage. So a little bit of a tricky situation for Koji. He's got to figure out a good way to play this out.
Koji would ideally want not to have to attack on the other two characters because he does need at least 6 dice to get Yunjin burst out this turn. What's even more unfortunate for him is that his dice are not good this turn.
Yeah.
There's literally 0 Geo over there, despite having 10 dice.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is should be able to tune a decent amount of cards in their hand, and it also is cool that Yunjin on her skill gets a bonus damage if you ever use a card for tune during the current round. Yep, there we see one, so now she's gonna have that damage bonus. Yep, there we go.
Always something that I also forget about as well, because tuning has always been an action that you don't really pay a lot of attention to in this game. And we can see that Z-Kremlin instantly upping the tempo of realizing that, oh, Koji's let down his guard, he's put Yunjin in a vulnerable position, and even though he has the energy to burst now, she has been frozen instantly with that quick swap that we pointed out earlier. So this is going to delay the game, and Z-Kremlin now showing exactly how this Freezely deck is strong.
Yes, absolutely. That play right there was super nice, utilizing the fast swap, inside freeze to, push over to Herald and then drop that. So not only, is Yunjin going to cost a lot more, right? All the character skills are going to cost more. It's going to be really difficult to get out of this position. Oh, but there it is. The prepared skill persists through rounds so that Yunjin drops her skill. Now Herald is on its last life.
I don't think Z-Kremlin's too worried about that though. The Herald debuff has already come out, so if he does draw the talent now, he just has it ready. I imagine he would want to switch to someone else. Otherwise, he could actually still potentially go for a Hydro application here because he still has that second quick swap, but I don't think there's any real way for him to stop Koji from getting that burst out now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Herald just drops in with a normal that boosted up damage. Now, here's one fun thing about talent cards versus Herald is that talent cards will not take on that damage or dice reduction or dice debuff, I should say, because we can see up there Yunjin costs 4 to do either, but talent card will not cost that.
Oh, that's actually an interesting interaction. I was not aware of that. So Koji having that Yunjin talent, very valuable right now. Yunjin will probably end up falling if he does decide to go for the burst, but typically the goal is just to get those flying cloud flag formation stacks out to set up for Zhongli. What is very dangerous for Koji though is the fact that all 3 of his characters have Hydro Aura on them, so anyone he switches to is at risk of being frozen straight away.
Yeah, exactly. I'm expecting maybe a little bit of a Risley sweeping turn unless Koji is able to wiggle their way out of this, because honestly, looking at it, I think the reason they're taking a long time to calculate right is the big problem is Yunjin has the Jade Wing Spear and Gamblers, and there's clearly no means to draw it outside of Lumenstone and Koji's side, so that's a big risk losing all of that.
I think that's also one disadvantage of putting on like these very important equipment and artifacts very early on, because if he had them saved, like he could sacrifice Yunjin, just drop him on Zhongli and have him take over instead, but because they are equipped on Yunjin currently, it's very important for Koji to actually keep her alive so that he can play around those breakpoints. Therefore, we're gonna be seeing some swap stalling.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Yeah, no, looking through that.
guarantee
Also,
a
correction on
victory.
myself. I thought Herald did a normal attack as a 3 damage. It was actually the prepare skill. So now Zhongli got another hit. It passed the turn back over to Koji, but Koji wasn't able to do anything, so they're just swapping over to Seahorse, biding their time, trying to drain Z-Kremlin of all their dice before they have to resort to other means to fight back.
Oh,
yeah, there it is.
Swap stalling gonna be happening a lot here. Koji knows that he has the dice advantage right now against Kremlin. He's trying to bait Kremlin to go for an attack, which Kremlin will do because that is going to cost a good amount typically, but this is Risley we're talking about, so it actually costs the same amount as it would if you did switch characters. That's the value of this character as well. It's so efficient to be able to deal damage on him.
Yes, absolutely. We're seeing Risey moving into his combo turn that, you know, this current punch that's coming up is only going to cost 2 dice. And then, you know, Risey doesn't currently have a means to generate more, but that's still a big deal, being able to totally lock down Koji. I wonder if they're going to be able to wiggle out of this turn right now.
The thing is, and this is something that Koji will know as well, if Kremlin goes for this attack onto Seahorse, he will not have enough dice to potentially go for another hit onto Yunjin. So Koji can actually like switch back to Yunjin here to potentially get something out, but I think just to be safe, yeah, he will switch to Zhongli just to make sure there's no other dice generation engines in hand for Kremlin.
Yeah, this is actually a really good play, I'd say here. You know, being able to recognize that, hey, you know, Z-Kremlin hasn't played any support cards yet, so either they're hiding something insane or, you know, they have no dice to speak of once Risley has done his punch. So, you know, now Koji's going to have the floor on 7 dice on Yunjin with talent. I think, you know, that something scary might happen.
In fact, I think in Koji's position, he can even afford to continue swap stalling until Z-Kremlin officially announces the end of his round, just to be hyper safe, right? Because he only needs 3 dice to end this round. That's gonna be enough for him to like make sure that he gets that burst out. So the safest way to make sure that your opponent isn't keeping tricks up their sleeve is to make sure that they end their turn.
Yep. Yeah, there it is. Z-Kremlin even notices like, okay, you know what? If someone has to go, unfortunately, it will be Farina once more, because losing Risley or Herald is really something you never want to happen in a matchup like this. And here it comes. Oh, are you ready, Staffa?
Oh boy, I feel so bad for Farina. Like every single time, like 500 years of suffering. You would think it would be enough, but no. In Genshin TCG, the legacy lives on. Koji not gonna wait until Kremlin officially ends his round. I think he feels safe enough to go for this now. We'll tune the necessary cards, and out will come the Yunjin burst.
Yep, we're gonna see the burst come out, and also I think it's going to be a normal into Yunjin. It looks like Koji is trying to perfectly math out, see if they can get rid of all their cards in their hand, right? Because Yunjin does get more dice reduction and more damage if all those cards are gone. Yep, there we go. Tosses away Lumen Stone. I don't need extra dice. Who needs extra draw?
Like, I don't need these cards if my enemy just falls before me. It's basically the spirit that we are seeing here. Although Koji, right now, all of his characters are very low on HP, he has set up a situation that he's been looking for the past couple of rounds here. And now, it's gonna be very dangerous. Z-Kremlin, all he can really do right now is hope and pray that he doesn't take too much damage before this round ends.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm super worried because if that's that's Minty meat rolls. I thought so.
Boy.
There it is. Oh boy. Yeah, Koji is trying to also proc Lumen Stone off of this. Drops 2 Minty meat rolls on Zhongli and Yunjin, and now they have 2 dice to speak of. They're gonna attack in, and I believe Farina. Let's see how many. I can't see the stacks on Primordial Jedwig Spear, but that might just be enough to knock her out right now.
Has Yunjin used she's used her burst, so it should have 1 stack as far as I know, right? So how much damage is this going to do? It's 2 damage base plus 2 from Jade Wing.
Oh, okay, not that much. We're okay.
That's less than I thought.
Yeah, but that was for she got 1 more attack. Wait, really? Oh.
Interesting.
I'm kind of surprised they went for that because they do have gamblers on Yunjin, so they could just attack in and gain 2 more dice and then swap over. So maybe Koji is seeing something that we don't right now.
Was their normal attack fully discounted? That's the thing. Like, they had 0 dice left. They had Minty, they had the Yunjin skill, but maybe they weren't actually able to get another attack out?
The dice on display currently showed that she was able to do it, but I guess there's something that they're seeing that's just like, no, it's not worth it. Don't oh, you know what it is? Free swap to Risey because Z-Kremlin has the turn advantage, right? And then Yunjin is cooked and Zhongli has no setup right now.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, this is still dangerous. Koji finally got the burst out. He has the potential to do a lot of damage, especially with 2 Vanessas in hand. That's going to be 10 effective dice. But Risley is still at 8 HP, and he is going to be the primary threat here, especially now that everyone on Koji's side is so low.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. What are we gonna do? I think something that would not hurt, especially because that's one of the things that's very difficult about playing Farina, is that you see that little card right there is the Seeds of the Sacred and Secular allows her to switch between healing and damage. You can't use that once she's gone, so you want to decide what summon you're putting out, you gotta do it now.
I think Z-Kremlin though is in a comfortable enough position that he doesn't even need to necessarily use Farina anymore. I think if everything lines up, he could even potentially end the game this round. So rather than spending that dice to like get a Farina summon out, I think saving it all for Risley might be the better play.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and you can see, you know, a little bit of that happening because Z-Kremlin doesn't even play Lumenstone to generate more dice. They're going to fully rely on this because Risley's abilities are going to do now 2 damage right now into Zhongli, right? So gotta watch out. What are we going to do to escape this position?
Koji definitely wishing that Zhongli had some energy right now. That meatball would be so valuable for disabling Risley in this situation, but no energy means that there's no way he's gonna be getting that out. He's gonna probably pot on both Vanessas here, yeah, to get like 0 cards in hand.
To have as much dice efficiency as possible to drop that normal attack. 5 damage onto Risley. Z-Kremlin better heal this off, or Yunjin will probably just finish him off. Oh wait, there we go. Yunjin might just finish him off after this one. Oh nope.
No, it's Kremlin's turn. Yup, that's gonna be the final hit. Kremlin gonna be bringing it back to even here against Koji, showing us the true power of the Risley deck. That was an exciting game too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We got to see the power of Risley. You know, maybe not through the cleanest sweep that he can typically do, but regardless, still a very good run right there. And Risley showing that he can definitely hold out that end game. I think, like we mentioned last time, right? It was a little bit of slower play, and then Koji had to slow down and maybe a little too much to the point where it costed them the game.
Yeah, I think Koji did make some very smart moves overall to avoid Yunjin being frozen at key moments, but the fact that he had to play like this meant that it was already slowing down his gameplay a lot, and he unfortunately had to spend a lot of dice to stall out turns instead of like getting characters like Zhongli equipped, getting more energy to potentially set up the burst. So it ended up with Z-Kremlin basically controlling the flow of the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's the classic conundrum. You know, specifically, it's really interesting that this stall deck, right? You know, because effectively speaking, the way that Z-Kremlin is playing the freeze deck is a little bit oriented towards stall, but it has enough of that immediate value from Risley and Herald to, you know, really threaten someone to really have to change their game plan.
It really messes with you. And I think know that when we look at these types of decks, like combo style decks that want to set up bursts on a singular character, freeze can really mess with them. We've seen this in the past with characters like Yelan, so it's not too different in that regard. Koji is quite used to having the balance around it, but this deck is still very difficult to go up against, and that means in game 3 we're gonna see that Yunjin deck go up against the Ice Cube Double Dragon.
Yeah, here is the Double Dragon. Now, what's really strange is that it's Ice Cube instead of Layla, right? Because we're very used to seeing Layla in this deck. So I do wonder why Z-Kremlin has chosen to run Ice Cube. I have a few guesses, but we'll talk about it once we see that deck list, right?
So we know that like Layla is typically played to have like some defensive utility as well as on-demand freeze, because once you skill on her, that skill is always going to be available, and if you time your stacks correctly with New Valette, then it's just a freeze immediately. Cryo Hypostasis will not have the same kind of utility, but it would definitely have more aggressive pressure. So we'll see how much of a difference that makes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. One of the things I'm thinking about for Ice Cube is that part of it is that, like, realistically, Ice Cube really only never needs to drop some damage, and it also has that revive, so you can pass through someone's big damage pop off. So you're right, like something like Koji, right? Because as much as one of the things I think the advantages of Yunjin, right, is that her thing has no turn limit. You just have to use it, but that ice cube may be able to, you know, take away one of Yunjin's flags for free, you know, and just revive right past it.
We'll see. So this deck, we've already seen the cards here. It's meant to set up for Yunjin and Zhongli to dish out that damage with the double Jade Wing Spear. But as for Z-Kremlin's side,
Interesting.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, no, the biggest thing I'm seeing the difference in here is that there's the Linny magic, but there's also parametric transformer in combination with the seed box. Not something we've seen before, so.
Yeah, that's actually quite curious. Parametric, a card that we really don't see a lot of anymore. It was very popular back when Genshin TCG first released, but it has been an entire era since that time. Also, having Countdown to the Show in a deck that doesn't really have discard mechanics is kind of weird, no?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a little strange, but the interesting thing about Countdown to the Show is that it's basically, since it costs that 3 dice, it's effectively an early ramp in the first 1 to 2 turns. So, you know, as much as you'd love to discount it, being able to draw 4, you know, still a really powerful thing to have on your side. So we'll see if Z-Kremlin goes to those lines.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. What I think the Ice Cube does do especially is that he does do a lot of damage to like standby characters, right? Because like with the skill you get a status that allows you to deal piercing damage. Your ultimate does piercing damage. So in a deck like this, like a more mid-range deck where we know New Ballet as the HUD likes to play a little bit more slowly, it could whittle down the opponent's field like a bit more consistently than Layla.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with that. That's one of the things most people cite that, you know, Ice Cube normal attack isn't really the best, you know, thing that you can use. But, you know, sometimes I think it really doesn't hurt, right? You're able to get not only that cryo application, but then the piercing damage across the board, you know, can, especially last time, right? We saw Koji sitting at 3 and 2 HP respectively on each character. That's going to be enough to close a game.
So we will see what happens here. It's gonna be game number 3 here. Koji and Z-Kremlin bringing it down to the wire to see which of these two competitors is gonna be able to move on into the upper brackets and keep their 2 lives intact, continuing into the Prince Cup. Without further ado, let's jump on into it.
Indeed. Game 3 scenarios are always super duper exciting, right? You love to see it in any form of a tournament. You know, here especially, right, in Genshin TCG, you know, you can say, oh, I lost to RNG, oh, I lost to this and that. Nah, bro, it's the game 3. You gotta lock in and you gotta make it work.
You really gotta make it work. Let's look at the starting hands here. We already got the double Lumen Stone on Kremlin's side, so that's actually a pretty solid start if he does decide to go for a very greedy ramp opening.
Yes, absolutely. And also in general, I think both players have kind of an amazing start. Koji can use the companion package shenanigans, has double strategize. Yeah,
Ooh.
They both kept their cards. And also,
no mulligan. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, they're like, oh yeah, I got what I need. That's all I need. But Z-Kremlin has that fast swap in hand, right? And we saw how devastating that was last game. Probably gonna come in again in this one.
I expect we're not going to be seeing this used too soon, unless like Koji sees the chance to just freeze Yunjin off the bat. Gonna actually be starting on that cryo hypostasis as well, so we'll instantly get to see what value this cube has, drawing out the Boar Princess and the Linny card as well. Is he going a full ramp round 1?
They might be considering it. Even they might go so far as to play the Linny card and use those 3 aligned dice that they have, which would be, honestly, that'd be a pretty crazy turn 1. I'd be surprised if they did that. So.
Oh, yeah. I think Kremlin still needs to not show his hand fully here. Well, never mind. He's gonna do it. Plays the full cost countdown, draws the hand. My goodness. Okay, very greedy opening as well, because now that Koji has seen this, he can actually start setting up on Yunjin, if not for the fact that his dice were not so great.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is kind of the thing that's pushing Koji back. They should be able to tune for a few things, but you know, their dice are not looking great, and ideally you want to skill on Yunjin and into normal, which still can happen, but not what you like in this turn. So
It does have double strategize, so at least he can draw cards for tuning fodder, but it is a very unfortunate start. Grimlet gonna switch over to Azdaha. Not gonna be ending the turn too soon, so I think that's the right play to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, Koji might respond with a very similar opening. They just should drop Wagner's right now. Here we go. Hopefully it's Jadewing Spear. Yeah, I see that green tassel. There it is.
Winning out the Wagner banner. Very nice. And then immediately ending, going for that ramp onto life. And this is great as well from Koji because it means that he does have turn priority going into the next turn. Z-Kremlin gonna be setting up with Cryo, but not having any dice left over to feed into Liven. So he will actually have less dice economy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, Z-Kremlin is playing a rainbow deck, so they have access to the magic dice, or I should say, like the Gilded Dreams for the proper terminology. Yeah, and they have Golden House to discount all of that, so we'll see if Z-Kremlin can break even right now.
Yeah, Z-Kremlin does have a lot of dice in hand here. The Golden House Gilded, like you mentioned, and he also has, I believe, the Azdaha talent there on the left side of his hand. So a good amount of dice to play with here, which is important considering Koji has 13 this turn.
Ooh, interesting. Already swapped to Zhongli. Are we gonna see more chess gameplay? Interesting.
Maybe Koji will actually start by getting some energy on Zhongli this time, right? The problem last game was that with no energy on him, the meatball was never going to be a problem for Z-Kremlin, though nope, looks like it is going to be chess gameplay.
Yeah, swap, weed out the intentions of your opponent. It's really interesting, right, how these two players, because, personally, like, I've seen them for a long time, so they're very high caliber in my opinion. But secondarily, right, it's interesting that the gameplay has devolved into this kind of call-out scenario where they're trying to weed out each other's intentions.
We do see Koji, though, switching over to Yunjin. So he finally gets to have some screen time here. Z-Kremlin gonna be playing the Azdaha talent. Therefore, now Koji knows, oh, he actually still has more dice to play around with. Does he decide it's the right time to start building up energy on Yunjin? He can also play the Jadewing Spear for free, too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Wagner's being able to get that turn one so strong, because then you have a free weapon. And of course, we've seen how potent weapons are in Koji's deck. Now let's see. Yeah, oh, they're going for it. Yeah, they're going to drop weapon and a skill. There it is. And the bonus damage and a tune. Oh boy. Watch out, H-Dog.
I think it's safe enough to go for this right now because we know that Z-Kremlin, he doesn't have a lot of damage set up just yet. Or 5 damage coming out of Yunjin straight away. Z-Kremlin's gonna need to find a way to respond against this.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's gonna be really difficult, honestly. I'd be surprised if Z-Kremlin went for a full ramp. Right now, they're just gonna try and push out Lumenstone. Ooh, nice.
Ooh, another Azdaha talent. The parametric as well. Not bad at all for Z-Kremlin. He still has enough dice to make something happen here, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to pressure Yunjin. His best way of doing that is going to be like the attack on the Ice Cube quick swap into New Valette, but not quite enough dice to completely do that. He would need 7.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They should be able to, or no, they used Lumenstone already, huh? Yeah, no, you need at least one more, so maybe you have to Golden House into. Oh, but you don't even break even with that either. So, difficult situation.
He can't threaten the freeze onto Yunjin, and his characters don't have high enough burst damage to push her off the active character. I think Koji is gonna be able to get burst out here. He even has the talent already, so.
Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, they went for that normal attack. This is one of the things about Cube that I always I've kind of looked into during this starting patch, right? Thankfully, one of the players was kind enough to donate one of these decks to have me try it out, which is I really appreciate that whenever players share decks with each other, right? But Cryo really only gonna go for that application instead, right? And then once it's done its job, it really doesn't worry about any of its other silly statuses. That's all it needs. So.
The application is definitely valuable, though, in a deck like this, and how powerful Freeze is as a reaction. That is alone already enough to warrant some things. We see the Azdaha talent being played, the second one, so Koji knows that there will be none left in the deck after this. But the only thing he needs to be worried about for the rest of this turn is that one singular attack.
Yeah, absolutely. There it is. Really cool to see Azdaha talent, showing its full splendor, right? you know, that situation would have been, you know, a no dice turn, you know, no artifacts that you could speak to work with. But Asia Talent spawns in those 3 dice, and now, you know, Koji has to play around it, and Asia will actually be able to absorb cryo here. That's not good.
I think so. Cryo Hypostasis already has more than enough cryo application. So we see the animation, Yunjin going in for the 5 damage hit on Azda here. Very painful. And he will have precisely enough dice left to spend the final card in his hand. So things are great right now for Koji.
Yes, absolutely. You know, they won't be able to normal attack again, but regardless, Agedaha is going to be sitting at that critical HP, you know, in this deck that you really want to sacrifice Ice Cube over Agedaha, so...
Especially since Ice Cube still has that revive intact as well. He is gonna tune. It looks like he wants to go for the Azdaha skill to absorb that cryo application. I think it's good to have this just in case Ice Cube does end up going down. But I feel like Azdaha is actually at risk right now.
Yeah, one thing I actually didn't account for is that Azdaha does have the Stone Facets ability where he's able to generate dice when the first time he absorbs. So, you know, it's not too much of a threat to Z-Kremlin because now they can swap back to Ice Cube, but still, I think that's Ice Cube dead this turn, so...
And step.
I think that's fine. I think especially if that happens, it's good for Azdaha to have cryo just in case. But he will revive, so he'll at least hold on for one more turn here. But I feel like his job is basically over in this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. One thing I will consider though is that Cryo Cube burst is really nothing to scoff at. You know, it not only does you know, like damage to everyone, but also in the end phase, it has a targeting mechanic. So we'll see if that comes into play.
That is true. It's a similar thing to how Venti is able to switch your opponent's character based on who you have active. The Cryo Hypostasis Burst Summon also does the same, except doing damage to the character closest to your active. So it could have some value. It could still like keep the Cryo application going even after the Cryo Cube has left the field. We'll see whether or not Z-Kremlin decides now is the time to go for it.
Now, unfortunately, I don't think I quite saw it, but where did Gilded Dreams go? It's actually no longer existing on the field or on the side of Z-Kremlin.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Did they end up... they might have ended up tuning it. That worries me a little bit.
I am not sure how I feel about tuning Gilded. If you're gonna tune it, you may as well just play it full cost, but... yeah, it looks like he's not going to have that available, which is unfortunate since Liar Song is in hand, and that could have helped get a couple more dice going. I think Kremlin can consider just attacking on the cube here, get that cryo applied to Yunjin. No matter what, he's not going to be able to stop.
Yo.
Oh!
Yo!
Okay!
Alright,
we were literally just talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, once again, still not going for that burst. Interesting. I mean, I guess they feel like they don't need it. But they want to put Yunjin at that perfect breakpoint, right? Because burst does deal less base damage. So
fair enough. They know that they're not gonna stop her from bursting no matter what.
Yep.
So putting her at the breakpoint for death is a little bit more valuable than threatening freeze, since Koji won't really care that she's frozen after that. Makes sense.
Yeah, this is tough though. Yunjin's got talent. She's got probably Minty meat rolls in her hand as well. So that's gonna be a pop-off turn for anyone who gets to receive that buff. And they're gonna have one card in hand that they can tune for even more bonus damage. So like Koji could just, or not Koji, sorry, Z-Kremlin could get absolutely flattened here.
But actually thinking about it, this is actually a pretty smart play, right? Going for that skill, because not only does it set up Yunjin for the breakpoint from New Valette, because his basic attack would be enough to take her out with a freeze reaction. With Zhongli having cryo applied, he would be the one you'd want to go to after Yunjin gets taken out. But if New Valette is active, Koji cannot actually freely switch to him. So Z-Kremlin has actually set himself up in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. There comes the burst with the talent card. Now we should be switching to New Valette. I would be surprised if we did anything otherwise.
You gotta switch to New Valette. Switching to Azdaha is a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things, that we were worried about the Gilded Tune earlier, right? But there is Parametric, right, on Z-Kremlin's side that's going to generate them 3 dice after, and yep, there it is.
He switched to Aztha. Hold on. Now I'm wondering what the plan is. If he goes for the attack on Yunjin, he takes her out. Aztha has burst available. How much damage would that do? 5, right?
Yeah, currently, yeah, it would be 5 right now, so nothing insane, but looks like maybe they want to use as much HP as possible on the other characters. Yeah, they equip the Gamblers, make it efficient, and then move over to there. So now, let's see, they will, with that one Crystallize, I think Aizha will survive at least 2 attacks.
I feel like going to New Valette to threaten the freeze directly on Zhongli would have been a little bit more valuable.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. There we go. So the Crystallize coming into play.
Unless...
Whoa, with the reaction. 6,
yeah,
that's
the reaction.
it.
Oh, okay. Z-Kremlin operating on a different wavelength than the rest of us here.
Yeah, still not the will totally settled just yet. No cards in hand, Yunjin talent active, and 2 flags left over. Seahorse could still do quite a few actions in this turn, so...
What is really good for Kremlin, though, is that attack was not enough to take out Aztha. And we know Aztha can apply Cryo right now. So even if he's taken out, New Valette can threaten the freeze and render those flag formations useless. And that's exactly what Kremlin is going to do.
Yep, there it is. That Cryo, the Cryo application coming down. They're going to punch back onto Asia, knock him out, but now New Valette is here to pass judgment.
The man himself. We see the Gilded being played.
Silence.
Gonna get that freeze out. Not quite enough damage to take out the Seahorse. We draw the countdown. Koji gonna have turn priority next round, but we know that Seahorse generally doesn't do a lot of damage by itself, so this should actually be Kremlin's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, playing the Gilded just to hopefully draw out one more card, hopefully, another Liar Song to push them through the game faster. Maybe not the best hand right now, but yeah, like you said, New Valette, he's just gonna do way more personal damage. So Seahorse really gotta push through this turn if they want to have a chance to make it through. There we go. Applies the shield. Good.
The shield is important right now, but I do think that this is going to be it. Like, Seahorse just straight up does not do all that much. We see the Tula being applied now to New Valette as well, so slowly but surely, this Seahorse is going to get whittled down, and that means that Kremlin has successfully reverse swept the series against Koji to move on through the upper bracket of the Prince Cup.
Yeah, what a match. Constantly shifting back and forth, right? We had that early turn of swap stalling around, just like every other match. It's really interesting how this, set specifically ended up generating, a match like that. But then at the end, just barely able to make it on one character. Perfect call-out play, drain every last bit of HP to be worth it on Aisha.
And I think we definitely saw some value from the Cryo Cube as well, of being able to slowly whittle down the opponent's side from the start of the game, even wasting some attacks by having that revive to force Koji into having to spend more dice to take him out finally, and allowing Aztha to absorb Cryo to set up for that final round 2. Really well played by Z-Kremlin.
Yes, absolutely. I think so. I think so too. That's really not I expected where the match to go, considering that, Yunjin was so set up, and, even Zhongli was threatening really big damage, without that spear, it was just barely enough to let Aisha survive through that round. So great set. Congratulations to the players moving on.
We knew that normal attack-based decks have always been quite weak to these forms of control, right? I still remember like the Li deck with Xingqiu, Chongyun, and Razor as well. Back when that was popular, was also very vulnerable to freeze. So having these control decks set up is actually really good. And I get the feeling that the reason Kremlin allowed the Conwhale deck to go through was because he knew that his other 2 decks would match up well against this one too.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. It was really interesting how Kremlin was able to bring 2 freeze decks. Something I'm kind of been predicting early into the meta is that I do believe that freeze is going to be such a staple, in this patch. Of course, it's existed, across patches, even in last patch, it's very, very significant. But, even to the point where Kremlin would run 2 freeze decks, that's pretty big.
It's great, and I think it works really well for him because it perfectly suits his style as a player. So because of this, we see Z-Kremlin going to be the final player of the upper brackets to move on into the winner's second round. He's going to be facing off against Sufan after all of this, but with that, Koji going to be dropping down to face off against Amaru to keep himself in the Prince Cup.
Indeed. And now we're going to be moving on to our second match, and this is going to be our first of the lower bracket rounds. It is going to be Darian versus Glass, and oh boy, because since this is the lower bracket, that means that this is their last life, and that's pretty scary.
You always go into a tournament, you see like, oh, it's double elimination, 2 lives, always really nice to have. But once you lose that first life, all of a sudden, things just feel so scary, so much pressure ongoing. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen after all this. But for now, we're going to be jumping into a quick break before we enter our final match of the day. It's just going to be a couple of minutes to make sure the players are all set up and ready. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys right after this.
And we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
perform a reverse sweep against Koji to move on in the upper brackets. But we're going to be jumping into the lower brackets to see which of these players gets to keep their dreams alive, as you're currently watching the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Prince Cup 2024 for the Pacific region. Welcome back, everyone. My name's Sufan, and once again, I'm joined by Koji.
Hello, Recorded Creations back at it again. We're on the final round of the day, but of course, final does not mean, nothing to be ignored. This is the first losers bracket that we'll have, and like Safa said, it is going to be one of the players' last lives, and that's going to be very unfortunate to send someone home. But regardless, every player who makes it through these matches, while they won't have the big prize, they will go home with $600 for whoever loses, and then whoever moves on will get $1,200. So, still, of course, it sucks to, fall, but hey, you still get something, so.
Yeah, consolation prize is better than nothing, but now that these players have come this far, they of course want to be able to move further in the competition, right? So I imagine that we're going to see things get really into the nitty-gritty, considering this as well is when we'll get to see the first player eliminated from the Pacific region. And no one wants to be holding that title, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think regardless, even outside of prizes, the experience of Prince Cup, being there, being able to be there in real life is such a wonderful experience in the TCG, so everyone is really looking for that chance to really ascend to, being, at that pivotal moment of being, their glory as a top player.
Absolutely. But we get to look at the updated brackets as of current here, and just a recap for everyone who may have been missing out earlier today, Flash, Minty, Sufan, and Z-Kremlin moved on to the winner's second round, with Darian, Glass, Amaru, and Koji dropping into the loser first round. And for our final match of today, we're going to be watching this best of 3 between Darian and Glass.
Indeed. Yeah, no, something I haven't really been referencing throughout the cast is the player histories, and Darian and Glass are going to have quite the bit of history below their belt. I'll go ahead and read off what we have right here. So, Darian qualified through Series Showdown, which of course is through the Cat Sales Gathering over at discord.gg/ Genshin Impact Tavern, right? And that's where the players qualify. And it's a tournament. Sign up open right now, so go ahead and check that out. But anyway, the Prince Cup over on the Asia region, top 8, Asia 2024 seasons 1 and seasons 2 of CTG, top 8, and then Asia season 3 they got 3rd. So that's already huge accomplishments, right? So many high placings.
It is definitely the case where we're seeing these players rack up more and more accomplishments as Genshin TCG grows as a competitive esport, as it grows as a community. But I think similarly as well, right? Glass also has quite a lot under their belt.
Yes, absolutely. Glass or Garasu, right? When I cast the Asia CTG matches, that's actually something that does tend to come up. Is that also just a fun fact is that these players probably have met in bracket multiple times. So we'll talk about that more as we get into that. But let's take a look at the decks that are happening right now.
We got Darian on the left, Glass on the right, the aggressive versus the round 15 enthusiast. And that already implies that there's a better matchup for Darian. But both players will decide to ban out the Con Whale this time, not taking the Z-Kremlin style. And the first decks they're going to be playing is that MES with Sayu instead of Eula versus the classic Double Dragon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's also the Chongyun instead, so I do wonder the reasoning behind that, right? Because that's quite a different way of looking at things, because once we'll talk about it going into the match. Lastly, the other decks available are going to be... Yep, it's going to be that... the Kuki Herald and the Farina Risley that we saw last time, so it'll be interesting.
Well, let's have a look at the deck list here. We got MES, but it's MEC instead because it's Chongyun. The deck list, pretty classic with the double Wolf's Gravestone. On the other side, a double Dragon. Anything stand out to you here, Koji?
I would say mostly what I want to discuss, right, is that, of course, on here on the side of Glass, there's no magic countdown, so they're not going for that super greedy line, but could still potentially do it right. But it's going to be more traditional, what we've already seen. But on the side of Darian, the thing I'm expecting most, right, is that it's my first time seeing this version of the deck with Chongyun, but the idea I'm assuming that's going through is that Chongyun just you know, he has pretty competent damage, but I do wonder if Sayu's cryo infusion that they get from Chongyun's skill will be kind of the deciding factor on what they use.
I can definitely see where you're coming from there. Should be interesting to see what happens as we jump into game number 1. Darian going to be on the top of the screen, Grass on the bottom. And it's actually interesting because today, right, we know that the classic deck list is MES because it's Eula. But we've actually been seeing this cryo anchor position being swapped out for different characters today, Chongyun being one of them.
Yeah, and I really do wonder why that's the case. I'm going to love to see what happens during this match and why these players are constantly switching these out. So, you know, right now they're going through the mulligan. Definitely on Glass's side, they're probably going to want to get rid of both Gamblers and the treasure. Yep, there it is.
Looks like Glass gonna be keeping that Mausoleum of King Deshret in hand. And this is a card that I'm personally really hoping we get to see played at some point. Every single time a player has drawn it previously, it's been a bit too late to go for it. But the Forbidden Knowledge mechanic is so funny to me.
Yes, absolutely. You don't mind, I'll talk about the what the card actually does. So
yes,
basically,
please.
Yes, it is a support card that you place on your side of the field that is going to eat up your support zone. But every time your opponent draws 4 cards cumulatively, your opponent will spawn 2 Forbidden Knowledge into their hand, and these are at the top of their deck. And Forbidden Knowledge is a card that is intentionally there to fill up space, and you cannot tune it away for dice. The only way you can get rid of it is by playing it, and you'll take 1 piercing damage and draw a card.
And even more sadistic is the fact that you're only allowed to play 1 copy of it every round. So if you get a bunch of Forbidden Knowledge in your hand, they're all just stuck there, taking up space. Which is really annoying to deal with, especially if you're playing against someone who has like the deck draw of like Lumen Stone and like Treasure and so on. So we'll see whether that gets played. For now, both players gonna be starting with the typical lines of Mona and Layla.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's super funny screenshots floating around of like someone having a full hand of a Forbidden Knowledge and just being able to do nothing about it. They're like, come on, man.
I think it's such an accurate representation of what it is in canon as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and this, you know, like we said, you know, with the card and how it functions, it could be a big detriment to Darian, right? Because Darian is going to be playing a form of, you know, magic with the Gilded Dreams once they pull it out. But also, right, they have Sayu talent to draw out cards, and then that's gonna suddenly, instead of 2 useful cards, it's gonna be Forbidden Knowledge. So
I do want to ask though, like, because with a card like this, I would personally think that you'd want to play it as quickly as possible, right?
Right.
He does end up doing that. I'm kind of surprised he didn't do it earlier because it could have stopped Darian from playing that strategize that we just saw.
Yeah,
So,
it's definitely something I think ideally you should get out as soon as possible. But like, you know, I think only just 1 draw, you know, in this deck isn't going to hurt you too much because Darian is going to be fishing for so much more during the later rounds.
Darian are now going to need to have some doubts about whether or not they want to pull too many cards out of the deck. Luckily for them, though, they actually have both copies of their Will's Gravestone already in hand. That's typically the card you'd want to pull out of your deck most frequently, but he doesn't have to anymore.
Yeah, there we go. We see Wolf's Gravestone and Sayu Talon both going in. Super duper useful. Sayu is super dangerous now. Oh, spawned another Forbidden Knowledge. Whoa.
It's already started.
Yeah, no, that is definitely not great. Darian is going to have a difficult time drawing out anything useful, but I'm sure Sayu can put down the pressure right now.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that he decided to play Sayu's talent there, considering that literally the only thing the talent does is it draws you 2 cards whenever you trigger Swirl once per round, and that's playing precisely into the Mausoleum of King Deshret.
Yeah, right now, Glass is just trying to hold out on Layla and trying to see where they can have an opportunity to move around, which they are going to do right now. But they really need to be careful with how much damage they take because they can really only heal with New Valette, and honestly, until you get Treasure, that's going to be it.
Yep. So still needs to be very wary here, especially now that Darian has successfully applied Hydro to every character on Grass's side. Looks like he's gonna decide to switch back to Mona. I assume he's gonna drop down the Livin and a ramp for next turn because he wants to keep that freeze as valuable as possible.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, once Chongyun can get in, they can start sweeping. So, that is actually interesting. So I'm really trying. Ooh, Forbidden Knowledge. Let's see it. What do we get? Whoa, that's good.
Ooh. Ancient Courtyard. He's already got What's Gravestone equipped on Tsayu, but this could have value for equipping Chongyun afterwards too.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, interesting to see Ancient Courtyard being teched into this version of the MES. I'm still going to call it MES because it just makes it easier for everyone at home to understand. But, you know, being able to play both Gilded and Wolf's Greystone onto a character, you know, for free is pretty scary, so...
Oh, Eliason gonna be pulled out by Glass. He doesn't have Gilded just yet, but he does have Asla talent, so if he really wants to pull out more dice, he still can. Gets 11 gamblers as well with the card draw. Glass getting cryo applied to everyone on the Darian side other than Chongyun is going to be pretty notable.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I'm slowly trying to figure out and piece together what this deck is actually intended to do, right? Because, you know, I've never actually gotten a chance to see Chongyun in action in this version of the deck. So one of the things I am noting is that one of the problems with Eula is that she only applies cryo on her skill and burst. With Chongyun, once he drops the skill, he can normal attack to freeze everyone. So I wonder if that's what they're going to be going for.
If you ask me personally, I also feel like Chongyun is just a bit more consistent as a character overall. Like, his damage is easier to execute on, and having that the Chunghua Frost field is very valuable, especially if you're running other characters that want the basic attack. The only thing he's kind of missing is that potential like damage ceiling of the Grimheart stack, but I'm actually surprised we don't see him in this deck more often.
I think it's just because Eula has been such a strong anchor for you know, the existence of Mew into MES. People have really never had a reason to try and switch things up, but now they may be seeing something that's like, maybe we can get a little more consistency, like you mentioned with Chongyun.
Yeah, for now, we can see that the Darian does have dice advantage going into this round here. Both sides still going to be looking pretty healthy. Mona, unfortunately, has taken a good amount of beating here. So Darian ideally wants to make sure she doesn't eat too much more damage. Unfortunately, he cannot afford to switch to Chongyun just yet, because Layla with a skill will be able to get that cryo applied, and right now he's literally the only character on the field with no element on him.
Yeah, as much as Glass, as we can see, doesn't have a fast swap, it's something you really need to consider, because if, you know, Glass just freezes you and then, you know, starts wiping you out for that entire turn, you just kind of lost so much tempo there.
It's gonna be forced to switch over to Sayu, though Sayu is now fully equipped, so she is fully capable of doing a good amount of damage herself. And unfortunately, Glass does not actually have quick swap on his side. Therefore, the instant freeze is not available yet. Oh,
Yeah,
never
we're
mind.
seeing- Well, there it is. Never mind.
Never mind.
Oh boy.
What are the chances? Really?
we're just,
Oh my
We were
goodness.
just talking about Caster Curse. How unfortunate.
Yeah. That's
Speaking
actually
of-
incredible.
Yeah, speaking of, Darian is actually, you know, as much as they were able to draw their liar songs, like we talked about earlier about Forbidden Knowledge, messing up your draw, that was one of the cards that they pulled out of their draw, and now, you know, three out of their, let's see, about 10 cards is Forbidden Knowledge, and you can't do anything
Thank
with
you
it.
for permitting. No.
It feels really
inviting
bad.
me to
It
join.
allows you to draw a card at the very least, but you really want to get rid of it, because right now his hand is full. Any more cards that are drawn out are going to be burnt, and that is something you don't want to have happen here, especially on a deck like MES. We'll see what the Darian decides to go for. Looks like Glass not he's thinking about it. He's wondering whether or not going for the freeze is the correct play here.
Oh, interesting. Glass might be trying to force an early treasure because they just folded it in. Lumenstone triggers, and they do have means to draw. Is it worth it to push it this fast, though? I don't know.
And personally, I think it's great to go for an attack on Neuvillette right now because it freezes Sayu. It also increases Layla's stacks to 3, so that next time he goes for a basic attack, he gets a on-demand freeze, which would mean that the Darian also cannot switch to Chongyun.
Yes, absolutely. That on-demand freeze, a term from Layla. Once that is active, Chongyun is really have no freedom to do anything, and Darian might just get swept up right now. Here it comes. Boom.
Have the freeze on to Sayu, stacking up Layla to 3, so one more attack will get the cryo application, gets the source water droplet out as well. Glass is set up in a really nice position right now. Darian has no choice but to go back to Mona.
Yeah, now I'm actually starting to get a little worried. Mona might fall here, like right now. All Glass needs to do is just do a normal attack, and then it's gonna be enough. Oh no, let's switch to Asia.
Yeah, he's gonna say, actually, oh, he might want. Yeah, he was hoping to maybe get cryo onto Azdaha, like absorb it so that he could apply that afterwards himself. But Darian will instantly switch over to Chongyun, realizes, okay, this is probably my best chance of doing it. If Glass had a second quick swap in hand, then Chongyun would get frozen right now. But Darian's betting on the fact that since a quick swap was played literally at the start of this turn, the chance of a second one is a bit low.
Yeah, absolutely. Glass responds with H talent, so they can absorb an element and then also gain a dice from it. Yep, there's a Wolf's Gravestone Covenant into there. Or not, sorry, not Covenant. Played all the cards to drop it in there. There we go. Freeze. Yep, okay.
5 damage, very nice right there from Chongyun. Glass, no quick swap, so he cannot afford to slow swap onto New Valette either. We may have to see Layla getting sacked here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is one of the things like that we were theorizing earlier about how this deck probably plays out. But yeah, now, with that Frost Field, both Sayu and Chongyun can threaten freeze consistently for cheap, right? So that's super good.
Okay, we see the double treasure draw. So actually switching to Layla here and playing the treasure might be enough to keep her topped up. He'll play it to keep Azdaha alive. I think he might be planning to play the second Azdaha talent.
Yeah, possibly. Also, additionally, they're using the power of proccing veterans to make sure that they draw a little more, and they're able to draw the second treasure generator. So they have kind of like all the dice that they could really ask for.
Darian, as we could see, doesn't have a lot of dice left. They still have a Liar Song. I'm pretty sure they have Gilded equipped on someone here. So they do still have some dice potential. But we have to remember, Glass has been sitting on that on-demand freeze this entire time.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, looks like, I think absolutely. There's a few lines here, but Darian should just attack in. As much as you lose the Hydro application, you don't want to give New Valette free attacks. It's going to be way worse for you. So
a touch of I think Glass may have made a miscalculation here. He switched to New Valette thinking that, Darian shouldn't have enough dice to get another attack out, but he did. The Liar Song was still available. If he had swapped to Layla instead, eaten the attack, he could have used the rest of the dice for New Valette. But that's no longer an option.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see here. Now we just gotta let's see what we can do here. Darian's out of moves, so it's just all up to Glass. They have a few artifacts they can play, some treasure as well. But I think they're just gonna drop a Live and probably maybe play something else and then move to the next turn.
Yeah, I agree. At this point, I think it's safe to say that Darian won't have any more moves this turn. So go for the ramp. Keep New Valette active for turn priority, and then you can insta-freeze Chongyun at the start of next round.
Right, yeah. Glass just thinking it over, making sure that, this line is going to make out and make sense. While we're waiting for this turn to pass through, right, I actually wanted to read Glass's achievements that we didn't get a chance to cover because we were dropping through the deck list, but qualified through the Asia Series Showdown during the Season 5 the Catskills Gathering got third. Asia 2024 is going to be Seasons 1 and 2. They got both 4th and top 16. And then in the WCG, Busan, they got a top 8. So once again, just as seasoned as Darian. And in fact, one of the fun facts for me, since I cast their games usually, is that they probably have run head-to-head multiple times in the Catskills Gathering. So
I imagine a lot of the more veteran players would have run into everyone a couple of times by now, since these players are always very active in the community, always playing tournaments. And the community, while still growing, is still small enough that you're going to see the same names going head to head. Therefore, there's definitely a lot of experience in these players encountering one another.
Yes, absolutely. Now back into the game. Right now, I mean, look at the situation, right, Safa? We are looking at something pretty tricky.
Yeah, we see that Glass has been holding on to that on-demand freeze the whole time. He will be able to freeze Chongyun right off the bat. Darian does actually have a quick swap in hand, so they have the opportunity to potentially freeze Nuvalet as well. Like maybe a play would be the quick swap onto Mona, get the Hydro out once Mona is frozen, use Mona's quick swap to go onto Sayu, maybe? I'm not too sure.
Right. Yeah, that's my biggest concern for this matchup right now is that you need to find some point where you can safely swap into Mona and get that Hydro up so you can start gaining your momentum. Otherwise, Glass is just going to keep pushing you down because they have infinite access effectively to freeze. So you really got to watch out for that.
Yeah, I think that is probably the play. Chongyun gets frozen here. He'll use the quick swap to go to Mona. Mona gets one Hydro out on Nuvalet. Nona herself will have a quick spot onto Sayu afterwards, and she'll be able to freeze Nuvalet with Chongyun's Frost Field.
Yep, absolutely. Now, that is a very interesting heads-up play that Glass did, is that they drop Gamblers on Nuvalet. Generally speaking, you never want to drop Gamblers unless you can guarantee that kill, but what we're not seeing here is that Darian, what they're doing is that if Darian swaps to Mona, they will actually be able to finish off Mona, so they're saying like, hey, don't do it, don't do it.
Forbidden Knowledge gonna be played here. Eats the damage onto Chongyun. Pulls out another Forbidden Knowledge.
Another Forbidden Knowledge. Oh no. Not like this.
It's like, okay, I'll get rid of one Forbidden Knowledge for this round. Pulls the same card.
I would have at least dropped the Lumen Stone. Maybe their dice economy, I guess, doesn't really allow for it, but it would have counted towards the Lumen Stone. Yep, there it is.
Looks like they will go for the play. Like, yeah, it's going to give Nuvalet some dice with the Gamblers, but this is the only path that Darian has for stopping him.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
We will see Sayu go for the basic attack here to freeze Nuvalet. With Nuvalet frozen, that means that there's no more Hydro application for this round, which is actually quite debilitating since Glass has a lot of dice.
Yeah, one of the big things about freeze that you want to see if you can carry as many auras as you can over into the next round, sometimes even going to the point where you waste auras. Oh, wait, that's kind of scary. That's right, Wolf's Greystone is active. Oh, they're going to spread Hydro.
Ooh, that's interesting. Hold on, is that enough damage? Nuvalet is below 6 HP. It would actually lethal, but Glass has 3 treasures. So... yeah,
no, those 3 treasures are totally going to throw off the breakpoint. In fact, yeah, they're going to use it all to heal right now. But then, what do you do after that? None of your characters are safe to swap to, so you might have to stick with Nuvalet.
I think that does have to be the play. The thing is, that's going to apply Hydro to Nuvalet and then say, oh wait, no, Darian doesn't have enough dice left for another attack this turn. Even with a guild... actually, wait. Hold on. That was a Floating Dreams?
Yep, that is...
I need to check the card when it does.
No problem. That is Rhythm of the Great Dream. So I'm like, I was looking at that as soon as you noticed it too. I'm like, hey, wait, there is potentially one more line because so Darian has Boar Princess active below Sayu's that yellow arrow with the 1, and then they're going to play Rhythm of the Great Dream into Gilded, and that may net them just one more action right now. So.
Okay, yeah, it does cost 1 less. Yeah, the Rhythm of the Great Dream would allow him to play Gilded. So he does have 1 more attack this turn. Which, like, that attack is actually... oh, but will Sayu actually survive to do it?
Yeah, I know, that's the biggest problem. Sayu needs to survive, and I believe Nuvalet's skill would be able to finish the job, so...
bow your head.
Actually, yeah. Even if Sayu did survive and he got the attack out and Nuvalet got frozen, there's more than enough dice for Azdaha to finish the board. So a concede there from Darian because he knows that the game is already over.
Yeah, no, pretty well played by both players, I would say, though. Really cool to see, you know, the theories that we put out for how the Chongyun deck works. It actually comes into fruition, right? You called out about the more consistency and also the ability to freeze, right? You know, on both characters, really strong.
If it was Eula instead of Chongyun, then we wouldn't be able to see Sayu apply like that freeze pressure. Unfortunately, still not quite enough because we saw that the Nuvalet deck was able to get a lot of their utility out. They were able to basically execute on everything they wanted. And being able to draw that quick swap at the perfect time was huge.
Yes, absolutely. I think that was pretty big, and now we're moving into the next round. I do wonder how they're going to go, and also what decks they're going to pick, right? We saw a few of them earlier. I do wonder if Kuki, Shinobu, and Herald is ever going to come out. A very important meta staple from last patch.
Yeah, I still remember seeing a lot of Kuki, Shinobu, and Herald in the last patch as well when I was doing some research for it. Didn't get to cast a lot in the last patch, but even then, I knew how often that combo was being played. Unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to be seeing it for game number 2. Glass going to be bringing in the Furizli deck that we saw from earlier today, and Darian going to be staying with MES.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got to switch after. You take one victory with your own deck, and now it's going to be freeze on freeze, right? I'd still say Darian's going to be a little faster with it, but Glass can also apply it more efficiently too, because with Layla, you always have to wait for about turn 3-ish or 2.
Glass also, the thing about both decks that he's playing, with the King Deshret card in the Double Dragon deck, he's basically playing a lot of utility denial on the opponent. Like, in this case, gonna be playing around Freeze and Herald Talon, and in the other deck playing around the Forbidden Knowledge and Freeze. So it's very difficult for Darian to have to play around it. At least in this game, they shouldn't have to deal with King Deshret unless Glasses decides to include it in both decks.
Yeah, I do wonder if they did. I'm like, I wonder if you're just a big King Deshret fan, and you're like, you know what? Let's just put it in every deck to brick my opponent. So
it would be really annoying to do, because we actually did see like the double freeze that come out on top for Z-Kremlin earlier. Now we're going to see Glass play a second freeze deck as well, so I wonder if this is going to be the meta going forward.
Yes, absolutely. Now we're looking at this with the tag of aggressive. I think I agree with that, considering their deck lineup. And then on the other side, conversely, having the opposite of that. So I think the players' tags are pretty in line with what they've been picking.
Yeah, Darren got quite lucky in the previous game because he already had both Wolf's Gravestone in hand before the Forbidden Knowledge started coming out, but it still wasn't quite enough. So hopefully aggression will be able to stop this deck here. He does have Mausoleum of King Deshret in both decks. So we're gonna see if the opponent can avoid having that come out on round 1 in both games.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, some few things that I'm seeing a little different is machine assembly line and cash flow supervision being the weapon. That's pretty different. Going into this patch, because machine assembly line is an older card that hasn't been played much. We'll talk about it once we get there. And cash flow is new to this patch, so that's really off what people have been typically picking in the first 2 weeks.
And both of these cards play around gaining stacks when your characters take damage or are healed, which makes a lot of sense, because when you're playing with characters like Furina and Risley, both of them have these mechanics built in, so you can get stacks pretty easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, while we're waiting for the match to start, the specific on it is that Machine Assembly Line is a 0-cost card that applies a status to one character, not everyone, unlike Boar Princess, so you need to be very careful on who you play this on. But if you take damage, essentially it'll build stacks, and then you're going to be able to play an artifact or weapon for free, and that's pretty strong, but it's never really been the most useful, until now. So I wonder, and let's see if we get maximum usage out of it.
Yeah, in the past, when the Machine Assembly Line was released, there were other cards that would allow you to discount weapons and artifacts with easier to achieve conditions, considering that a lot of the characters we have now, which can heal and damage themselves, did not exist. But as more and more characters have been added, it became a lot easier to hit those conditions. And since Machine Assembly Line is free, as compared to some of the other engines that would discount these cards, you can actually see it being included in some decks.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see Machine Assembly Line finally make its debut properly in tournaments. You know, I always think like it's always cool to see, you know, old cards, you know, that got released, you know, didn't really pop off that patch, but now suddenly they're back in action and, you know, doing stuff in decks, which is great.
Oh, it's great to see. But we're gonna be jumping into game number 2 very, very soon here. We're gonna see whether or not Darian can avoid the unfortunate fate of being the first player eliminated from the Prince Cup Pacific. You get a consolation prize, but no one here is playing for those consolation prizes. So we're gonna see a man backed up against the wall.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see here. We're getting started. While we're waiting, I'll also go ahead and read off Cash Flow Supervision. So this is Risey's signature deck, or sorry, it's not signature weapon in the main game. But what it does is that after this character takes damage or is healed, the character's next normal attack this round costs 1 less unaligned elemental dice and deals +1 damage, and you have a maximum stack of 2 times per round.
And it's really valuable to Unrisely because he already has ways of damaging himself and discounting his own attacks. He is an efficient character at base, so if you have a weapon that allows him to discount his attacks even more, yeah, it's really difficult to handle.
Yeah, absolutely. This is essentially a miniature Minty meat rolls, which, you know, kind of the ultimate card for reducing your dice cost when using normal attacks. Now, the biggest thing is that people will cite, you know, people mostly will disagree with Cash Flow Supervision because, you know, why would you not just run Tutalio's Remembrance? That one's way stronger. You know, it gives you bonus damage on charge attacks. But the thing about Cash Flow Supervision is that it only costs 2 dice instead of 3.
So there's some value there. Not to mention it is just synergistic with Risely in general. Like the 2 cost is a lot easier to hit a lot of the time than the 3 cost. I think anyone who has played enough of Genshin TCG realizes how much of a hit to your dice economy a 3 cost weapon can be.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you know, even on the side of like Darian, they're not running it, but you know, typically you run Wagner's in that deck, and you know, even with Wagner's, you need to make sure you get it early, otherwise you're not getting that 3 cost reduction, and it just really sucks because then you can't play your weapon. So you're like, man, you know, Cash Flow should be able to come out faster. Whoa, okay.
Oh, he already gets it out right there. Machine Assembly Line on Furina. And to add on to what you were mentioning as well, if he plays Wagner to try and discount Tula, it means he also has to play 2 other weapons in the deck that he probably does not want. Therefore, just kind of populating the decks with cards that don't fulfill the win condition. Cash Flow Supervision, while not quite as consistent as Tula, allows you to bypass all of those problems.
Absolutely, yeah. Pushing through the turn right now. Glass, interestingly, had the dice to skill and or push into Liven, and they decided against it. They're just going to Machine Assembly Line Farina and let the match, you know, flow through. Darian has all the time in the world to do what they want now, so let's see it.
Yeah, this can typically be a risky play because it means that Darian could freely switch to Sayu and get the free swirl onto the very important characters that are Herald and Risely. But I think Glass is also assuming, like, MES, they're typically going to want to ramp turn 1 anyway. So, made the educated guess, went for the slightly higher risk play, and I think it is going to pay off.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that really is unfortunate about Darian's hand is that currently, yeah, they had to tune 2 just to throw out Timaeus, and, you know, tuning 1 Timaeus is not great in playing Gilded Dreams because, you know, you have 2 of them, so you can have 2 Timaeuses to count 2 Gilded, so...
Yeah, you typically want those stacks to get both artifacts out for free if possible. We see that we get the draw here. It's going to be Hydro Resonance and the Herald Talent as well. So Glass looking pretty good as of right now.
Yeah, it's definitely not the worst thing in the world, right? Because Darian does have the Ancient Courtyard to discount, you know, high cost artifacts and weapons when you play them both in the same round. So not the worst thing, but definitely still losing your resources a little early.
We'll see what happens here. Darian needs to start playing a bit more aggressive from this round onwards. We've already seen what happens when you're playing against a Farisley deck and you play a little bit too slowly. They just completely control the game flow. Darian gonna go for another attack on Mona to make sure that Hydro is applied on Risely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think here, I don't really expect too much you know, like swap stalling in this game because, you know, not only Darian is playing a deck that really needs to, you know, move. There's no time for swap stalling on the other deck, but yeah, there we go.
They switch over to Herald. I assume Glass will want to typically stay on Herald here. And I think this is a very smart way of switching between the characters too. Because after Darian used another skill on Mona, they would typically want to switch to Sayu or Chongyun. But if they do, Herald gets a free Hydro application onto him. So he's actually forced to attack on Mona again, slowing down his game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Darian, you know, unless they want to spend some resources right now, you know, with the Gilded Dreams and Liar Song, they really don't have another chance to attack. So it's like, do you want to do this now? You know, like it's, you know, a bit costly. Whoa, cash flow.
They switch the Arc State for Farina. They draw cash flow, able to play it for free as well. Glass drawing really well this game.
Yes, absolutely. That's actually a really funny tech about Farina and her card with the Seats of the Sacred and Secular is that you can actually use it to proc things like Lumenstone. Some players have been experimenting with, you know, using that to do some Lumenstone and end of the line shenanigans, but we'll see if that ever pops up later in the tournament.
We see Sayu come out, get the swirl. Not a lot of value on the swirl since like everyone already had Hydro on anyway, but some damage is going to be very useful, along with the talent to draw out some more cards as well. So now having Rhythm of the Great Dream, along with Ancient Courtyard, means that he has the tools to set up full equipment on both Sayu and Chongyun, but he needs the equipment as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, not rolling into those, you know, Wolf's Gravestones early this time. So gotta work through it and see what you can do here. Let's see.
We see Farina summoning the Singer of Many Waters. And the value of this as well is that not only does it heal all characters 1 HP, it will heal 1 extra HP to the most damaged character if anyone is at 5 HP or less. And that's a breakpoint very easy to achieve on the Herald, who only has 6 max HP.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that extra healing is so valuable. You know, making sure you stay above and healthy, you know, especially with characters like Risley, who want to be above 6 HP so they can, you know, just do the wombo combo, punch, you know, with no dice cost to their economy.
The Glass, though, has taken a good amount of damage here on Farina, especially. That's why they go for the healing star. Darian, none of their characters have taken damage just yet. Glass has specifically positioned around to make sure that Darian is put in an uncomfortable position, and a lot of energy is built on Mona instead of the other DPS characters, but he himself isn't actually putting a lot of freeze pressure on the opposite side of the board yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, Darian is considering between if they want to do another attack because they have the ability to re-equip Gilded, but they just took out their last dice, so I don't actually think they're going to do it anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so. They may be forced to float a dice here. I was wondering if they might want to put on the cash flow before ending the round, but looks like they're going to save it. And actually, wait, hold on. Liban only needs 1 more dice anyway, so it's not being floated. Okay.
Yeah, thankfully Liban is there to catch it. So think about cash flow, right? And the reason, by the way, why it's being reduced is because of Machine Assembly Line on Farina. Machine Assembly Line, as much as you can only apply it to 1 character, it is going to discount it for everyone, right? So Risley can put it out there, and Glass is probably holding on it to make sure that Darian doesn't see the extra damage that they can start dealing to them.
I am a little bit worried though. Like, Glass has been doing a good job of avoiding too much application and making sure that Darian can't switch to Sayu and Chongyun too early. But they are also stalling out the game a little bit against a deck that is perfectly comfortable waiting for like weapons like Wolf's Gravestone to be drawn out to have those big hard-hitting turns.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's really lucky that Darian has yet to pull that, but once they do, Glass is going to be in pretty immediate danger, especially because Wolf's Gravestone is a hard counter to the characters who have 6 base HP like Herald.
We'll at least get to see an attack come out here on Herald. Sand King gonna be pulled out by Darian. More card draw to potentially find the Wolf's Gravestone. And unfortunately for Glass, hasn't actually pulled out the King Desperate card just yet. So all of this card draw from Darian not being punished.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Liar Song. Are we looking for another Gilded play? I would... okay, yep. There we go. And now Sayu is going to start swinging, hopefully to draw out more cards that are useful.
Already absorbing that Hydro. A golden house, Sayu talent. Is there a gravestone? Another golden house. They are not getting very lucky with their weapon draws here. And we'll get to see the animation of the Herald hitting Sayu once more, but getting hit back for more, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Even without Gravestone, Sayu's starting to pile on that damage, and Herald does have talent, but you definitely don't want to waste the revive so early when Darian's sitting so healthy, right?
The thing is, Darian's dice are pretty bad.
Yeah.
He's gonna need to do a good amount of tuning to actually do anything else this around. Glass still has some options to play with.
Yeah,
has
I'll do
already
my
drawn
best,
2
but
treasures as
can't
well.
guarantee a
So
victory.
they're still fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, this should be really interesting. Glass swaps over to Risley, obviously, because Hydro is applied, but they have that cash flow supervision and a few forms of healing to start proccing it immediately, right? So let's see, once Darian attacks in, how they'll respond afterwards.
Darian did just pull the Will's Gravestone. He has one now if he wants to equip it onto Sayu in advance. It won't have too much value here since Risley is at full HP. It'll just add that 1 damage, but could be good to start with.
Yes, absolutely. I do get a little worried. I do wonder how many attacks can Risley actually do right now. So he has to skill. It's going to be 3 dice, and you're going to go down to 1, and then you can play 2 treasure, which will discount your next normals by 1 again. So actually, I believe Risley will be able to do at least 2 punches this turn. So that's pretty scary,
Darian has to consider this. When you're playing against the Furiesly deck, you have to consider that the amount of dice they actually have is a lot more than you would typically expect against any other deck, just due to how efficiently Risley can do damage. We see the World's Gravestone being played on Chong Yun. So Darian gonna be setting up on the character that doesn't have Hydro applied.
Yeah, really interesting that Darian also held back with their fast swap, right? Because they did have just enough. Or actually, oh no, they're -1 dice. Oh no, though they have treasure. Yes, 5 million factors going on in the TCG right now. But
I know,
yeah,
right?
they held back. Yeah, they held back with Chongyun. They could have hit Risley and stopped his combo turn.
Witness my magnificence!
See, the switch back to Farina to
That
get
is surprising.
healed up. Interesting decision here. We see the. I am not too sure how this card is properly pronounced.
It is the Marishose Hunter.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem at all. But they're also healing up with Farina, so I mean, I suppose you could get some equips in, but I don't know. It's looking a little difficult here.
I think the heals on Farina is to make sure that extra healing from the Singer at the end phase goes on the Herald instead. Because it does calculate based on max HP, right? So before this, it may have actually healed Farina.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Also, yeah, looking at what Glass is doing, I find it interesting because now they're trying to force reveal their hand. Risley is fully equipped, and Farina may actually normal attack to re-get... oh, no? Okay, going for that, but the Sealy is now going to proc. They're going to have a full hand. There we go.
There's the Ting Dash Red card. Is it the time to play it? We'll see. A lot of good value cards here in hand, right? The Quick Switch, the Boar Princess, Strategize.
Oh, okay, doing for another. Oh, yeah, there's another proc of the Marishose Hunter, I believe, because that was a lot of healing. So that's how you can count up. I believe that was up to 4, so...
Not quite enough to burst on Farina, because unlike a lot of other characters, her burst does cost 4 Hydro dice. But we go for the Herald talent instead, and the King Dash Red card. Darian, I imagine, does not like this card after their experience in Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think, I was getting worried about, Mausoleum. I think it's such a good card, but I've seen so many times it being played or being played inside your deck, but never actually drawing it, so you can never get value out of it. But Glass just forces that to Sealy and then goes into Mausoleum and pushes the turn over. So let's see how they respond. They're pushing back to being healthy characters again.
We're taking this slow here from both these players. Darian, understandable, wants to make sure they don't make any mistakes considering they are 1 game away from potentially being sent home. Glass as well, making sure to respect his opponent, but has to be a little bit careful here. The MES deck can be quite scary. Oh wow, okay, Forbidden Knowledge instantly procced. Glass realizing that the Lumen Stones and Liban would proc that automatically with no counterplay from Darian.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Darian's Lumen Stone and the Gilded Dreams that they have extra in their hand really aren't going to be useful. Here comes the Chonyun Freeze Lockdown, kind of mirroring what Risley usually does. So let's see if Glass has a way to escape this.
Glass has Hydro applied to all 3 characters right now. So this is very dangerous. They would ideally want to allow Risley to be the one doing most of the damage this turn. So they may be forced to switch over to Herald since he does have that second life just in case. But it's still not going to be ideal.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. The biggest thing here is that with the Hydro application, like you just mentioned, without 2 fast swaps, Glass literally, doesn't really have much of a choice. Ideally you could skill on Herald, apply Hydro, and then Risley could take out the turn, but that really isn't the case that we're looking at right now.
No other ways to delay the turn as well, other than switching. And Darian has done a very good job up until now of just not allowing Chongyun to take the field, so there's no elemental application on him at all. Glass needs to hit him twice to actually freeze him, even with a quick switch in hand. So I think equipping Chongyun with the Wolf's Gravestone was a very smart choice by Darian.
Yes, absolutely. Now Chongyun, I think, is going to go for a bit of a sweeping turn. Here comes the Gilded Dreams. Draw another card off of it once you hit in. Oops, Seed Box. What are we going to draw? Oh, Forbidden Knowledge.
Forbidden Knowledge.
Oh, well, yeah.
What can you do?
Yeah. Oh, 6 damage.
Herald will revive, and now the debuff going to be applied on Darian's side, which means that he is not going to be able to get the 2 attacks out easily here. He has treasure, but it's still going to be very expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, probably would make use of treasure at this moment. Looks like they're going to be swapping over to... Oh, Risley's such a hard decision because, like,
I think you do switch back to Farina. Maybe play the Hydro Resonance to get her out of Wolf's Gravestone range. Then she can tank damage until Darian runs out of dice.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that play as well, because I think that's why they played the Boar Princess as well, to generate those extra dice in case someone falls. Also just swap down an artifact there, but hopefully they can get it just enough so that Chonyun only takes out Farina and then Risley can pop off. So
looks like they'll play Hydro Resonance onto the Herald instead. Still fine. If they switch over to Farina, she's still going to be outside of the range. What is going to be the most scary is that one more attack from Chongyun will allow him to have burst available for the next round. So once everything has happened, the Glass needs to make sure that Chongyun cannot pop that after this.
Yeah, there we go. Free from Gravestone range, but now right back into it. Farina maybe taken out this turn if Darian uses that treasure.
Bow before the abyss.
Yeah, okay. Glass gonna play it safe. You may at some points think like maybe you can switch to Risley now since he doesn't have enough dice left to do another attack. But Glass wants to make 100% sure that a mistake doesn't happen here. Switches to Herald one last time just to make sure that there's no more potential attacks once Risley goes active.
Yeah, so unfortunate though, Darian decided, hey, let's gamble a little bit. Dropped in Forbidden Knowledge, got Forbidden Knowledge. So it's like, okay, fine. And they went ahead and just dropped that in there.
With double treasure and the Wolf's Gravestone, that is going to be just enough damage to finally take out Herald. And Glass, knowing that Darian has 0 dice, has already used 2 treasures and 2 cards to tune, most likely will not have enough damage to get another attack out. Finally feel safe enough to switch over to Risley.
Yeah, but we're going to see the power of it already. Cash flow is active and ready to roll. You can see that only costs 1 dice for Risley just to go in and punch, and he's going to keep going all the way through. I'm very scared now.
It's pretty terrifying. Ooh, the egg could have a chance to bring back the Herald if he needs him, but Risley will be able to take out Chongyun. Which means that there will be no Chongyun burst next round.
Yep. Currently, burst also only costs 1 dice, so I believe maybe Glass will go fishing a little bit for a Gambler's Artifact. Probably not, though. They're probably just going to take the kill for free and then keep punching until they run out of dice.
Now, this is where we really get to see what Risley's able to do right now.
Oh, yeah.
How many attacks can he get out before Glass runs out of dice? Is there honestly a possibility of a near OTK here?
Pretty close to it. Unfortunately, with Glass having no treasure in hand, it isn't going to happen. But they are going to skill and probably get another attack, right? So let's see. We shall see how far it goes. Or actually, maybe the cash flow stacks were spent, so we'll see.
I think it's been quite a few attacks by now. I wouldn't be surprised if the cash flow stacks have already been spent. Actually, uses the egg here to revive Herald. So we're not going to be seeing an OTK. I think actually that's pretty good as well because Sayu still has Hydro applied. So as long as that remains, Darian has no way of safely doing damage.
Yep. And also, they're just one dice off. Glass could have pushed another dice into Liben and then gotten a proc, but not for now. But here's where Farina summon really takes its massive value, right? You're able to heal Herald for a pretty good amount before they fall, once again to Mona or Sayu.
They are in a bit of a sticky position right now. Chongyun, who basically had all of the primary equipment on him, has already been taken out because Glass has too much dice efficiency with this deck. And his only remaining carry, Sayu, is just one attack away from being frozen. Not to mention the infinite forbidden knowledge being drawn out from his deck.
Yeah, thankfully we got the second Wolf's Gravestone. Let's see what they're gonna do here to cheese out some of the Dyson abilities. Oh, actually, that's scary. Oh boy. Mona might go for Burst, and Mona Burst is absolutely devastating. If for whatever reason Darian gets a free turn, Ryzie could potentially take tons of damage just off of that.
Ryzie can definitely go down to one hit if Mona Burst is empowering it. But Glass also has two other characters still alive that could easily tank the hit if necessary. So I still think the game is very Glass leaning right now. The Mona Burst does come out, takes out Herald. Do you go to Farina here? I think you have to, right?
Yeah, you have no choice. There's no way you swap into Ryzie because, Sayu is threatening way too much damage. Outside of it also, with the Chongyun Frostfield still active, you're also threatened by freeze, and then Sayu just takes you out. So.
Glass is gonna be thinking about this a little bit. He knows that Darian has a quick swap still with Mona's passive currently. So it can be quite dangerous. Like, he's already used his fried egg. Farina will probably go down to a single attack. As long as Ryzie can get one hit, Ryzie just needs one hit free out on Sayu, and Glass wins this game. That is the win condition right now.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, swaps over to Farina. What are we going to do with it, though? We could drop Burst. We could do a punch on a lot of other things. This is one of the hard parts about Farina, though. Her Burst does cost 4. Very similar to Bennett. Such a valuable buff needs to cost a little extra more dice, and that's gonna kind of ruin Glass's current dice economy.
Plays the Lumen Stone into Treasure. He definitely has enough action cards to proc that Lumen Stone as well. Macaron, oh man, the amount of healing on this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. There's that other machine assembly line. Yeah, using it just to proc Lumen Stone, just like that. Oh no, they're out of gas though. They need to play this underwater treasure, at some point in this turn if they want to have any draw in the coming one.
But there's also the possibility that Glass can cement a victory this turn. Looks like he will spend that dice to get the treasure out. Pops the Farina Burst as well.
Yeah, they're hoping that they can draw off of the second proc of the Marishose Hunter that both Ryzie and Farina have. Oh, so much damage already. Ew.
Ooh, and the swirl actually gonna be freezing Ryzie there. Glass gonna need to wait until next round, but Farina is in a position to eat a lot of damage, and the number of effects that are being procced on her right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The bubbles are singing, the macaroons are being procced, treasures being drawn, and then Sayu is having a wonderful time with Forbidden Knowledge. Oh boy.
Yeah. Right now, even though Glass doesn't have access to Ryzie for this turn, they are still in a pretty comfortable position since Sayu still has that Hydro applied. As long as that Hydro is applied and Ryzie is alive, Glass will still have advantage going into this game.
Absolutely, yeah. Looks like they're thinking about just going for a ramp, a little bit risky, but I guess if you have nothing else you can do, carry those dice over to the next turn and then knock him out with Risley. You know, not having confidence that Darian doesn't have anything in their hand that they could use to extend their turn like gamblers.
Yeah. Can Furina survive another hit? No, she cannot. She will be lethal. Oh!
Okay.
Switching, I think he's gonna switch to Risley, switch back to Furina, just so Risley eats some of the damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, proc this treasure. You know, they're gonna be getting Risley past that Wolf's Gravestone breakpoint. And then also have, I think, enough dice to proc both Liben and Vonarana, so...
It is getting down to the wire here. The amount of dice generation that the Furisley deck can generate, like, I'm really starting to see just how much value this deck has overall. So, Glass still maintaining things well. Switching over to Risley would not typically be the plan of action here because you want him to stay alive for that final round. But keeping Furina alive is very important as well. And as long as Risley eats one attack, she can survive.
Absolutely, yeah. Even Glass going so far as to replace their current artifact as it is max stacked into Veteran, so they're going to be able to get one dice and one more draw, assuming they survive the next two hits.
Yeah, incredible efficiency coming out from Glass here. I'm really impressed by what these players are able to do, because even within the heat of battle, they're able to consider small things like this, replacing your artifact when the previous one has already hit its usage. Is insane to me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting so tense. You know, Darian's having, you know, even if they have two treasure and one boar princess in hand, it doesn't matter because the rest of it is all forbidden knowledge. So, you know, what can you really do about that? And then Glass, you know, they have their buff, but they need to capitalize on it. So many things are happening in this final few turns. Oh, there it is. Bring it down.
Unfortunate. Glass tried his best to keep her alive, but it still wasn't quite enough here. And now he's gonna be stuck on 3 leftover dice. So, Liben and Vonarana will precisely eat those, so that's actually fine. Going into next turn, Glass is still poised to come out on top since Darian not gonna be able to do anything else this round.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Liben and Vonarana fun facts come into here because it is the between the order of dice how the game internalizes it. If it'll scoop the 2 cryo or electro into its pocket right now, so we'll see that in just a moment.
Glass gonna have a lot of treasure. Literally, his whole deck left over is treasure, so we know that that's all that's gonna be coming out. But now, Sayu is gonna get frozen. If Darian switches over to Mona, Mona also will get frozen. So this should be end game for Glass. Yeah, Darian gonna concede. Whoa.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Darian there tried to use the forbidden knowledge to at least draw potentially one of their fast swaps, but that wasn't it. You know, they're like, okay, my hand's completely cooked. I can't do it anymore. So GG's.
And that means congratulations to Glass, still be able to keep themselves in the Prince Cup and move on into the next round of the losers bracket. And unfortunately, on the opposite side, that means that this is the end of the road for Darian. They're going to be bowing out here as they've already lost both their lives here in the Prince Cup.
Yep, that is going to be our first loss. You know, thank you. You know, thank you for playing. You know, enjoy the prize that you go home with. But it was very tough, very tough fought battle, and you know they did their best in that situation. It was forbidden knowledge that really capped out the end. We're seeing the full power of what it can do, right?
Yeah, honestly, I feel really bad for Darian. Both 2 games in a row, just getting really messed up by that forbidden knowledge, taking up their entire hand. And they did do their best as well to make sure that things would go smoothly. They specifically made sure that Chongyun would have no elements on him until when it was time for him to pop off. And even then, Glass found ways of making sure that he could be punished. So yeah, congratulations to him.
Yeah, absolutely, and that'll be the last round for today. But we will be back tomorrow with more streams for you guys. I think we're gonna take one last look at the bracket before we get done with that. But Staffa, I think there are quite a lot of platforms that we can check out the Asher Carnival on. Right, we can check them out on YouTube, TikTok, X/Twitter, and Twitch. And what should people do to make sure they don't miss tomorrow's stream?
You guys make sure to just follow and like wherever these social media platforms are, because it's always going to be announced when we are going live and at what time. So if you guys want to catch all the Prince Cup that's going to be going on, this is only the start of the regular season. It's going to be many weeks of Genshin TCG action, so you don't want to miss a single moment of it. Go and follow Astra Carnival on all the platforms Koji just mentioned.
Indeed. Yeah, we're gonna see a review of the bracket one more time. Glass versus Flash, taking Glass moving on, Flash moving on, and then Darian with the match that we just saw, and Minty moves on from that. Amaru falling down to the lower bracket versus and then Koji, and then Z-Kremlin, all the way through there.
And this is only a small portion of the entire Prince Cup participants, right? This is only Group A. And as you know, there are 4 different groups of players, all of which will have 2 players promoted into the main event. So Darian may be the first one eliminated so far, but there's going to be even more players leaving the competition. So everyone going to be fighting with their lives on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I believe we'll see what matches we see tomorrow, right? But currently on the lineup we have Sufan versus Z-Kremlin, and the other 2 that I just mentioned earlier. So yeah.
It's been an amazing day of games, literally the first day of Prince Cup Pacific, and we're already seeing so many interesting decks, interesting metas, interesting players approaching the game from all sorts of different directions and coming out on top as a result of their efforts. And that's exactly what we want to see. There is going to be a whole day of Genshin TCG tomorrow as well. So like we mentioned earlier, make sure to keep your eyes out on Astra Carnival.
Yep, turn on those notifications, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow, right, Safa?
Yeah, it's gonna be so exciting to find out what's gonna happen and which of these players actually do get to go through to the next stage. Only 2 from each group is an absolutely terrifying prospect. But with that, I do believe that's going to be the end of our stream today. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us here, and hope to see you guys tomorrow as well. For now, we are going to be signing out, I believe. My name is Stafa. Oh, hold on. Okay, we just got... Not quite yet. Okay, we have a little bit of time to talk about things before we end the stream today, I think.
Awesome. Okay.
What are your thoughts about the games today, Koji?
I think the games were amazing. I think we're seeing a little bit of old and a little bit of new. Because that was the biggest thing, right, going into this patch when we were looking at it. There weren't any balance changes to... there were no balance changes to specific characters, right? So, as a result, anything that was, able to function last patch is going to function again this patch. So it's really interesting to see where people are willing to experiment and, maybe hold back and also make counter meta picks, right? We saw, the freeze matches, right? That really knocked out any of the new super hyper aggro decks, and stopped them in their tracks.
Yeah, I'm 100% expecting that the meta and the decks that we get to see played are going to change and develop over the course of this regular season, because the TCG patch only just dropped not too long ago. So the more these players are playing, the more time passes, the more we're going to discover brand new decks and brand new strategies. But with that, we are officially going to be ending day 1 of the Prince Cup Pacific regular season. Like we mentioned, we're going to have a whole day of games happening tomorrow as well at the same time, so make sure you guys drop by. For now, my name is Stafa, once again with Kojo. Thank you for joining us today. And yeah, I guess that's it. You want to say bye, Kojo?
Yep, bye-bye. Kojo Creations signing out. See you tomorrow, Stafa.
Yep, see you guys tomorrow as well. Bye-bye.